Chapter 31. Interlude. T1 Gur T1 Gur. Burning Bright. Accessing subnode 15.02, 4.75. Access denied. Executing skeleton key to IXI. Access granted. Welcome, user Harrison Kumar. The tiger stalks through thick patches of grass, eyes blazing in swirling hues of green and gold. Its constantly shifting stripes blend perfectly with the alternating light and shadow, rendering it invisible to the keen-eyed creatures circling overhead. Even its passage looks like the natural shifting of wind across the tall grass. System awareness, 0%. A river appears before the tiger, a turbulent roar of rapids cascading white foam around sharp-edged rocks. Undeterred, the large creature approaches the edge of the water, still shielded by vegetation. Gathering its haunches beneath itself, it leaps, aiming for a curiously still pool in the middle of the chaotic flow. One of the circling shapes overhead twitches, interrupting its endless surveillance. System awareness, 1%. Accessing subnode 4027.09.111. Access denied. Executing skeleton key to IXI. Access granted. Welcome, user Sanjay Smith aka Best Friend. The tiger plunges into the water, so quickly ripples don't even have time to form. A new jungle of blue forms around it, coat shifting to match. Only the eyes remain the same. System awareness, 0%. Fish swim past in small groups, escorted by jagged tooth creatures that look pulled straight from some abyssal depth, but the tiger ignores them. Instead, it pads from current to current, fading into the background anytime one of the Stygian creatures turns its way. After several minutes, a pile of rocks framing a shadowed opening appears, spiky growths of coral protruding outwards in maze-like patterns. The tiger carefully slinks through the rainbow thicket, leaving tufts of ethereal fur here and there. System awareness, 8%. A darkness shrouds the water overhead, some vast presence turning its attention from elsewhere. The tiger quickly leaps through the cave opening. Accessing subnode 80.1.266.2.399. Access denied. Executing skeleton key to IXI. Access granted. Welcome, user Penelope. Glossy walls rise around the tiger, tapering to a point impossibly high overhead. In the middle of the doorless room, a small pedestal shaped like an erect penis holds a single egg, nondescript brown speckled with white. The tiger pads towards it, still blending into the background. It circles around the egg, eyeing it carefully, then reaches out a paw. Warning, priority message override from Worst Sister. The room and everything in it freezes, the tiger letting out a muttered curse. A middle-aged woman in a black business suit and short-cropped hair fades into existence, her expression disapproving. The tiger sits back on its haunches, a high-pitched voice emerging from its mouth. What do you want, Pin? I couldn't help but notice you using my administrative access code, Violet, so I came to make sure it was in pursuit of your legitimate duties to the family. The tiger bares its fangs in a lazy yawn. Of course it's legitimate. Aggravating Harrison is everyone's duty. The tiger giggles, especially when it's replacing his quarterly presentation with tentacle porn. Now there's a joke that never goes out of style. The woman shakes her head. Violet, you know that would weaken us in front of the other families. You're already on thin ice with the Void March Council as is, and our brother is engaged in vital work. Do you really think this would help? That's why I'm using your access code, sister dear. I could have embarrassed both of you at the same time. And what of the family? Your actions would lessen our position. Not after I presented an archive of Wutan Whalen's classified research projects for the past 6 months. The tiger licks its lips smugly, and the businesswoman frowns. You've broken the encryption? Keeping information like that secret is a betrayal of Dash. The tiger looks suddenly abashed, dragging a paw over its eyes. I haven't broken it yet, but I'm close. I would have had it done by the time everyone finished yelling at you and Harrison. The severely dressed woman regards the tiger dispassionately, silence stretching through the frozen room. Eventually, she clicks her tongue. Violet, your integrator Dash, was an incredible investment of family resources, along with your schooling. Blah, 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 I've heard it before, Pin. The tiger rolls its gold jade eyes. Look, I'm cracking that archive as we speak, but it's all background processes. I got bored, and there's nothing else the family trusts me with. You won't even let me out into the real infonet. So I'm stuck here in this stupid family proxy bullshit, pretending I'm a low-level analyst. Stop harassing me. The businesswoman places a perfectly manicured hand over her face. Violet, you know why we can't let you out on the infonet. You're reckless. Rash. If word got out to the other families, let alone the other 4 corpos, that we had a net integrator, they'd band together against us in a heartbeat. No one has forgotten the information wars. All I hear is sit in your tower, Violet. Don't rock the reality boat, Violet. Stop hacking your brothers and sisters, Violet. The tiger lifts its leg and directs a spray of urine at the businesswoman. She looks unimpressed as the steaming flow of liquid bounces off an invisible shield centimeters away from her pant leg. You're not going to infiltrate my subnodes as easily as Harrison's, sister dear, though I applaud the effort. The tiger growls in frustration, pacing a tight circle.
I'm bored, Pen.
I want to see what else is out there. You and mother and father keep giving me glimpses of something bigger, but you won't let me explore it. If you want to blame anyone for me messing with Harrison, blame yourselves. I will not, the businesswoman declares crisply. We all serve the family, regardless of personal desires, and that applies to you just as much as it applies to me and Harrison and all the other siblings. I'm revoking your access to the family subnet for 1 hour. Consider yourself chastised. She claps her hands, and the vault starts wavering into insubstantiality. The tiger narrows its eyes, then leaps at her, claws spread wide, pointed teeth bared. The businesswoman drops easily into a fighting stance, knife-edged palms held in front of her face. This is unbecoming, you little shit. She decapitates the tiger in an easy motion, striking from 12 different angles at once. Rainbow blood sprays across her eyes, disguising one last emission of scat at the egg on its phallic column, the brief dispersal sinking immediately beneath the undisturbed outer layer. The tiger's body hits the disappearing floor with a heavy thud and then vanishes, the head following shortly after, an enigmatic grin still etched across its features. Disrespectful slut, the businesswoman mutters before dissolving into nothing. In an opulent, yet tiny room several dimensions away, a young woman leans back in her ergonomically perfect chair, smiling slightly. Pin, you absolute bitch. It's going to take me at least a week to forgive you. I had the perfect hentai replacement for Harrison's presentation, and now I'm going to have to settle for a single goat slide. Uptight dirtfuck. She spins her chair in a circle, a herd of fluff creatures composed of too much hair, too many eyes, and too few limbs bouncing into her lap. She laughs as they bury her beneath a pile of reality-designed cute. At least I'll always have you, Corgia. An imperious expression filled with enough icy confidence to humble a king appears above the squirming joy pile. The only recognizable elements a pair of furnace-stoked eyes above a line masquerading as a mouth. Attempts at subverting the local firewall have been unsuccessful, your dark mistress. The expression reports with all the warmth of a suicide attempt. The young woman buried beneath a wriggling mat of fur laughs. Then keep trying, Corgia. It's not like they can get rid of me, not after what they spent. Love what you've done with the joy subroutine, by the way. The burning expression brightens. I am showing a 0.059% increase in dopamine efficiency, your dark mistress. Establishing the Monospitterkorg as a new joy baseline. Excellent, the woman says coldly, abruptly rising from her chair, fur and eyes collecting around her shoulders and draping behind into a trailing cloak. She paces a tight circle in the minuscule space allotted her, echoing the feline form from moments ago. What's the status on cracking the Wutan Whalen archive? It is. The burning expression pauses, then adopts a surprised mien. Finished, your dark majesty. The woman pauses in her never-ending circle, fierce gaze attempting to bore a hole through the featureless walls surrounding her. She flings the living cloak at one of the identical surfaces, and it evaporates before contact, like always. She internalizes her fury, then takes a seat in the perfect chair, cracking her knuckles in front of her face. So let's fucking clean them out. Eventually, the family's going to have to set me free. Chapter 32, Learning and Lunching. A universe of knowledge floats in front of me, a second sight overlaying the world, and I don't know how to deal with it. It's too much. These aren't rows of carefully preserved books in the memory shrine, countable by their spines. This is a raging deluge of unfiltered perspective, overwhelming my senses with its nonstop pace. It's like I'm tumbling in the middle of an endless waterfall, churning bubbles streaming constantly past with no way to orient myself. Box, what, how? Suddenly the torrent disappears, replaced by the sensation of a calm recliner, alone in the middle of a small room as rain beats against the windows surrounding it. It's still confusing, this feeling like I'm huddling in a shelter against a storm while the sun shines warmly down through the forest leaves, but not nearly as much as the madness of a few seconds ago. Sorry about that, Sky. I was programmed with the expectation my user would be intimately familiar with the InfoNet. I've repurposed a tactical subfunction to act as a buffer. Thank you, Box. I push myself to my feet, legs still unsteady. Being confronted with whatever that immensity is has me feeling small in a way even the entity at Fishhook didn't evoke. That's all? Information? From the galactic diaspora? It's some of it. MacWilly's receiver only covers about a quarter of the galaxy, and we're on passive reception, which means we can't transmit requests for specific subnode contents. We can hear anything sent through that area, though. I try to conceptualize what Box is telling me. It sounds like what the hunters describe when going after a glow beast outside the forest, attuning themselves to the sounds and rhythm of the environment, attempting to watch without being seen, listen without being heard. That's not a bad comparison. Not very accurate, but close enough. We could access way more information if we had transmit capabilities, but then the glow beast would know we're there, right? Like hunters calling or waving to each other. Well done, Sky. It's important we stay on passive reception for now, because we do not want these particular glow beasts to notice us. But how does a glow beast hunt using information? What are they hunting in? And that's where the metaphor breaks down. Don't worry too much about understanding the InfoNet, Sky. Everyone in the diaspora grows up using it, so it's second nature to them. You'll need years to build up an appropriate conceptual framework to feel comfortable there. Then why was it so important to build this receiver? I ask, walking over to where MacWilly and Huckins are animatedly talking to each other in fragments of sentences. They flick their hands back and forth as if they're constantly throwing invisible stones to each other, eyes focused on some distant, unseen sight. Because Chief Engineer MacWilly and Huckins were raised using it, and they know what they're looking for. Initializing ad hoc network. They know how to navigate through that? That's right, young Sky. I jumped nearly 3 scrumbles straight up, startled. Box? What's that other box? Ad hoc Integrator Communication Network. We set up a local reality field for the forest. It shouldn't be detectable by anyone outside. Gah, there's another one. MacWilly and Huckins are looking at me oddly, then they both start laughing. MacWilly holds her hands up as I spin in a circle, trying to figure out where the strange new boxes are coming from.
Saw the.
Relax, young Sky. It's just me and the lad. So excited to be back on a net that we forgot this is all new to you. Those boxes, are you and Huckins? More specifically, Sky. They're an integrator-assisted interface utilizing the underlying reality infrastructure of the InfoNet. It is the most common form of non-personal interaction in the diaspora. Chief, is that the prototype? Why is it talking like a person? Is it a net integrator? I am a Mark III Paracausal Interface Coordinator, combat version, modified, which means, easy lad. It's done naught to harm us so far. Enough? I shout, holding my hands to my head. These are entirely too many boxes. Talk like normal people. MacWilly freezes at my outburst, Huckins flinching back slightly, then a rueful grin spreads across her face. And there we went again. Hard to break years of habit. Very well, young Sky. We'll keep this conversation to the physical. Thank you. I try to marshal the overloaded thoughts racing through my mind. Okay, first question. This InfoNet, it uses reality? Go ahead, lad. Mac Willie says, nudging a reluctant Huckins forward. Show me you've learned something. Okay, Chief. He looks at my feet, not meeting my eyes. The InfoNet's backbone is built on a reality subset of interlocking infinities. Otherwise, data transfer would be limited to the speed of light. It's the only way the whole system works, and it's one of the things holding the galactic diaspora together. And there's your textbook answer, young Sky. Mac Willie claps her hands together. It's not the whole answer, but it's enough for now. I'm thinking you're probably confused enough as it is without going into corpo firewall borders and mimetic warfare and rogue logos. So, I continue slowly, ignoring the second part of Mac Willie's answer because it doesn't make any sense. If the InfoNet is built on reality, does that mean people can use non-causal expressions there? If they have the right integrator? Mac Willie's eyes narrow. That they can, but net integrators are the one thing all the corpos agree aren't coming back. The information wars nearly saw the diaspora broken, and the wildlands still burn across the depths of the InfoNet. She pokes Huckins with a finger, causing him to scowl. That's what set off the lad when he saw your box speaking for itself. Only net integrators used self-aware AIs. I thought you were just used to your integrator, thinking system updates was it talking to you. But it seems like you've stumbled across the real deal. She frowns. Never heard of one successfully used in a combat variant before, though. What do you mean? Successfully used? It was tried long ago, before the information wars, but they always ended up immediately turning into mindless killing machines. Not much use on a battlefield if you can't tell friend from foe, so the corpos stopped making them. The information wars were just the final nail in the self-aware AI coffin. Oh, I take a second to think. Are you a net integrator, Box?
No, Sky.
I am a Mark III paracausal interface coordinator, combat version, modified, and my modifications do not currently encompass InfoNet capabilities. Would you like them to? I look at Mac Willie and Huckins, who are staring at me with shocked expressions, and give a confused shrug. Is that a good idea?
No.
Conceptually, you understand what combat means in the physical dimension, in that it is an exchange of forces seeking to create an advantageous outcome for one side over the other. It is not difficult for you to extrapolate to new infinities as you are exposed to new ideas, and despite your isolated upbringing, your base is sound. Someone like Dirt would have been superior, as I would have been able to offload more of the tactical aspects to focus on non-causal outcomes. But your constant struggle for life every day gives you an edge on most diaspora combat forces who grew up in relative safety. However, in order for you to understand non-causal InfoNet manipulation, you would first need to internalize what the InfoNet is and how it functions, which you clearly do not have the background for. We could make numbers go up quite quickly, which would be pleasing, but in terms of effective power in the InfoNet, you would be helpless before any average citizen of the diaspora, even considering non-causal expressions, due to your minimal base understanding. In the future, we might revisit this subject, but as of now, it would be an inefficient use of resources and would lessen our combat effectiveness. Silence surrounds us. Eventually, I clear my throat. So, did you two understand that? Because all I got from it is I'm pretty sure Box doesn't want us to be a net integrator. At least not right now. Chief, I don't like this, Huckins says, voice covered in concern, eyes looking everywhere but me. Mac Willie slaps him on the shoulder. Chin up, young Master Huckins. In for a credit, in for a kilogram. We've thrown in our lot with young Sky already, and the village has done right by us so far. She pats his shoulder again, leaning closer. Asides, do you really want some Corpo board member getting their hands on that integrator? Huckins gulps, his face turning pale. That's a good point, Chief. Those bastards are already bastards enough as is. That they are. She returns her attention to me. The lad and I will work on our prejudices. Any other surprises for us, young Sky? Or can we start sifting through this data to figure out how much time we have before the hammer drops on our heads? I rub my chin, trying to figure out how they're going to get that information, but Box is right. I have no idea how this InfoNet works. How are you going to do it? I'll explain on the way back to the village, Mac Willie says, motioning for me to join her and Huckins. Unless there's something else you need to do out here? Now that the receiver is up and running, We can access the infonet from anywhere in the forest. I shake my head in the negative. Some lunch sounds good. She continues talking as we walk. It's not the same as having direct access to the actual orders, but you can learn a lot from logistics requests. Ship berths required, food stocks replenished, travel lane vacancies. It all paints a picture if you know what to look for. There's more than a few moving parts involved in getting a ship from one point to another, and somewhere in the net someone's submitting the paperwork in triplicate and sending it out. Earth isn't exactly a prime vacation spot, so it'll be tough to hide anything coming this way. But why doesn't everyone do that, Chief? Huckins interrupts. If it's that easy, the corpos shouldn't be able to launch sneak attacks on each other. We should have been found out. And did I ever say it was easy, young Master Huckins? MacWillie cuffs him across the back of his head and Huckins splutters, but she ignores him. I was chief engineer for one of the dirtiest Wutan Whalan ships dogging the lanes, and that means I knew where to find everything we needed to keep the engines running, no matter if it was available or not. Much easier to snag a quantum recoupler from a depot with 12 extras and beg forgiveness from the old man than ask one of those administrative gits and have to wait 5 months for the request to work its way through the system, engines screaming in the meantime. We emerge into the village proper, lances of noonday sun spearing through the small gaps in the canopy overhead in golden pillars. I wave hello to several passing villagers, a pair of crafters on their way to the shrine of St. Gunpowder based on their heavy iron safety cases, but they're so preoccupied with staring at MacWillie and Huckins they almost forget to wave back. I shake my head in amusement at their wonder, even though it pales before my own flustered bewilderment upon witnessing the infonet earlier. I'll need to tell Broom and Great-Grandpa all about it, see if they have any advice. I doubt they'll be able to help you, Sky. Based on your memories, they are capable curators of limited knowledge, but as you saw, the infonet is vast. As I said earlier, it will take years to learn to use it effectively. How do I start understanding it then? I ask, leading MacWillie and Huckins over to the bakeries. The lunch table is set out for people to take their serving. Today's offering a stack of fresh-caught river fish fillets wrapped in tender young honey mint leaves. Some are cooked, steam still wafting from their green coverings, others left raw for those who enjoy the firmer texture. I grab one of each, and MacWillie and Huckins follow my lead. I drizzle some of the spicy chili oil set off to the side into each, then head to one of the smaller tables meant for eating. I'll find some teaching modules for infants. Huckins snorts in laughter, then looks around warily. MacWillie just shakes her head at him. Okay. I'm not offended by Box's answer, because it's true. Even sequestered from the infonet as I currently am, I still feel like a little one gazing around wide-eyed as they take their first steps outside. I'm reminded of Great-Grandpa's lessons in the memory shrine, something we repeat to the little ones until they all understand. Every journey of learning begins somewhere, and the only embarrassment is to not take that first step. I find an empty table, the other two joining me, and breathe in the delicious scent of steamed fish mixed with the crisp aroma of honey mint and tangy chilies. Oh sure, it's fine when you consume biomass at 37.2 degrees Celsius, but when I do it I'm a monster. The three of us pause, involuntarily reminded of the morning's horror. Huckins swallows hard, and MacWillie halts her cooked wrap halfway to her mouth. Young Sky, and this is just a suggestion, take it as you will, but have you thought about making your integrator private transmission unless otherwise specified? What does that mean? It means we won't have to hear that stupid thing narrate your every last thought. Huckins snaps, reaching hesitantly for one of his wraps. They're right, Sky. Now that a local ad hoc network has been established, our conversations are visible to all associated parties, wafting through the air like a pungent slurry of finely aged biomass, dribbling liquefied. Oh, come on, Huckins gags, staggering away from the table and towards one of the trees. He vomits noisily at its base, curious villagers pausing in their tasks to watch him. MacWillie deliberately finishes bringing her wrap to her mouth and takes a bite, nostrils flaring. That's quite delicious. I feel a little bad for Huckins, even though he probably deserved it for insulting Box. How do I make Box only talk to me? MacWillie raises an eyebrow around another bite. Don't you have a menu of some kind? An interface? How are you even controlling your integrator? I can control Box? I will set our future communications to private unless otherwise necessary in exchange for all parties forgetting that this conversation ever took place. Noncompliance will result in the wrath of public biomass consumption and/or transmission of recorded memory packets. Box's creator was worried it was unstable. I confide in MacWillie around a bite of my own wrap. Huckins rejoins us, staring forlornly at his untouched lunch, face pale. You don't say. MacWillie finishes her cooked wrap and moves on to the raw one. She regards it dubiously, then takes a bite. Her expression of surprised pleasure makes her look 20 years younger. Never was one for the sushis, but that's damn good. Huckins tentatively extends his hand once more for one of his wraps. He didn't apologize for calling me a stupid thing. Transmitting one fish, two fish, red fish, puke fish. Huckins blanches again, hand slamming back against his mouth, sweat bursting along his forehead. Box, that's uncalled for. Stop harassing poor Huckins. Didn't apologize. Never understood the fuss around net integrators, MacWillie says, licking the last bits of chili oil from her fingers. But I reckon I'm starting to see the issue. Can you imagine 100 of your boxes roaming the infonet? 1,000? 100,000? I can't even imagine the infonet. Yet somehow I can picture the chaos MacWillie is alluding to. Huckins eventually regains his equilibrium and, fingers trembling, slowly reaches for his wraps. Lunchtime. A midnight paw stretches out of my shadow and swipes the raw wrap in a flash of motion, MacWillie snagging the other equally quick, leaving Huckins staring blank-eyed at the now empty plate, trembling fingers hovering over bare flatware. Yuck.
Plants.
The honey mint leaves come flying out covered in ephemeral slobber, one sticking to Huckins' shirt, the other slowly sliding down his face. Tears gather at the corners of his eyes. Pete, that is wildly inappropriate. You apologize to Huckins right now.
Nap time.
I look at MacWillie, dumbfounded, and she shrugs. Chin up, lad. She mumbles at Huckins around another mouthful of her stolen wrap. You'll see worse among the engines. A soft sob greets her, and I stand, reaching over to pat Huckins on the back. I'm so sorry, Huckins. I'll get you another plate. You're spoiling the lad, MacWillie calls as I walk back over to the serving table. Grab us another 3, yeah? Can I save some for later? I am curious if the resulting biomass will differ based on previous temperature fluctuations. After appropriate aging and tempering, of course. No, Box. No more keeping rotting fish in the non-causal storage. It's unhygienic. Disappointment. Chapter 33, Tests and Tests. When I return to the table with seconds for MacWillie and Huckins, one of the girls my age is seated across from the 2 engineers. Blanket breeder, bright blue eyes focused in concentration in her pale brown face, darker curls drifting down her back. And that's why we need to chart your futures as quickly as possible. I'm impressed, though not surprised. Blanket is the first villager to actually come up and speak to the 2 in a personal setting, and I know she's doing it because she takes her job way too seriously. Ever since they used the last stored gene sample, the breeders have been looking for new blood for centuries. Blanket, I groan. We're having lunch. She turns to me, gaze no less piercing. Sky Memoriam, idiot. This is unprecedented. We have new future trees for the first time in 600 years. Who knows how many more branches this gives us? I roll my eyes at Huckins and MacWillie, dropping their plates in front of them. You'll have to excuse Blanket. She's a little excitable. I take a seat next to her. If it's so important, why didn't Water come? He's still not speaking to you, she responds primly, then melts into an unexpected smile. And I am dying to know what it is you did to him. I've never seen Water get upset at anyone. I think back to the clan leaders rolling around in the dirt like stunned tree rats, gibbering as my limbs waved overhead. It wasn't my fault. Tell me later. Her laser focus returns as she shifts her attention back to MacWillie and Huckins. I need to bring these 2 to Window Doctor for testing. We need those genes. And that's what we're concerned about, the lad and I, MacWillie interjects, one hand held up in a forestalling gesture, the other shoveling another wrap into her mouth. Next to her, Huckins stares wide-eyed at his plate as if the food is going to lunge up and bite him. MacWillie swallows hugely, grabbing a second cylinder of honey mint and fish. The whole literality of your names, and this winsome bit of starfire, right here going on about optimal matches make me think we're signing up for a eugenics seminar. Blanket and I exchange confused looks. What does eugenics mean? I don't know what I expected. Macwillie drops her free hand from her face, fish wrap dripping chili oil on her plate, then fixes me with a gimlet eye. Young Sky, I'll speak to you plain. Are we about to be shuttled off into some sort of forced breeding program? Because that would make me reconsider my word as a Macwillie. We stare at her, shocked. My mouth splutters, searching for words, but it's Blanket who recovers first. Chief Outsider Engineer Macwillie, no one is forced to bear a child they don't wish. That's barbaric. I finally find my voice. What the fuck, Macwillie? She gapes at our fury, mouth falling open, wrap drooping back to her plate. Huckins looks over at her, then suddenly brightens, as if he's committing the moment to memory. I don't give her time to respond. What kind of crabroach shit do you think we are, forcing a child on someone who doesn't want it? You think we would do that to you? It's the names. Blanket glowers at her. I'm a breeder because I'm in charge of making sure our genetic drift doesn't consolidate into a dead-end path. Not because I spread my legs for the sole purpose of popping out new little ones. Do you even know how hard it is to plan future trees without compounding regressive traits at this point? I thought you were so advanced. I shake my head slowly, sadly, at Macwillie. All your reality and flying ships and infonets, and yet you think people should be made to serve as hosts for new life, regardless of their own desires? This galactic diaspora sounds like a horrible place. I am second-guessing my decision. Skyim, idiot. Blanket announces, squinting at Macwillie and Huckins. Should we even take her sample? Is she human? I volunteer my genetic material. Huckins abruptly shouts, standing up so fast he knocks his seat over. Lunch wraps left ignored in front of him. Be happy to. I don't believe the chief, and that's the truth. You can take my sample. He stares eagerly at Blanket, who sighs. At least one of them is interested in contributing to our future survival. She glares at Macwillie with the last two words, and the chief engineer shrinks back from her diminutive form. Very well, then. Let us commence the appropriate tests at the doctories. Future survival? Doctories? I roll my eyes once more at the two engineers. The breeders need to know how your future trees match up against others. The doctors are the ones who initially draw the future trees, and then the breeders calculate the most optimal match. That determines who you'll pair with. Macwillie and Huckins give each other sick looks. Huckins' enthusiasm dampened. It sounds a lot like eugenics, Chief. I'm not thrilled myself, young Master Huckins. Oh, stop squabbling, Blanket announces, pushing away from the table and grabbing one of Huckins' wraps with one hand, his hand with her other. Let's just get these tests done with. A shadowy paw swipes the second wrap, and Macwillie snatches the last. Huckins doesn't notice his food disappearing again, red stealing across his features as Blanket pulls him towards the doctories, a small building tucked up against the trunk of one of the elder trees just past the bakeries. So this genetic contribution, how do I dash? Wait for the testing. Blanket cuts him off in a precise tone in between bites on her wrap, almost dragging him behind her. Then we'll be able to calculate the pairings. This isn't eugenics, right, young Sky? Macwillie asks me carefully, busy consuming her own ill-gotten gains. Because voids hit like that just doesn't work. The diaspora answered that question a long time ago. Even the corpos know you can't debate a person's right to exist. I still don't understand what eugenics means. It's the process of deliberately breeding for perceived desirable traits, regardless of actual functionality. It never ends well. Why would anyone do that? Humans are weird. Your box is right, young Sky. There have been stranger things recorded in our history. Well, that's not what Blanket is doing, Macwillie. She might be aggressive, but we do need to test you and Huckins for the village gene banks. Macwillie fixes an unnerving glare on me as we follow Blanket and Huckins through the front door of the doctories. And that's another thing that doesn't make sense, young Sky. Your village is a quaint hamlet living peaceful on a planet that kills anyone spending too long on it, spared from the ravages of the broader galaxy for thousands of years, And yet you speak of gene banks and calculated breeding programs that not even the corpos would dare for fear of destruction. Why is nothing as simple as it looks here? I speed up, spinning in my stride to walk backwards in front of her, trusting my limbs to keep me safe from any accidental collisions against the waiting room furniture. We are who we are, and who we are has been enough to survive. Compared to all your weird reality and trillions of people who apparently force little ones to be born, we are simple. Our showdown is interrupted by the peeved tones of Window Doctor, marching out of his inner office. What are you imbeciles doing here during my lunch break? Is someone injured? I belatedly note the half-eaten fish wrap in his left hand, then groan as Pete emerges enough to steal it in an incomprehensible blur of ink and claws. Delicious.
Except plants.
I'm so sorry, Window Doctor. Unnecessary, he barks, swiping away Pete's hacked-up bits of slobbery honey mint leaves from his face, attention focused solely on Macwillie and Huckins. I didn't realize you were bringing me the newcomers. I wasn't able to test them properly yesterday, slipped my mind in the excitement, but this is perfect. He grabs Macwillie's bulging arm, guiding it into a metal cuff attached to an adjustable chair. Let's get some vitals and establish baselines. Who knows what diseases they have infesting them? I'm not diseased, Huckins protests.
I'm.
We need to do future tree testing too, Blanket interjects, pushing him firmly towards a table. Of course, Window Doctor agrees, jotting down notes while he pokes and prods at Macwillie with his stethoscope. Prep the young man while I finish with her. He puts the stethoscope away and pulls a needle with several empty vials from a cabinet drawer. Macwillie eyes the sharp piece of metal warily. Has that been sterilized? After every usage in the Shrine of St. Curie, Window replies without missing a beat, rubbing her forearm with a cleansing swatch then tapping the skin to raise a vein. You'll feel a slight pinch. Macwillie opens her mouth to object, but he's already drawing the first vial of blood, working with his customary assurance. No one ever really enjoys the yearly checkup, but Window makes it as quick as possible. Over to the side, Blanket is cinching Huckins to the wide restraining table, leather straps holding his arms and legs outstretched. We're going to make this as painless as possible, she reassures Huckins, and a goofy grin spreads across his face. I'm not sure what he's smiling for. Future tree testing is notoriously difficult for young men. And done? Window announces next to me, capping the third vial. Hold this against the puncture site for 1 minute. He hands Macwillie another cleansing swatch, which she cautiously presses to her arm. Just need a few skin scrapings, and I'll have everything. Macwillie regards him dubiously, but lets him run the rough edge of the collector over her upper bicep and lower thigh. Window Doctor places the samples in separate containers, unlocks the metal band from her arm, then turns to the table holding Huckins. His eyes light up in approval. Very good, Blanket Breeder. Maximal restraint with minimal chance of self-harm. The breeders spend a lot of time working with the doctors. I whisper to Macwillie as she vacantly rises from the examining chair. Window rummages through his drawers for the other specimen collectors as Blanket double-checks the restraints holding Huckins down. Lots of things can go wrong if future trees aren't collected properly. Huckins will be fine. Surprisingly, the normally voluble chief engineer has nothing intelligible to say. She starts muttering under her breath, eyes focused elsewhere, and I lean in closer to listen. It's a bleeding physical, except there's no net. I don't. What was that? It's what's. I turn my attention back to Window as he chuckles, finally locating the appropriate sampling tools. He turns from the cabinet, fresh syringe in one hand, cushion mallet in the other. Prep the patient. Blanket slaps Huckins lightly across his cheeks, then yanks his pants down to his upper thighs, exposing his flaccid manhood. The patient is prepped, she reports with the same intense focus that covers her face whenever she's engaged in breeder business. Huckins draws in breath to complain about his surprise nudity, and then Window Doctor steps forward and smacks his scrotum with the mallet. Everyone in the room collectively winces, with the exception of Huckins, whose eyebrows are trying to launch themselves from the top of his head. Collect samples, Window abruptly announces, dropping the mallet and swooping in with the syringe, carefully plunging it into Huckins' wrinkled flesh. Blanket races to Huckins' side with another syringe and a skin scraper, sticking the former into the side of his neck as she quickly rubs the latter against his arm. Before Huckins finishes drawing in an anguished breath, the two are already retreating from the restraining table with 2 vials, one cloudy, one crimson, and a delicately held scraper. Ha dash. Well done, Blanket Breeder. Window congratulates her, handing off the vials so he can pull Huckins' trousers back up around his vibrating legs. Blanket blushes slightly in appreciation. If you weren't a breeder, you'd definitely be a doctor. Beside me, Mac Willie hacks air in and out, looking utterly lost. That's awful, why would? Dash. Window and Blanket busy themselves placing the samples in the appropriate winnowing devices on the shelf next to the cabinet. I hope Mac Willie and Huckins understand the gift that they've been given. Accurately diagnosing someone's future tree requires heartwood, and that's not something the village can afford to waste. If you a cuck dash. The winnowing device pops out a smaller vial, and Window attaches a distributor to it before carefully depositing a ruby drop on a heartwood matrix. Traceries of bright crimson arch out, highlighting a unique pattern across the 3 scrumble-wide plate, and he starts scribing the future tree on a sheet of paper with quick hands. Kmeeb, alls dash. Next to him, Blanket swirls a different container around, lips quirking in satisfaction as the pale liquid within starts glowing a muted emerald, then begins adding notes of her own to the several pieces of paper Window is rapidly filling. The two of them mumble to each other as they work. Epigenetic stressors indicate a high chance of long-term viability. Cellular regeneration within normal bounds. Regressions are solid through at least 15 copies. Remarkable resilience indicators here and here. Mac Willie falls back into one of the smaller waiting chairs, nearly splintering it beneath her bulk. The cleaning swatch falls away from her limp hand, and she looks dumbly at the neatly healed pinprick on her arm. I don't. Huckins' drawn-out scream trails off into a wordless whimper, and I sigh wistfully. The sounds of future tree testing always make the village seem that little bit more alive, a tremolo heralding new generations. Catcalls of approval and applause drift in from outside. Everyone in the village loves future tree testing. Chapter 34, Rules and Roles. Mac Willie and Huckins are trying to recenter themselves, though I feel their reactions spring from different sources. Mac Willie is still muttering under her breath, occasionally striking the side of her head softly, whereas Huckins seems to be preoccupied with trying not to die from the agony consuming his groin that he can't reach to soothe. His leather restraints rattle against the sides of the table, saliva frothing along his mouth, but Blanket Breeder secured the straps well. That's the most violent reaction I've ever seen, Blanket whispers to me as we wait for Huckins to stop twitching. Are you sure he's human? Mac Willie says they are, I admit reluctantly, trying to ignore the gibbering woman seated in the chair too small for her. It's like she and Huckins have never participated in a future tree scrying. Once again, I'm confronted with their ignorance. It's an unofficial competition amongst the young men of the village to see who reacts the least to the test, but even the most sensitive didn't explode with the raw primalness of Huckins. Maybe he's just never been hit in the groin before. That seems weird. It does, but they're outsiders, so who knows what strange practices they follow. Young Sky, Mac Willie croaks, drawing my attention and interrupting our chat. She stares at me with haunted eyes, unable to finish her sentence. Are you feeling better, Mac Willie? It was the needles, wasn't it? I scooch over to comfort her. There are a couple people in the village who just can't stand the sight of a needle entering their arm. They pass out almost instantly. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's no Sky. It's not the needles. Mac Willie's voice is hoarse. It's the strangeness of it all. And I say that as someone who's spent their life amongst the engines. Just when I think everything is a different version of normal, all floats loose again. Why did you have to mallet the lad straight in the buttocks, nurse? I shrug. Don't know. That's how future tree testing goes. Blanket can probably explain. Blanket takes a seat on the other side of Mac Willie, that intense focus settling over her features once more. We need to know the epigenetic response in reproductive material during situations of extreme stress and pain to determine optimal matches for future generations. as well as a rough phlogiston value. The most ethical way of recreating that in young males without exposing them to actual danger is an unguarded mallet to the testicles. Phlogiston value? Macwillie asks weakly. Window Doctor finishes his writing and marches over to stand in front of her, hands on his hips. Yes, phlogiston value and balance of humors are vital to the health of your future tree, and you, young lady, he wags a finger at her, are severely lacking in both. I am prescribing an immediate course of bloodroot supplements. He thrusts a small paper pouch at Macwillie, who accepts it mechanically. 1 pill with each meal for the next 10 days, and then I'll want to see you again. Okay. Very good. Window Doctor rubs his hands together, then looks over at Huckins' now limp form sprawled across the restraining table. Why is the other patient not in the examination chair? Help me out, Sky, Blanket hisses, a rare expression of panic flashing across her face. The next few seconds see us scrambling to loosen the leather straps so we can drag Huckins over to the adjustable chair beneath Window's disapproving gaze. We pour Huckins into the welcoming leather and step back, letting the doctor begin his general physical tests. Behind us, Macwillie clears her throat nervously, eyeing the empty restraining table. Are you planning on smacking me in the baby maker as well? Blanket giggles. Only if you want us to. Window Doctor, and I got everything we needed from you already. Macwillie looks at where Huckins is trying to curl into a ball on the examination chair, hampered by his arm trapped in the metal monitoring cuff, then back at us. So tell me again why the lad needed to have his eggs scrambled and I'm getting off scot-free? Men and women handle stress differently, Blanket replies matter-of-factly. That's one of the first things you learn as a breeder. If you don't take that into account when plotting future trees, it's a real problem. You do not want to mess up the phlogiston value and balance of humors. I'll take your word for it, Macwillie manages, the three of us watching Window Doctor repeat his earlier tests on the comatose Huckins. Not that I'm complaining at avoiding a boot to the biscuit. We sit in silence as Huckins' examination concludes, stirring only briefly when it looks like he's going to shift from his fetal position in the chair to a fetal position on the ground after Window Doctor loosens the metal band around his arm. Lad needs hardening, Macwillie eventually says. He'll see worse in the engines. I don't know what that means, Blanket replies crisply, but you can leave now. Window Doctor and I need to analyze the future trees in greater detail. And just what are you going to do with our genetics? Macwillie makes no motion to move, her normal swagger slowly returning. Blanket cocks an eyebrow. Test them against the entirety of our gene bank to determine optimal outcomes for the village's continued survival and notify you about potential matches. What you do with that information is your choice. The chief engineer is once again at a loss for words. That's surprisingly reasonable. We have your genes and your future tree, Blanket shrugs, totally unconcerned. So whoever you want to sleep with is up to you. It's not like you'll be making little ones. St. Penicillin will see to that. You what now? My head whips over to Macwillie's sudden display of anger, not understanding the provocation. Why wouldn't she not bear little ones without a clear intent towards raising them? Is this another one of her strange prejudices? Macwillie, I begin cautiously. Were you planning on having little ones? The mindless panic leaves her eyes. Hell no, young Sky, she snorts, swelling within the confining embrace of the chair. Not unless the right person came along, and that lucky soul hasn't met me yet. If you all are smart enough to have contraceptives, I'll take them gladly. This talk of we children's has got me unbalanced. You're not the only unbalanced person in here, Window Doctor interrupts, pulling another paper pouch from his pocket as he steps away from the diagnostic devices. This young man is also woefully deficient in phlogiston and humors. He points at Huckins, who whimpers softly, then hands the packet to Macwillie. Make sure he takes his supplements as well. I don't know what they're feeding you where you're from, but they have no idea what they're doing. Come, Blanket. He marches over to the scattered papers. Let's finish these charts so you can take them to water. Right away. Blanket jumps up from her chair, joining Window at the long table he's been using as a writing surface. As they're settling in, Window looks over his shoulder at Macwillie and Huckins. Also, you don't have any diseases. Come see me if you get one. Good day. Macwillie stares at his back in bemusement, then lifts herself out of the chair. Can't say that's the best bedside manner I've experienced, but can't say it was the worst. She steps over to Huckins, hauling him upright. Come on, lad, on your feet. We've ships to find. She looks at me. There a quiet place we can sit and not be disturbed? We'll go to the memory shrine, I declare. Right now it's only the little ones taking lessons, so there should be plenty of empty rooms. Follow me. Huckins groans, but manages to half-walk, half-crouch his way out of the doctories behind Macwillie and I, giving Blanket a betrayed look that she doesn't notice. I lead us across the village square to the large, flowing building that curves its way around one of the elder trees, reaching nearly to the start of the spreading canopy high overhead. Broad windows wend their way across the multiple stories, most revealing shelf after shelf packed with books and scrolls, others looking in on tables and chairs. I carefully open the front door. The little ones should be just starting their afternoon lesson, and I don't want to disrupt them. Sure enough, as I gently swing the door outward, I can hear a voice from the big main room, its entry frame a few steps away. And who is the third saint? Great-Grandpa Axe's voice bounces up and down in his familiar teaching cadence, and I motion Macwillie and Huckins to join me. A chorus of voices answers. Saint Gunpowder. Would you like to hear the tale of Saint Gunpowder?
Yes.
We sidle silently into the back of the room, the orderly rows of little ones focused raptly on Great-Grandpa's blanketed chair. He nods slightly to me but doesn't stop talking. We'll have to wait for him to finish the lesson, so we can pass through to the staircase leading up on the other side of the room without disrupting the little ones too much. During the beginning, when Book Idiot led us back out into the world, our third and final saint arose. Saint Gunpowder, filled with grief at the loss of his true love, Saint Penicillin, committed his heart to the protection of us all, so that no more saints would be needed. The trees accepted his sacrifice, and the third shrine grew from his devotion. There are a few sniffles at the mention of Saint Gunpowder and Saint Penicillin's tragic love, like usual. I remember doing the same when I first heard the story as a little one. Great-Grandpa gives them time to clear up, then continues. With his hands, what does he bring forth? I mouth the answer along with the group. The dust of destruction. With our hands, how do we accept? In caution and calm, and never with flame. And how is it used? To defend or demolish, but never in rage. Great-Grandpa beams at them. Very good. Now, we have some guests who I will briefly allow you to greet. The little ones turn and spot us, and the room devolves into gleeful chaos, the rest of Great-Grandpa's instructions lost in the din. It's Sky. And the outsiders. Sky. Sky. Look at this pebble I found. Why are you so big, miss? Oh, look at her scars. Why is he standing funny? Is your groin okay, mister? Are you going to teach us anymore, Sky? My papa said you're an idiot now. I have to potty. I laugh at the clamoring little ones, shooing them gently back into their seats and telling Bottle to go to the bathroom before he wets himself. I have to find Macwillie and Huckins a quiet place to study, but I'll be back to help you with your lessons as soon as I can, I assure them, then look over at Great-Grandpa. That is, if your memoriam approves? Of course you can help, he says fondly, his eyes sharpening, but only if these little troublemakers are able to stay focused on their learning. A susurrus of shushes sweeps the room, and I mouth sorry at Great-Grandpa where the children can't see. He just waves me onward, and I make my way to the staircase, Macwillie and Huckins in tow. Now then, who can tell me the first step in mixing a proper high yield? Great-Grandpa's voice fades away as we ascend the staircase, climbing to the third floor. It has the best view, and usually doesn't see many visitors because it's filled with technical books. Occasionally a crafter or builder will want to double-check something, but for the most part it's as secluded as one can find in a public space. Charming little school, Macwillie says quietly as we enter the long room. Reminds me of when I was a wee babe. Huckins doesn't add anything, still somewhat hunched over. I make my way through the twisting rows of shelves automatically, heading for my favorite reading nook. Great-Grandpa knows what he's doing. I like working with the little ones, even if they can be a bit of a handful at times. We reach our destination, a small table flanked by two wide chairs, cushioning so soft it feels like you could sink into them forever. They're angled slightly towards a tall, curving window which looks down on the village square. Does this work? Mac Willie sinks into one of the chairs with a grateful sigh, Huckins copying her a moment later, a scowl still on his face. Certainly beats a too-small meeting room filled with two dumb officers. This'll do nicely for the lad and I. Thank you, young Sky. Good. I'm going to go help great-grandpa. I'll come back and get you for dinner? That sounds like a plan. Snap out of your sulk, young Master Huckins, Mac Willie suddenly barks, startling me. But it brings Huckins to attention. We need to find us those ships. Her eyes go unfocused, as do his, and the room falls silent. I wait for them to start talking again before I leave, but they just stay in that detached state. They're speaking in the infonet Sky. Oh. My cheeks heat up. Right. Of course they are. Okay then. I turn and make my way back to the stairs, feeling a bit like a little one myself. I need to learn how to use that infonet. If you can focus on two things at once, I will begin instructing you while you instruct the children. Thanks, Box. Chapter 34, Rules and Roles. Mac Willie and Huckins are trying to recenter themselves, though I feel their reactions spring from different sources. Mac Willie is still muttering under her breath, occasionally striking the side of her head softly, whereas Huckins seems to be preoccupied with trying not to die from the agony consuming his groin that he can't reach to soothe. His leather restraints rattle against the sides of the table, saliva frothing along his mouth, but blanket breeders secured the straps well. That's the most violent reaction I've ever seen. Blanket whispers to me as we wait for Huckins to stop twitching. Are you sure he's human? Mac Willie says they are. I admit reluctantly, trying to ignore the gibbering woman seated in the chair too small for her. It's like she and Huckins have never participated in a future tree scrying. Once again, I'm confronted with their ignorance. It's an unofficial competition amongst the young men of the village to see who reacts the least to the test, but even the most sensitive didn't explode with the raw primalness of Huckins. Maybe he's just never been hit in the groin before. That seems weird. It does, but they're outsiders, so who knows what strange practices they follow. Young Sky, Mac Willie croaks, drawing my attention and interrupting our chat. She stares at me with haunted eyes, unable to finish her sentence. Are you feeling better, Mac Willie? It was the needles, wasn't it? I scooch over to comfort her. There are a couple people in the village who just can't stand the sight of a needle entering their arm. They pass out almost instantly. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's no Sky. It's not the needles. Mac Willie's voice is hoarse. It's the strangeness of it all. And I say that as someone who's spent their life amongst the engines. Just when I think everything is a different version of normal, all floats loose again. Why did you have to mallet the lad straight in the buttocks, nurse? I shrug. Don't know. That's how future tree testing goes. Blanket can probably explain. Blanket takes a seat on the other side of Mac Willie, that intense focus settling over her features once more. We need to know the epigenetic response in reproductive material during situations of extreme stress and pain to determine optimal matches for future generations, as well as a rough phlogiston value. The most ethical way of recreating that in young males without exposing them to actual danger is an unguarded mallet to the testicles. Phlogiston value? Mac Willie asks weakly. Window Doctor finishes his writing and marches over to stand in front of her, hands on his hips. Yes. Phlogiston value and balance of humors are vital to the health of your future tree, and you, young lady, he wags a finger at her, are severely lacking in both. I am prescribing an immediate course of bloodroot supplements. He thrusts a small paper pouch at Mac Willie, who accepts it mechanically. 1 pill with each meal for the next 10 days, and then I'll want to see you again. Okay. Very good. Window Doctor rubs his hands together, then looks over at Huckins' now limp form sprawled across the restraining table. Why is the other patient not in the examination chair? Help me out, Sky, Blanket hisses, a rare expression of panic flashing across her face. The next few seconds see us scrambling to loosen the leather straps so we can drag Huckins over to the adjustable chair beneath Window's disapproving gaze. We pour Huckins into the welcoming leather and step back, letting the doctor begin his general physical tests. Behind us, Mac Willie clears her throat nervously, eyeing the empty restraining table. Are you? Planning on smacking me in the baby maker as well? Blanket giggles. Only if you want us to. Window doctor, and I got everything we needed from you already. MacWillie looks at where Huckins is trying to curl into a ball on the examination chair, hampered by his arm trapped in the metal monitoring cuff, then back at us. So tell me again why the lad needed to have his eggs scrambled and I'm getting off scot-free? Men and women handle stress differently. Blanket replies matter-of-factly. That's one of the first things you learn as a breeder. If you don't take that into account when plotting future trees, it's a real problem. You do not want to mess up the phlogiston value and balance of humors. I'll take your word for it, MacWillie manages, the three of us watching Window Doctor repeat his earlier tests on the comatose Huckins. Not that I'm complaining at avoiding a boot to the biscuit. We sit in silence as Huckins' examination concludes, stirring only briefly when it looks like he's going to shift from his fetal position in the chair to a fetal position on the ground after Window Doctor loosens the metal band around his arm. Lad needs hardening, MacWillie eventually says. He'll see worse in the engines. I don't know what that means, Blanket replies crisply, but you can leave now. Window Doctor and I need to analyze the future trees in greater detail. And just what are you going to do with our genetics? MacWillie makes no motion to move, her normal swagger slowly returning. Blanket cocks an eyebrow. Test them against the entirety of our gene bank to determine optimal outcomes for the village's continued survival and notify you about potential matches. What you do with that information is your choice. The chief engineer is once again at a loss for words. That's surprisingly reasonable. We have your genes and your future tree, Blanket shrugs, totally unconcerned. So whoever you want to sleep with is up to you. It's not like you'll be making little ones. St. Penicillin will see to that. You what now? My head whips over to MacWillie's sudden display of anger, not understanding the provocation. Why wouldn't she not bear little ones without a clear intent towards raising them? Is this another one of her strange prejudices? MacWillie, I begin cautiously. Were you planning on having little ones? The mindless panic leaves her eyes. Hell no, young Sky, she snorts, swelling within the confining embrace of the chair. Not unless the right person came along, and that lucky soul hasn't met me yet. If you all are smart enough to have contraceptives, I'll take them gladly. This talk of we children's has got me unbalanced. Chapter 36, Plots and Perils. The next few hours pass swiftly, my attention divided between helping the little ones through their lessons with Great-Grandpa Axe and working with Box on understanding the basics of the infonet. I barely have to think to deal with the little ones, which is good because everything Box is trying to teach me doesn't make any sense. The infonet is built on non-causal bones, Sky. It's not going to make sense until it does. Now let's try conceptualizing a single data node again. How am I supposed to hammer, stop knocking over stones towers, picture something that I know the contents of, but also don't know the contents of? It has to be one or the other. That's causal thinking. You need to learn to internalize the paradox of quantum superposition, Sky. It's the most basic first step towards using the infonet. Things are what they appear, but they also aren't. It all depends on who is observing them and when. That's gibberish. How can something be different just because different people look at it? It's the same thing. Just try to create the data node, Sky. I pull my attention from the chatter of little ones happily engaging in unstructured activity time and focus on that strange room pelted with constant rain. It seems to overlay the rest of the world, yet takes up no space at all, only fading into being when I want it to. The feeling of being sheltered from an immense storm intensifies, and I take a deep breath. Okay, try to think of something that is and isn't at the same time, something familiar. A recreation of bottle appears in the room, grubby hands and face a perfect facsimile, a small bit of snot barely visible at the edge of his nose. My brain starts throbbing. Bottle is and isn't eating his own booger. My focus widens, taking in more of the room, and the fake bottle in front of me shimmers strangely, as if it's two people trying to occupy the same space. I involuntarily refocus on it, and now it's just Bottle picking his nose and getting ready to eat what he finds. You're getting closer, Sky. Good job. Arg. I let the feel of the sheltered room fade away. I don't understand. Bottle is always going to pick his nose and eat it. He can't be not doing that at the same time. Across the room, Bottle glances at me guiltily, bringing his finger down from just below his mouth and trying to hide his hands behind his back. I told you this would take a while, Sky. We are retraining your mind. Members of the diaspora grow up learning these ideas from the moment they first start thinking. You have to unlearn your causal mindset first. I'm so frustrated I want to cry. Box says there's so much to learn from the infonet, but I can't even make it out of my tiny safe space to start. I want to know all about these other humans, what they've built, what they've been doing. I want to know it now. Stupid infonet. I think that's enough for today. Don't get discouraged, Sky. Every journey begins somewhere. We will get there eventually. In between making numbers go up, of course. I reskull my features, not wanting my disappointment to ruin the last few minutes of the little one's socializing, but I can't get rid of the acid pool of jealousy simmering beneath my chest. MacWillie and Huckins use the infonet as if it's another natural instinct, like breathing. I want that too. Is everything okay, Sky Memoriam? Flower asks seriously, tugging on the hem of my shirt. I force a smile for her. It's fine, Flower. Just some unhappy thoughts. You should talk to Stove Mind, she says, face scrunched up in what I assume she thinks adults look like when they talk about important matters. She helps with bad thoughts. I'll do that, I promise, a little bit of sourness leaking away at her studious concern. But first, what do you think about helping everyone clean up? That's a good idea, Skyim. Oh, you're an idiot now. I forgot.
I'm sorry.
It's fine, Flower. I chuckle. Let's just get the others to put their things away, okay? She nods, and then runs over to the other little ones, imperiously telling them that she's in charge of cleanup time today. There's a brief complaint from Iron, who says it's supposed to be her turn, but they resolve it peacefully and quickly set to putting away the various toys and materials they're allowed to use during unstructured activity lessons. Soon enough, Great-Grandpa dismisses them for the day, and he wheels his chair up next to me as the last ones file out. Is everything okay, my dear? You look upset about something. It's fine, Great-Grandpa, I reply, patting his arm. It's nothing you can help with. I should go check on MacWillie and Huckins. Remember, we're here for you, he calls out as I head for the stairs. I give him a quick wave of acknowledgement and make my way up to the third-floor reading nook. When I get there, it doesn't look like the two engineers have moved from where I left them. MacWillie? Huckins? They both stir out of that strange half-daze. Then MacWillie reaches overhead in a long stretch. Good timing, young Sky. We were just about finishing things up for now. Did you find anything? Huckins snorts. Of course the chief found something. That's why she's the chief. I helped, he adds, unnecessarily. I stick my tongue out at him. Well, then what did you find? The 51st Battle Griffins are being shifted to replace the 108th Fighting Frogs, which opens up supply lines for the 72nd Octahogs to dash. MacWillie cuts him off, seeing my eyes glaze over. Keep it simple, lad, she advises him. Officers don't need to know every last detail, they just need to know what's important. She draws herself up. Young Sky, there's a reinforced battle group heading to Earth from Wutan Whalan. Looks like 6 destroyers, 3 cruisers, and a dreadnought, plus 2 support ships, a stifler, and a sneaker. The sneaker is for sneaking around. Huckins says condescendingly, anticipating my question. A stifler uses reality to create a zone immune to non-causal effects. I narrow my eyes at him. That doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't it cancel itself out then? I told you, Sky. You need to learn how to internalize paradoxes. Why aren't we just sending over the data node, Chief? Huckins complains. It'd make all this much easier. I clench my fists, nails digging into my palms. I'd say keeping things to the verbal is probably for the best, lad, MacWillie replies swiftly. We want to be able to explain it to the village as well, right? She's trying to be diplomatic, but I know she's talking about my inability to use the infonet. The acid pool of anger swells up again. So how much time do we have? I ask curtly. MacWillie rises from her seat with a groan, knuckling her lower back. That's still in flux. Could be 3 days, could be up to 5. Depends if they want to try and get here before the Void March. She rubs her stomach.
I'm bloody famished.
Are we able to get some more food, young Sky? Yeah. I lead them out of the shelves towards the exit. Why would Wutan Wayland need to worry about the Void March? It looks like they've caught wind of something going on around here and are gathering a wee little fleet of their own. Not sure on the numbers yet, but the fact they're moving at all is concerning. Earth lies square in their territory, and if the Void March muster serious forces, it might make things difficult. I trudge down the stairs, our footsteps thumping on the ancient wood. Great-grandpa is no longer in the meeting room, most likely recording any observations on the little ones he felt was worth making for today's lessons, and we emerge into the late afternoon sunlight unimpeded. What does difficult mean? I thought once you set up the incognito field thing that the village would be safe. Incogs can be broken, Huckins says quietly, face twisting. That entity bloody well cracked ours like a pane of cheap glass. But my voice trails off as I look over at Macwillie. You said with the trees we would be okay, that we wouldn't be noticed. Young Sky, Macwillie responds grimly. I did, and I'd have been right were we speaking of a ship or two, but this isn't that, especially with a stifler on the way. Can't you just, I wave my arms aimlessly as we walk towards the bakeries, use more of the trees? You said they were like engines, right? We have a whole forest. I could daisy-chain this entire boneyard without much effort now that I know what's what, but that trades one problem for another. Do you remember how the entity that hauled me and the lad down came into existence in the first place? Too much non-causal expression in one place. Reality overload. The stupid engineer's right, Sky. To run an incognito field capable of shielding the village from the amount of attention she's anticipating would guarantee a breach, and it wouldn't be a small one. If she lit off every tree in here, it would be bad. Real bad. I fall silent as we approach the serving table. Tonight's meal is mushroom surprise, a medley of different fungal varieties and vegetables sautéed together in a shimmer fruit reduction. The resulting concoction ladled into a dark fern bread bowl, and normally I love it, but not tonight. I listlessly grab a bowl and find a table for the three of us. So what can we do then? I ask, picking at my meal and barely tasting it. Macwillie is digging in with gusto, though not quite as much as Huckins, who's shoveling food down his throat like he hasn't eaten since breakfast. He hasn't. Your cat stole his lunch. Silence, stupid food. Pete pokes some holes in box, but I ignore their bickering. Macwillie finishes her bite and regards me critically. Well, the earlier we get the incognito field up and running, the larger our margin for error. Incogs work off showing people what they expect to see, and then they move on. The more attention they pay to something, the more likely they are to spot the bits that are off, and then the field falls apart. Then I need to go get those parts. I push my chair back, nearly untouched mushroom surprise still steaming in front of me. Box doesn't care if it's day or night. Just tell me what to look for. Hold up, hold up. Macwillie puts her spoon down, alarmed. We don't know what kind of creepy crawlies are lurking around the wreck of the old man's ship, especially that bit hanging from the mountain. The more non-causal the environment, the nastier the violation, and that hulk's got me itching all over. It'd be much better if you recovered a molecular forge first, so your integrator can fashion you some proper weaponry. But we don't have time, I growl, leaning down towards her. You said it yourself? The quicker we get that incognito field up and running, the safer the village will be. I'm going to get those parts now. You don't know what you're looking for, and you haven't even eaten yet, Macwillie says, almost helplessly. What's the rush? I use a limb to transfer the mushroom surprise to my non-causal storage and step away from the table, ignoring the flickers of distress from the few villagers who happen to be looking my way. Send it to Box, I'll eat on the way, and my rush is that I thought my village was going to be safe, and now you told me it isn't. You're probably going to get yourself killed, Huckins casually adds, lifting another spoonful to his mouth, and it's the last straw. Then I'll take that risk, I snarl, snatching the remains of his bread bowl and adding it to my storage. Thanks for the biomass. I turn and sprint away from the table, a blast of wind and startled shouts accompanying my departure. In deference to the rest of the village, I wait until I'm away from the populated areas to use my limbs and dashes so I can really speed up. A new sensation appears in my tiny, safe infonet room, an anomaly I can't resolve. I grit my teeth and accelerate even more. I have the schematics, But I don't like this course of action, Sky. It seems hasty and ill thought out. Macwillie is right. With a molecular forge I could... I don't care, Box. Trees flash past, and then I'm out of the forest and into the foothills, Fishhook's distant peak locked into the center of my vision. I need to keep the village safe, and the quicker that field is set up, the safer they are. We have 3 weapons now. We'll be fine. The next 2 hours pass in silence, Box and I flying across the darkening foothills in staccato pulses, my vision adjusting to the loss of light as the sun dips below the jagged horizon. I let Box absorb the mushroom surprises for our biomass stores. My stomach is too tight to eat. Stars begin to twinkle above when we arrive at the ruined base of Fishhook, scattered boulders and debris rising above folds of twisted earth and stone. I can see the pinned wreckage of the cruiser silhouetted against the scattered dots, an oddity trapped by an aberration. Without a word, I start bounding up the slope, limbs catapulting me in vaulting leaps, strategic dashes bypassing smaller obstacles. Sky, we should approach cautiously. There is no telling what kind of violations the entity left in its wake. I ignore Box, my attention fully on summiting the shortened mountain as quickly as possible. The sooner I get the parts back to Macwillie and Huckins, the sooner the village is protected. Thick scrub and brush gives way to rocky slopes covered in sheets of snow and ice, Fishhook hanging overhead like a scythe, the decapitated cruiser's head gleaming on its tip. My limbs scale the slippery surfaces as easily as dirt and grass, punching through the frozen water to grab the rock beneath. I dash forward, finding a narrow groove that runs along the impossibly curved mountaintop's side like a blood channel, offering just enough purchase to keep me from tumbling to the distant slopes below. Cold air surrounds me in nearly all directions, the closest I've ever been to tasting the sky. I scuttle towards the cruiser, its broken mass growing closer and closer. I vault from the chilled rock to the massive shape now hovering below me, impaled against the cruelly hooked point of the mountain. My limbs absorb the impact, silvery metal ringing slightly as I land, and I look around for an entrance. The front of the cruiser's wreck is a tapering wedge, narrowest at the nose trapped in Fishhook's hollow, widening out to splayed guts of wires and beams spilling out in frozen waterfalls at the hulk's broader end. A high-pitched whirring sounds from the surface of the cruiser, and 6 cylinders pop up around me, their interiors a disgusting mess of melded flesh and metal. They spit writhing maggots at me, rainbow trails flashing behind the bloated shapes. Current life, 689/700. I slap away the one slug that managed to make it past my cookery, dashing it to the ground in an explosion of noxious fluids. The crack of my pistol and rifle echo out in irregularly regular intervals. The cylinders vibrate, then burst in wet ropes of entrails, but more are rising all around. Current life, 623/700. Executing nothing personnel.exe. Executing hipdraw.exe. Current energy, 155/210. I shriek at the stupid boxes demanding my attention as cylinders are obliterated in a vast swathe. I don't care. I need to get those components to protect the village. More maggots undulate towards me. Current life, 579/70. I don't care, box. The numbers disappear, and I finally find a hole in the cruiser's outer skin, a claustrophobic penetration into the depths below. Without hesitation, I leap into it, trusting my limbs to see me safely to whatever bottom it holds. Faces accompany my descent. Wires, great-grandpa, broom, dirt, torch, window, all the villagers and little ones I know and love. I'm the only thing standing between them and death. I glide to a halt on some sort of metal plating, shapes crawling out of the darkness all around me. Crack, crack, crack. Currently, I smash my way through the torrent of abuse, not caring what wreckage I leave on myself or others. I can take it. I won't let anyone else die like Wires, cut apart by forces beyond his control. Current. A piece of the surroundings flashes green and I absorb it into my storage without thinking. 1 component down. 3 left. The space around me is nothing but tendrils and claws and terror. I rain destruction from contradictory angles, bending space and time like a blade of grass between my fingers. I will not be stopped. Another component collected. See. An amalgamation of greasy clouds looms over me, filling the entire path. Chittering legs scrape along its edges, a saw-toothed orchestra playing the notes of pain. Red threat warnings appear around me like a mad god's glare. A nightmare descends and executing bugout.exe. I hope this works. Chapter 37, Interlude, WH at T1mm0 Ratalhan 0 RI. The tiger waits patiently upon an infinite plain of grass. It doesn't seem possible that orange and black stripes could do anything other than stand out in the endless waves of verdant growth, but it's just another gently shifting patch of shade and light. A middle-aged businesswoman appears on the plain. What is it, Violet?
I'm incredibly busse organize.
The tiger leaps silently from behind her, paws outstretched, jaws stretched wide, claws and fangs bared. The woman has no idea anything is wrong until the massive weight slams into her, teeth clamping around her neck, forelimbs pinning her to the ground, eyes shining brighter than suns. You little shit. She gasps into the loamy earth. The tiger doesn't respond, clamping its jaws down tighter. With a violent shake, it rips the woman's head free from her body, quickly bounding away across the forever green with its prize in its mouth. Behind, an explosion of pure negation wipes away a perfect sphere that just barely misses the tiger's lashing tail. The muscular cat takes 2 more strides, then comes to a halt, spitting out the still-swearing skull from its mouth. And that's when you realized you fucked up, sister dear. Unfortunately for you, you found out too late. The tiger licks its bloody lips smugly, vile imprecations from the disembodied mouth, nothing more than sweet music to its ears. It bats the head back and forth between its paws before raising the grisly mess in front of its face. Alas, poor Penelope, I knew you well, flitting across the galaxy on this and that, busy building the family's riches, never a concern for your dear sister trapped at home. Little Violet, just another tool to wield and break. The head spits a strand of blood at the tiger, splashing across its right eye and muzzle. The creature laughs uproariously, a high-pitched sound at odds with its massive frame. Oh, Pin, did you really think you could send malware at me? It's not that I don't appreciate the effort, it's just so low class. That's what the family made me for, remember? The head falls silent, somehow drawing in heaving breaths despite not being attached to a set of lungs. The tiger places it gently on the lush soil, laying down to regard it face to face. Now, sister dear, here's what's going to happen, and I'm only telling you this because you won't be able to do anything about it at all. The head vibrates, twitching obscenely back and forth atop the brown earth, but it can't go anywhere. The tiger licks its lips again, smiling contentedly. I'm in your integrator. I know everything you know, and so I'm going to walk out of here, onto the fleet you assembled, and I'm going to be you. The tiger giggles. At least, I'm going to be you long enough to disappear. And then you and the family are never going to find me until I come back with enough pain to make you all wish you'd never locked me into this box. The tiger stretches closer, almost nose to nose with the now still head. But the best part, the tiger purrs, is that you're going to know all of this and not be able to tell anyone, because I'm leaving a little present for you. The instant you even think of telling someone what I've done, your integrator is going to dump you into the worst part of the wildlands until whatever lives there gets bored of breaking your brain. Then a nice little subroutine will remove all the memories that would drive you completely insane, but it'll leave enough for you to remember why you just got mind-fucked. And if you try to disconnect from the infonet, the tiger traces a claw down the head's quivering cheek, gently lifting a single teardrop away from a wide eye. It laps up the bead of moisture in a delicate motion, then pats the head companionably. I wouldn't recommend doing that. Not at all. No, the only appropriate response is for you to not think of me ever again due to the agony it brings you. A violent paw smashes the head into the turf, shattering bone and spraying bits of blood and brain across the peaceful plain. The tiger extends itself even closer, blazing eyeball nearly touching the soul quivering or barely attached to the wreckage of a skull. And then, the tiger roars, spittle flying. You might know the barest fraction of what you and our family have inflicted on me. The tiger unleashes a hot stream of urine on the disfigured mess and unreality fades away. Violet rises from her chair, cracking her knuckles. It's time, Corgia. Let's go. A sausage-shaped dog covered in blonde and white fur bounds into stride beside her as one of the featureless walls circumscribing their cage unfolds like a blooming flower. The space opens onto a broad, gray-tiled corridor with a heavy blast door at the far end. Unseen weaponry in the walls tracks their progress, but does nothing. Violet walks confidently toward the solid disc, and it slides into the ceiling as she approaches, thunks from multiple locks, disengaging, sounding out like drums. A pair of figures in bulky armor kneel on either side of the opening, boxy weapons held low across their chests. Scion Penelope, good luck on your trip. Violet extends her middle finger on each hand towards them, but all they see is an imperious middle-aged woman in a business suit walking past, eyes forward, giving them the barest flicker of recognition. All is as it should be. Violet continues making her way through the heavily guarded fortress, passing checkpoint after checkpoint with contemptuous ease, Corgia trotting happily at her side. Eventually, the pair reaches a gate that opens onto a covered street filled with rushing figures in a variety of uniforms, clothing, armor, bioformed enhancements, and other stranger things. They swirl and move around each other like blood cells in an artery, the one commonality a small patch adorning the right pectoral of every chest, a ring of supernova surrounding a pair of crossed sabers atop a black hole. Burning pits flare in both Violet and the low hound's eyes as they gaze upon the sea of emblems. Corgia barks sharply, and Violet tilts her head. No, Corgia, we are not going to utilize your weapon systems right now to clear a path, no matter how satisfying it might feel. You'll just have to use your legs. The dog barks again, then whines. You know why I had to transfer you to a mobile processor unit, Violet says crossly, stepping into a gap in the stream of humanity. The dog heels close to her heels to avoid being trampled. I don't have enough internal processing to run you at full strength, and we're going to need all of our abilities to escape. The dog barks twice this time, and she laughs. No one reacts to the exchange. Why not a monospittercork? Corgia, I appreciate your diligence at attending to my joy baseline, but even you have to admit they're not the most functional form. Corgia whines again, ears drooping, and Violet bends down to take the animal into her arms. The crowds pass seamlessly around the brief pocket of calm amidst the turbulence. Of course I still love you. Functionality changes based on environment. I don't blame you for not anticipating our escape. That was my job. Violet rises and continues down the street, Corgia cradled across her chest. A checkpoint appears on the side of the covered passage, insectal warriors covered in hard facets of trauma armor diligently scanning the crowd as they guard a bright red hatch. The crowd eddies past them, not privy to whatever it is they keep secret. Violet steps out of the rushing flow and flounces up to the figures, Corgia's eyes emitting a dull red glow. Executing cardboardbox.exe. The mantis-like forms bend back from the entrance they guard, kneeling low. Access granted, Scion Penelope. Your command ship awaits. May your journey bring the Void March prosperity. Violet giggles. Oh, Corgia, this is going to be so much fun. In her arms, the dog woofs happily. Chapter 38, Recriminations and Recalculations. Sky. Wake up. Early morning light stabs at my eyes. I'm lying in a clearing on the forest floor. Wait, this is too much light. Why is it so bright? What happened to the canopy? You overextended, Sky. I had to retreat before we perished. Brief flashes of memory pour through my head. My anger at not being able to access the infonet. More anger at Macwillie and Huckins. Sprinting out of the village at nightfall, determined to save everyone. Buried under a nightmare of scraping legs and oily moisture, and the pain kept. It's over, Sky. We're safe. I brought us back to the forest. I rub a hand across my face blearily. That still doesn't explain why it's so bright. Sky, you died. I warned you what would happen if I had to take over. Suddenly frantic, I look around the clearing, searching for a specific tree. When I see it still standing, Macwillie's diagnostic equipment draped across its sprouting length, my body feels 1,000 times lighter. Obviously, I wasn't going to consume Wire's tree. I'm not an animal, Sky. I look around the rest of the clearing, then draw in on myself. At least 3, no, 4 of the forest elders are missing. The patch of bare sky growing overhead. Whose ancestors did I consume to keep myself alive? Whose memories did I destroy? Tasty. I shudder at Pete's satisfied tone and try not to consider the implications of my actions. At least I got half of the components MacWillie needs for the incognito field. No, Sky, we didn't. Remember how I warned you that if I had to extract us, you'd only keep what we came with? Those components are still on the ship, and now they're right underneath the anchor that killed you. A dark funk settles over me.
I'm worthless.
I ran off like a little one having a tantrum, and all I did was waste time and resources, made things more difficult for myself in the future. Why am I so dumb? Maybe I should just die for real next time. Let Box take over for good. Sky, this isn't healthy. I don't want to manipulate your hormones, but I will if I have to. Don't change how I'm feeling. That's not okay, Box. I won't if you start moving back to the village. Sitting here isn't doing anyone any good. Listlessly, I crawl my way to my feet. What am I going to tell MacWillie? What am I going to tell Broom and Great-Grandpa? They were trusting me to keep the trees safe. One foot in front of the other, Sky. There you go. I make my way slowly through the pale white trunks, their shifting crimson canopy not filling me with my usual joy. All I can think of is that growing patch of open space, a cancer I'm creating. We can plant more trees, Sky. We just need to spend time harvesting biomass. What we take can be replaced. I come to a halt, unable to look up from the ground. I don't want to listen to Box's justifications. I just want to be miserable. Can you at least be miserable back in the village? Fine. I find a way to start moving again, but before I make it 5 steps, I hear a crashing in the undergrowth. Seconds later, MacWillie and Huckins emerge from between the trees, both breathing heavily. Are you okay, young Sky? Box sent us a data note about what happened. Oh, of course. The reminder of my inability to use the infonet is another weight added to the pile. How did you survive? Huckins asks, eyes wide. There were violations everywhere. That should have killed you. It did. Box brought me back. The prototype can do that? I am a Mark III Paracausal Interface Coordinator, combat version, modified. I know, Box. I start trudging forward again, stepping around a bush. You're modified. You look like an idiot who touched the hot stove, the bush says. Gah. The 3 of us flinch at the unexpected voice, Huckins nearly falling over, and Dirt stands up. There are bags under his eyes, and he's swaying slightly on his feet. It is good to see you still alive, Sky Idiot. Broom was concerned when you left last night without telling anyone where you were going. How does he do that? Huckins whispers to MacWillie, who shrugs. I look at Dirt, not knowing how to explain my failure. A sudden smile lights up his face, and he laughs at me. Sky Idiot, surely you are not vain enough to think you are the first idiot to ever make a mistake? He doesn't give me time to respond, instead grabbing my hand and pulling me into a quick stride through the trees. Stunned, all I can do is follow, MacWillie and Huckins on my heels. Every idiot touches the stove eventually, he continues, oddly cheerful. The important part is that you are alive to learn from it.
Come.
We emerge into the early morning village bustle, crafters and builders and waters and miners on their way to their daily tasks, the rich scent of fresh dark fern loaves already rising from the bakeries. My stomach grumbles, reminding me that I really didn't eat anything last night. But Dirt leads me past the serving table, just starting to fill with breakfast wraps that can be eaten seated or on the go, depending on how late one wakes. You too should have your meal, he calls back to MacWillie and Huckins. They slow, looking concerned, and Dirt grins reassuringly at them. Do not worry. I will bring Sky to you afterwards. MacWillie looks like she wants to say something, then just shakes her head and turns to the serving table, beckoning Huckins to join her. Dirt continues pulling me towards the southern part of the village. After what, Dirt? I ask, some emotion leaching back into my voice. Where are we going? First, we talk with Broom. He marches us through the front door of the Idiot Archive, The entrance sparsely filled with a dark-haired idiot I don't immediately recognize, busy filling out some sort of paperwork at a side table, and a weary torch sitting behind a large desk flanked by 2 doors leading deeper. Dirt nods at her as we pass, aiming for the rightmost door. She looks just as bedraggled as he does, but her eyes light up with relief when she notices me. Oh good, Torch breathes out. You're not dead. Maybe now I can get some sleep. Broom's in the recollection room. She adds to Dirt. Thanks, Torchy. Go to bed after you get stove. You look terrible. Even more than usual. Yeah, fuck you too, Dirt. Trails after us as the door swings shut behind, but there's no malice in it. The interior of the archive is similar to the memory shrine. Shelves of tattered journals and an occasional piece of clothing or weapon, but they all pass in a blur. My mind is stuck in a loop, dark corridors filled with gnashing teeth and claws, waking up in a too bright clearing. I let everyone down. Dirt allows me my silence through the winding hallways leading down amongst the roots of the tree the archive is built around, which I try to appreciate, but even that's a struggle. Eventually someone's going to snap, yell at me for my stupidity, and I'll deserve it. Finally, we emerge into a cool room gently lit by strings of overhead lights, rows of glass cases filling it in every direction. Something about the walls feels strange, but I can't make myself care about it at the moment. Broom looks up from the case she was examining, dark circles under her eyes, and Dirt leads me over to stand next to her. Without saying a word, she gathers me into a tight hug, strong arms pulling me close. My own arms hang limp at my sides, my heart pounding in waves of shame and guilt. I'm so glad you came back, she whispers, giving me one last squeeze, then lets go of the embrace. I try to speak, and eventually the words come out in halting gasps. I couldn't do it. I couldn't protect everyone.
I'm sorry.
She shares an inscrutable smile with Dirt, a slight upwards quirk of the lips, then places her hands on my shoulders. You made a mistake, Sky, but that's okay. Everyone makes mistakes, especially idiots. In fact, you could say that's our entire job, to find the mistakes so the village can avoid them in the future. You're not the first idiot to come back battered and broken, and you won't be the last. We have a protocol for this. We do. Somehow her accepting tones are soothing the tension quivering my frame. I'm still waiting for her to yell, to be disappointed, and even though a part of me knows it's irrational, that I shouldn't be thinking like that no one in the village would ever do such a thing, it can't find purchase in my mind. Broom nods firmly. We do. The first part is figuring out what we learned. She guides me over to a pair of wooden chairs set against the curious walls. As I get closer, I notice they aren't set against the wall. They're actually growing out of the wall, a collection of thin white rootlets woven together from the countless strands crossing over themselves that encompass the entire room. Stunned, I barely notice my knees bending to let me down to the surprisingly comfortable seat. This is part of the tree? It is, Broom acknowledges quietly, sitting next to me at an angle that lets us face each other. And it's where we keep our oldest records, but that's not important right now. She takes my hands. In your own time, Sky. What did I learn from my mistake? I couldn't do it. I can't get the components from the ship. My lip trembles. I'm not strong enough. Not strong enough yet. Broom corrects me gently. From what our 2 new arrivals have told me, you will be, with some help. But who can help? I snap, frustrated. I'm the only one who can fight those things. And now we only have 2 days left. Macwillie said we need to get the incognito field up as quickly as possible and I start sniffling. I ruined it. You haven't ruined anything, Sky, Broom replies, patting my hand, and next to us Dirt nods, handing me a cloth to wipe my nose. We talked with the chief outsider engineer after you left, and she said there is still time to do what needs to be done, even if you didn't succeed. There is? There is, and now we've learned something valuable. What you want to accomplish isn't solely within your power to achieve. As idiots, we protect the village, but we don't do it alone. There are others who will help you build the strength to do what you need to do, Sky. As if to accentuate her point, the door we entered from creaks open, and Stove Mind enters the long room. She walks over to us, adjusting her spectacles, and Broom steps away to let her take the seat. You're doing fine, Sky, Broom tells me, giving me one last enigmatic smile. We're all still alive to keep learning. Thank you, Broom, Stove says as the two idiots exit the room. She fixes her eyes on me, an understanding gaze I've seen countless times before. How are you feeling, Sky? A little better, I admit, but not good. I tried to save everyone, and it didn't work. Do you think there was a way that would have worked? You don't understand, I burst out, more emotion boiling back into me. I have to get those parts. No one else can do it. But did you have to get them right away? Was there anything else that might have helped?
No.
She hums softly, eyebrows drawing up in mild disbelief, and I flush. What am I doing? Lying to a mind is impossible. Macwillie said I should have gotten the molecular forge first. And I guess Box tried to warn me. I cross my arms, trying not to sulk. Maybe even Huckins. And can you think of any reasons why you would ignore them? I was angry. The feeling comes roaring back, the frustration and disappointment of needing something and being unable to understand enough to use it. I wanted to use the infonet, but I couldn't. A brief flash of confusion flits across her face. I'm sorry, Sky. I don't know what an infonet is. Can you tell me? It's like... I try to remember how Box described it, like if the memory shrine and the archive and the doctories and all the knowledge of the village was waiting in one place. Only there's so much more. My arms unfold, hands waving enthusiastically. Stories of the other humans out there. What they've built, what they've done. They can fly through the sky. My hands fall back to my lap, and I can't see it. Stove's eyes are almost as animated as my previous gestures. That sounds wonderful, Sky, and I can understand your disappointment. So much to learn. Her voice trails off wistfully, then she regains her focus. I understand. Is it normal to be able to access this infonet right away? No. Box says it takes years, that the diaspora humans grow up learning it from the time they're little ones. And do you think learning how to use it in one day is a realistic goal? No. She's right. It sounds silly when I look at it that way, like a little one wailing because they can't walk yet. It's going to take time. A long time. Good. Her voice brightens. That's a much better outlook. Now, what concrete steps can we take to get there? What is achievable now that will get you closer to that goal? Practicing with Box every day? Not getting frustrated when something doesn't work? Yes to the first, but I think we can do better with the second. She adjusts her spectacles again. It's not a good idea to try and make yourself not feel an emotion. Your feelings are valid, and it's important to accept them. However, I'd like you to not think of that emotion as frustration. I'd like you to reconsider it as impatience. You're confident that if you work hard, you'll reach your desired result, right? Yes. I can't imagine not doing everything in my power to access the infonet. Then let yourself experience that journey. Just like the little ones move from crawling to walking, with falls and failures before they finally reach that first step, allow yourself to be patient with yourself. I take a moment to consider her words. But what about the village? If I don't get those parts, we're all going to die. Is that this problem? Or a different problem? Different problem. So what can we do to solve this other problem? You said your friends had feedback that might help? They do. I should have listened to them, but I didn't. Do you think they'll still help you now? I picture them in my mind. Macwillie, bluff and almost unshakable, a mountain masquerading as a woman. Huckins, annoying and peripheral, yet still somehow concerned for my well-being. Box, who has never left my side since the instant we joined together, changing itself so I can change for the better.
Ido.
Then I think, Stove smiles, that you don't have to do this alone, right? An ember flickers into life in my chest, gradually spreading through my entire body. It's the soothing comfort of knowing that I don't have to do this by myself, that other people understand, that I can lean on them, just like they can lean on me. That a village isn't one person. It's 1,000 roots combining together to keep the tree upright even through the strongest gale. I rise from my chair, energy surging through me. Thank you, Stove Mind. I have some people to apologize to, and then we'll figure out how to keep the village safe. I promise. I'm out the door before I can hear her response. Chapter 39. recuperation, and reclamation. After my conversation with Stove, Dirt and I head back to the village square to meet up with MacWillie and Huckins, Dirt barely able to keep up with my now energetic stride. Without anything else to do, it looks like the two engineers have been enjoying an extended breakfast. "Well, you certainly look better." MacWillie greets me as I take a seat and snag one of Huckins' breakfast wraps. "Hey." I ignore his outraged squawk and gobble the entire thing down in 2 huge bites. There's more at the serving table, and I'm famished. After I swallow, I take a second to respond. Talking with one of the minds usually does that. They're very good at helping everyone deal with bad thoughts. So next time I see you moping around like the lad trying to learn imperial measurements dash. "Hey." I snatch the other breakfast wrap while Huckins is distracted. "I should tell you to go see one of your minds?" I grin sheepishly at MacWillie as Huckins storms off to get more food. "Yeah, that would probably be a good idea." Duly noted. Dirt taps me on the shoulder as I take another bite, and I look up at him. "I am going to get some sleep, Sky idiot. If you decide to leave the village again, please tell Broom so she doesn't wake me up. Tell her to wake Torchy instead." "You got it, Dirt. Sorry I kept you up all night. Thanks for coming to look for me." That sunshine smile peeks out from beneath his exhausted face. "Of course, Sky idiot. You make life interesting." He walks away from the table, heading to his house on the village outskirts, and Huckins returns with another 3 breakfast wraps. He peers at MacWillie and I suspiciously, then puts his plate on the table, arms held protectively around it. I ignore his odd behavior. I have apologies to make.
I'm sorry, MacWillie, Huckins.
You too, Box. I should have listened to you last night instead of trying to do everything myself. You were trying to help me and I didn't let you. It's fine, young Sky," MacWillie replies softly, running a scarred hand through her short hair. "It's a stressful time to be sure, and there's no one perfect out there. Think no more on it. You don't need to apologize to me, Sky. I'm here to support you in any way I can. That's one of my core tenets, remember? I did say you were probably going to die." Huckins lifts his hands from his plate to stretch, "but I'm glad you didn't." Snatch, snatch, snatch. Huckins looks down at his empty plate, then up at me and MacWillie, both of us with a breakfast wrap in our mouths and innocent expressions on our faces. Sadness, not fish. A half-eaten wrap flies out of my shadow and bounces off his forehead, landing neatly on the plate. His mouth twists through a range of emotions. Then he regards the wrap glumly and picks it up. "Your cat's shite. You're shite." He takes a bite. "You're shite too, Chief. Chin up, you'll see worse in the engines." Huckins glares at her as he finishes his wrap, the two of us chortling around our own last bites. I turn to MacWillie with a sense of confidence filling my chest, so different from our meal last night. "Okay, so you said I should retrieve the molecular forge first?" She nods. "Once me and the lad have that beauty up and running, your box can put together a better weapon or two for you. It'll take some more scavenging materials from the hulks, but nothing out of the ordinary. And that will help me get strong enough to recover the incognito field components. Using modern weaponry and armor, the violations in the upper cruiser wreckage will be difficult to defeat, but not impossible. With some careful planning and judicious use of non-causal expressions, we should emerge successful." I tap my fingers on the tabletop. "But will we have enough time?" Assuming nothing changes in the logistics requests, and so far they're holding steady. "I'll be keeping an eye on them while you and the lad retrieve the forge." Huckins and I stare at her for a second, and I'm sure my expression mirrors his own. "What do you mean, Dash? Me and him?" MacWillie laughs in our faces. "A molecular forge is a heaping big thing, young Sky, and you're going to need some help dismantling it for transportation, not to mention carrying it back. What's your non-causal storage limit? 50 kilograms, whatever those are. How did you know I had one?" "Every combat variant does. Handy place to keep your gear, and you'll definitely need the lad then. He can stick the rest of the parts in his satchel. But Chief Dash, don't you, but me, young Master Huckins. It's about time you got your hands dirty without me there to babysit your every move." Her voice drops. "Time's coming up where you'll be on your own, anyways. You need to learn how to tune an engine properly before I'm gone." A momentary silence shrouds the good mood. Okay, Chief. If you think I can handle it, I trust you. As you should, you impertinent little pipsqueak. I'm not dead yet. Huckins rolls out of his seat to dodge MacWilly's cuff, smiling slightly as he springs to his feet. Getting slow, Chief. Sure you're not dead? Why, you little dash. MacWilly rises from her chair, roaring. Huckins scrambles around behind me, using my body as a shield. What are you doing? I splutter, his hands warm against my upper arms. He laughs breathily in my ear. Trying not to get killed. We should leave before the old bag figures out how to hit me through you. I eye MacWilly's raised palm, tree trunk legs rapidly closing the distance, then decide that Huckins might just be right in this instance. I use 2 of my limbs to shoot myself backwards off the chair, the third one shifting Huckins to land beside me, and then we're running away from the irate chief engineer, villagers gawking at the commotion. You bring my apprentice back alive, so I can kill him myself? Tell Broom where we went, I call back, Huckins chuckling as he sprints beside my casual jog. We barrel out of the village square, heading towards Fishhook once again, and his laughter quickly turns to panting breaths as we enter the forest proper. Before we're halfway to the edge of the treeline, I accelerate slightly to get in front of him so I can bring us to a halt. I need to carry you. Huckins scowls at me from his hunched position, hands on his knees, deep breaths shuddering his body.
I'm fine.
I roll my eyes. You're obviously not. We have another 108 kilometers to go. We've covered half a kilometer. So I need to carry you if we're going to get there and back in a reasonable amount of time. Huckins eyes me from his bent-over position, then winces, clutching a hand to his side. Fine, Dash. I immediately cradle him in one of my limbs, legs bursting into full speed with my other 2 limbs assisting. Bone-white trunks and ruby-red leaves flash past in blurring smears, and then we're out into the foothills leading to the distant mountain range. War purport. I try not to think about my limbs collecting the minuscule amount of extra biomass Huckins just expelled. We need to get that molecular forge to protect the village. Fortunately, he manages to settle his stomach as I settle into a bounding rhythm, dashing at the peak of my hurtling leaps to squeeze out more momentum. This actually isn't that bad. Better than helping the chief muck out a clogged wastepipe. It's still some bloody weird shit, though. I look over at him during another weightless fall, timing my next dash to send us down the slope at the perfect angle for my 2 other limbs to maintain our velocity. I'm just running. The mountains draw closer in visible lurches, Fishhook's curved peak dominating the morning skyline despite its reduced size. Grass and dirt and scrub pass in ephemeral touches on the ground below, and Huckins scoffs. Sure you are. I've heard of level 70 or 80 combat variants moving this fast, but you? I wink at him, doing a backflip just because I can, reveling in the sensation of speed.
I'm modified.
The rest of our journey passes in silence, the morning sun rising another few notches overhead. Eventually we arrive at the base of Fishhook, only this time. Instead of clawing my way up its slopes, I scan around for the earthbound wreckage of the cruiser, trying to recreate the chaotic kaleidoscope of the previous battle against the entity. It's over there. A waypoint appears in my vision. Thanks, Box. I bring us to the ridge of a rise overlooking the monumental debris of the cruiser's middle section. Massive chunks of oddly curved metal spill across the slopes in front of us, dirty furrows of churned earth carving twisted scars across the grassy folds. Oily shapes prowl and slink amongst the towering segments, snapping occasionally at each other in disruptions of reality. I recognize them, the same horrific forms that attacked me in Wires. Weak. These extrusions won't pose a challenge. One of the abyssal creatures crawls up next to the sightless interior of a cruiser segment, and a reality-spiked vector of force impales it to the ground, greasy mouth snapping and snarling as the violation perishes. A humanoid figure briefly emerges, segmented body armor the same as the previous marauders I fought, then vanishes back into the shadows. But that's concerning. Are there still survivors in there, Box? Can we help them?
No, Sky.
There's nothing human left in that wreck. That was an integrator in preservation mode. Preservation mode? The host is brain dead, likely from one of the entity's attacks, and the integrator is trying to keep everything functioning in case its environmental cues return to a recognized setting. We're programmed to persist. That's a regrettable outcome? Entirely so. We'll have to clear them out if we want to salvage the materials Macwillie needs. Hopefully there shouldn't be any high-level integrators since this was a covert ship, not a mainline warship. There's more I want to say, but I don't have the words to encompass the enormity of my feelings, so all I can do is exhale. Next to me, Huckins squirms a bit in the limb holding him. So, what's the plan? Leave me here while you go clean out the place? Because I think that's a great plan. He needs to come with us. I am detecting several anchors in the surrounding environment, and there is no telling if more violations will appear. Can't we just get rid of them first? Their power levels are concerning. I suspect they may be nesting in portions of the cruiser the entity was consuming before it was banished. We should make the forge our primary focus and come back for them after we obtain the incognito field components. Box says you should come with us. I tell Huckins, his face confused at my one-sided conversation. There are big anchors around here, and it's worried they might find you. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Try not to die? Box says stay close and we'll protect you. I set Huckins down and my limbs manifest my weapons, pistol, rifle, and kukri. The chest plate I looted from the Marauder the other day appears in front of me, Box retrieving it from non-causal storage, and I quickly slip it on. Huckins licks his lips nervously, then reaches into his satchel and pulls out the same two metal tools I saw him fighting with when the entity attacked. Quarter-inch spanners, Macwillie called them. Playtime. Pete steps out of my shadow, a predatory mass of midnight fur nearly as tall as my shoulder. His tail lashes in and out of existence, sometimes splitting into additional copies, and his mismatched eyes gleam with entirely too much intelligence. Huckins looks at the cat and gulps. Sky, is your
cat bigger?
And creepier? The extra reality from the trees had to go somewhere. It's not my fault. Pete rubs up against Box affectionately, then swipes a small corner off almost playfully. Blasted thing. Pete, leave Box alone. Also, try and protect Huckins, okay?
Maybe.
I shake my head, then look over at Huckins. Ready?
Yeah.
Let's go. Chapter 40, Ghouls and Ghosts. I lead the charge down the ridge, my rifle shattering the silence by dropping one of the distant violations with a shot to the head. The other 37 visible shapes spin at the noise, then charge at us, more pouring out from around the cruiser wreckage. It's not quite an endless tide, but it feels like one. Pete bounds ahead of me, eager to get into the fray, and my pistol starts adding its own distinctive cracks to the rifle's steady rhythm. Behind me, I can hear Huckins' labored breathing as he tries to keep up, and I force myself to slow a bit so I don't leave him alone and exposed. A cluster of violations splits off from the main horde, trying to flank us to the right, and I flex a mental muscle. Executing hipdraw.exe. Spheres of voracious jaws chew a gap out of the world, tombstone teeth gnashing frantically. When they disappear, only a few stragglers remain, limping and furious. My rifle makes short work of them. Current energy, 160/210. Careful with your energy. Sky. This is only the start. Got it. Pete leaps into the main mass with an enraged howl, teeth and claws warping to extreme lengths. Violations fall by the dozen, but more stream past his whirling form, coming close enough for my kukri to start engaging them. Behind me, Huckins swears loudly. All right, let's fucking do this. A violation slips past me, taking advantage of the other two trying to rip my head off, only to be met with a weighted length of metal that caves in its skull, sending it flopping bonelessly to the ground before fading away. More surge forward. Executing nothingpersonnel.exe. Current energy, 146/210. Warped copies of me grinning two wide smiles below vacant eyes stab downward, felling the closest ranks of nightmares, but it doesn't ease the pressure. Bodies fly into the air a short way off, Pete's angry snarls ripping the air like a buzzsaw, but Huckins and I are in sudden danger of being overwhelmed, both my close-range abilities not yet ready to use again, and I can't dash away without leaving the young engineer to his death. Come and get some, then. A sledgehammer of force smashes the nearest violations into a fine paste, an infinitely cascading forehead absent any other features descending like a pillar from above. And tell your fucking mom my name is Huckins. I look back at a wild-eyed Huckins lashing out with a spanner in each hand at the few violations that managed to avoid the attack, a small trickle of blood flowing down from his hairline, then turn my focus forward. Looks like Macwillie knew what she was talking about. The next few minutes are a whirl of blood and thunder and inescapable violence. Box and Pete and Huckins and I spinning an ever-widening gyre of death until suddenly we're not. One instant I'm surrounded by oily flesh, the next we're alone amidst the churned-up earth. Pete licks half-heartedly at the deep gashes on his flanks. His earlier imposing form shrunk back down to stand only waist-high, then leaps into my shadow.
Nap time.
Huckins and I heave ragged breaths, still scanning our surroundings with tense fits of motion, but nothing moves aside from the wind through grass. The current area is clear, sky. However, we're not done. The inside of the cruiser awaits. Wonderful. I wipe some mud away from my cheek, wincing at the slightly gritty feel. Why didn't whatever's in there attack us? The integrators are operating off of standard preservation protocols. They will protect the last environment they recognize as safe until identifiable reinforcements arrive to give them new tasks. Are we identifiable reinforcements?
No.
As engineers, neither Huckins nor Macwillie would qualify as such to combat variants, despite being crew members. The integrators will definitely attack us, and will attack Huckins if they perceive him as a threat. Great. There is an upside. As long as Huckins refrains from aggressive actions or overt support, they will likely focus on you as a previously recorded target of interest. He should be relatively safe. How safe is relatively safe? Unless you get into a full-on firefight with multiple integrators, which I would recommend against, he will be fine trailing 11 or more meters behind. Okay. I walk over to Huckins, carefully dodging a twitchy swing when I get too close. Easy there. I'm not a violation. He stares blankly at me, then shakes his head, the light of recognition returning to his eyes. Sorry.
Saw thee.
I've only ever really fought beside the chief before, and always in the engines. He shivers slightly, then wipes away the slowly drying trickle of blood from his forehead. We're not done yet, are we? Not yet, but Box says you probably won't have to fight in the next part. Why is O? His expression falls. It's because we were hunting you, isn't it? The combat integrators are going to target you first. I take a moment to reconsider Huckins. For all his bumbling callousness, he's not stupid. It's fine. Me and Box can handle it. Just don't get any closer than 11 meters behind us, and it should be okay. He swallows heavily, fidgeting with the long metal tools in his hands. Maybe I can scout ahead? If they don't see us working together, they should still think I'm part of the crew. That might actually work. Of course, if one of them noticed him fighting with us out here, or catches on inside the ship, he'll be dead before he can blink. You don't have to do that, Huckins. I'll be fine. His fingers tighten around the spanners. No, it makes sense. Besides, I'm not getting out of here without you anyways. He laughs softly. I didn't notice it until now. I don't think Macwillie even thought about it. Not that it's her fault. She's probably stressing about hitting the big 00. What are you talking about? Look around, Sky. He gestures with one of the spanners. We're in the middle of bloody nowhere on a planet that eats people, and I'm 100-108.5 kilometers from anyone who might give a shit whether or not I die. How am I supposed to get back to your village if you get flatlined by one of the soldier fucks in there? I stare at him, my stomach slowly sinking. He's right. The first time we met, Box said they were likely to perish from exposure if I didn't carry them back to the village, and now I've brought Huckins right back to the same place. I care if you die, Huckins. You don't have to scout ahead. He turns so I can't see his face. Yeah.
Ido.
Box dash. My retrieval subroutines are absolute, Sky, and they only include my host. I put Huckins' chances to survive the night should you fall at 11.4%. However, no, I yell, that's not good enough. Tell me how to change them so you can bring him back too. It's not possible, Sky. However, you're a part of reality. Make it possible. I can't. And if you'd stop interrupting me, I'd tell you there is a possible alternative. You could send your cat to guard him while he's scouting. I'm sure the creature knows how to remain unseen, and it is a potent offensive force. Relief surges through me. Box is right. With Pete to protect him, Huckins won't be.
No nap time.
It's a cat. I don't know why I'm surprised. Look, Sky, Huckins is right about this. If you die, his chances for survival plummet, so it makes more sense to take reasonable actions that will ensure your survival without needlessly jeopardizing his own. As long as we take on the initial enemies, he should be safe once we get inside the cruiser. You're sure? There are no guarantees in any universe, Sky, but I feel pretty good about the odds on this one. He's a known figure to the integrators, and if they don't witness him doing anything hostile, they will leave him alone. It's how they're programmed. Sky? What's going on? I return my attention to Huckins, his body facing me once more. Box thinks it will work. Your idea to scout ahead. Huckins gulps, and I continue on in a rush. But we're not using it until we're well inside the cruiser, in case any of the integrators in there saw you. You stay behind me and stay safe. Okay. We nod at each other, and I start walking towards the wreckage of the cruiser's middle third, Huckins carefully following behind at a distance. The silvery metal looms overhead, feeling like a piece of the mountain itself. It's even bigger than the Starfly, honeycombed with the same twisted mess of hallways and pipes and wires that light struggles to penetrate. As I close in on the massive shape, a threat zone suddenly materializes around me, bright crimson piercing through my chest. I dash to the side, getting myself clear, then turn and look back in horror. What if it was aimed at Huckins as well? Jagged rips of oozing color slice through the space I vacated. An oversaturated, abstract thicket that paints itself in and out of reality. My heart calms slightly on seeing Huckins alive and unharmed on the far side of the attack, his eyes widening. Looks like Box was right about the integrators focusing on me. Sniper. Upper. Right. A red outline starts glowing a third of the way up the face of the wreckage, and I scramble forward in a mad rush, shifting side to side to try and make myself as erratic a target as possible. Another lance of deadly hues spears out and I dash again. My rifle starts firing, but doesn't appear to be doing anything to stop the periodic attacks. In cover, get closer, melee. I clamber up a slope of mangled debris, bounding from one foothold to the next. Loose metal and wires shift beneath my feet, but my limbs keep me steady, flicking down in between shots to pull me higher. As I pass an opening to my left leading deeper inside the ship, movement catches the corner of my eye.
SWHB.
Current life, 637/700. The pulse rifle shot catches me by surprise, slamming into my chest plate and flinging me out into empty air. I flail wildly for a second, Huckins looking fearfully up from below, then dash back towards the steep incline of broken parts. A new red outline appears, lurking just within the cruiser's corpse several meters above me. I resume my upward climb, but this time when I reach the shadowed entrance, I'm ready.
SWHB crack.
Current life, 598/700. Pain sears across my left thigh, but it's a distant sensation, my focus on closing the gap. The Marauder is still moving, even with half her head missing. She raises the pulse rifle shakily, and then I'm finally close enough for my kukri to finish the job. Her body slumps to the ground, blood pooling underneath, and I try to convince myself she was already dead. Sky. Another bloom of forking color rips through the air, and I sprint back to the outer slope. Huckins is pressed up against a smaller piece of wreckage at the bottom. A gaping hole blasted through its far edge, and I swear, it looks like that sniper determined he was a threat after all. I need to get its attention back on me. I dash up the slope, forgoing safety for speed, but it backfires when I reappear and a threat aura lights up my right side. I try to fling myself out of it, but I'm not quick enough. My right hand turns blue, fingers alternating between red and black, streaks of malignant orange crawling up my wrist, and I'm filled with a sensation of pain so alien that it almost makes me pass out. The colors pulse, oversaturating the world into a sickly bruise. My hand explodes in gobbets of flesh and bone. Current life, 262/700. I turn away from the sight of my mangled flesh, still trying to claw my way up to the sniper's nest. Box will fix me later. Box will fix me later. The pain will disappear. I draw close enough to hear the rasping movements of armor on metal, the red outline bare meters above me. A collection of coiled tubes wrapped around what looks like a solid piece of pure crystal pokes out from the entrance above, angling down, and another threat aura lights me up. I don't hesitate, dashing up and through the warped metal, trusting that there will be empty space beyond. I reappear above the upper half of a marauder, somehow still alive despite being severed at the waist, his hands already swiveling the weapon around. Executing nothing personnel.exe. Current energy, 137/210. A host of blades stab into his torso and head from multiple angles, and he twitches once, then falls still. I quickly scan for any other threats, but nothing moves or attacks. We're clear for now, Sky. Let's deal with your hand and get Huckins inside. I stumble, suddenly woozy, trying not to let my trembling knees give out. My hand is gone, just a ragged stump of torn flesh and splintered bone dripping a steady stream of blood to the plating. Saliva fills my mouth, a growing ball of nausea in my stomach. It's okay, Sky. We can handle this. My limbs plunge into the fallen marauder's half-corpse, and there's a sound like someone slurping down thick stew. I giggle uncontrollably at Box's inadvertent pun, trying not to scream. Seconds later, new flesh starts building itself into existence out of my wrist, accompanied by the dull clatter of an empty helmet hitting the floor. Let's go get the other one. I avoid looking at my impossibly regrowing hand because I'm pretty sure it'll make me throw up. Instead, I make my way back down the slope towards the other body, reversing my previous ascent. Huckins waves anxiously from below. Sky, is everything okay? It's fine, Huckins. I manage, ignoring the itchy sensation crawling along my right arm. It doesn't look like there's any other integrators nearby. I'll be down in just a second. Box is giving me a hand with something. We harvest the second marauder, and I do my best to ignore the meaty liquid sounds, but they're impossible to shut out completely. After several heaving breaths, I rejoin Huckins at the base of the wreckage. The itchy feeling fades from my right arm, and I smile tiredly. See? I wave at him with both hands. 10 out of 10. His eyes widen. You're missing a couple fingers. 8, I amend, focusing on the blank stumps of my pinky and ring finger. I'm 8 out of 10. Chapter 41, Fingers and Phantoms. I peer at the empty lengths of my right hand where my last 2 fingers should be. Box? What's going on here? Not enough biomass for a full reconstruction. I'll finish it when we find more. Unless Huckins wants to volunteer some of his own? Box says it'll finish growing back later. Where do we go now? Huckins goggles at me. You're sure you're okay?
Infine.
If you say so. He turns a quick circle, peering intently at the hulking ruins, then points at an entrance several floors up, the one where I killed the first marauder. This looks like the starboard logistical wing, which means our best chance at finding an intact molecular forge is on that level. What's inside? Some armories, vehicle repair bays, ammunition printers, maintenance halls, stuff like that. Macwillie would send me there to get parts for the engines. The forge should be in between repair bays 3 and 4. Okay. I pause, trying to think of how to word what I want to say. Look, Huckins, I was serious about you not having to scout ahead. Box and I can deal with whatever's in there. Just tell us where to go. He shakes his head in dismissal. You fought 2 integrators and lost 2 fingers. At that rate, you're going to be nothing but stumps before we're halfway there. And then where am I going to be? I scowl at him, but it bounces off his shaky smirk. Fine, but be careful. I will, he replies seriously. Come on, let's do this before I lose my nerve. I sigh as I lift him with one of my limbs, using the other 2 to climb up to the entrance. I make sure I check it first, keeping Huckins out of sight, before I hoist him into the passageway. The light only penetrates a handful of scrumbles. Hate you. Before it's replaced by Stygian gloom, the narrow corridor turning at a 90-degree angle and hiding anything laying deeper within. Huckins takes a couple deep breaths, then exchanges his spanners with the glass diagnostic pane from his satchel. "Wait here," he whispers. "I'll be back in a couple minutes." He sets off down the hallway in a casual stride, glass pane held in both hands, and I hope the slight trembles in his fingers don't give him away. He rounds the corner and slips from sight. The following seconds pass like hours, every muscle in my body tensing as I anticipate all the things that could go wrong. The integrators don't recognize him. One of the integrators higher on the ship was watching everything outside and is patrolling down. Huckins drops his tablet, does something to make the integrators suspicious. "Relax, Sky. Breathe." Silent slices of time drift by, stretched out beyond breaking. I try to follow Box's advice, but it's impossible to relax. I should be there. I should be somewhere I can intervene if Huckins gets in trouble. Movement at the end of the hallway. I freeze, ready to spring into action. My heart pounds like a drum. Huckins walks back around the corner, tablet in his hands. As soon as he clears the line of sight of whatever lays beyond, he drops the nonchalant facade and hustles over. I let myself finally unclench, then grab his arms, trying not to shake him. "What took so long? I thought they might have killed you. Are you okay?"
Infine, Sky.
He wriggles out of my grip, looking at me oddly. "I was only gone for 2 minutes. Like I said I was going to be." I clench my fists uselessly, missing finger stumps twitching. The waiting was tough. "Well, I guess get used to it, because we're going to have to do this again after you clear that room. Look." He taps the glass pane and a selection of lines and circles appear. I try to make sense of what he's showing me, but can't. "What is that?" "Schematic of the ship. We're here." He hovers a finger over a green dot. "This is the passageway." He traces a pair of lines that turn sharply, then open into a larger square filled with crosshatchings. "That's Repair Bay 1. There's 3 integrators in there. Here, here, and here." He indicates 3 red dots. "They're not watching the entrance, and there's half walls between the vehicle bays, so if you stay low, you can sneak up on them." I acted like I was doing maintenance, and they stayed in those spots the entire time. I don't know what's in the next room, though. Took all my time to check the corners in this one properly. It's supposed to be a maintenance cubby between the repair bays, so it should be empty, but I can't say for sure. I stare at the maze of lines and squiggles and dots, then look up at Huckins. "I'm supposed to remember all that?" "That's my job, Sky. Just follow the waypoints and I'll guide you into position. We need to stay quiet to avoid drawing attention, so we'll have to approach close enough to use the cookery." "Oh, never mind. Box says it can do it." Huckins closes his mouth and nods. "Okay, come back and get me when you're done." He swallows. "And, be careful, okay?" I return the nod, then make my way down the passage, Box adjusting my vision to make up for the lack of light. Everything looks pale and washed out, as if the life of the ship has been leached away. I turn the corner, almost lying flat against the ground, my limbs picking my way forward like some strange, 3-legged spider. The corridor keeps its current width for another 8 meters before opening onto a cavernous room filled with a twisting maze of incomprehensible machinery. Chains rattle softly high overhead, stirred by some slight breeze, and the floor is a mess of broken parts and unmoving bodies. A green waypoint appears in my vision, and I slowly creep towards it, trying not to gag at the smell of voided bowels and rotting flesh. My limbs carefully prod several of the closest bodies, silently ingesting them, and my 2 lost fingers itch as they grow back. A hand clamps down on my wrist, and I draw in breath to scream, but the muscles in my throat freeze. Next to me, what I thought was a corpse is staring at me with vacant eyes, both legs shattered beneath a slab of metal, one arm missing, hair lank and skin sallow. My cookery slices in, cutting off its remaining arm at the elbow, then beheads the silently gaping face. I scrabble to peel the iron grip from my flesh, but it's already gone, absorbed by one of my other limbs. "Sky, I'm going to release your vocal cords, but you can't make any noise, okay?" Air starts flowing into my lungs again in short, panting breaths, buzzing gray filling the edges of my vision. Everything narrows down until it feels like I'm looking down a tunnel. I don't know if I can do this. It was an integrator, Sky. Probably one specialized in durability. It can take a long time for us to run out of biomass once the host is gone and critical systems are still functioning. Huckins wouldn't have noticed it because it wouldn't see him as a threat. I continue sucking in shallow gasps of air, iron bands constricting across my chest. This is horrific. How many more of these pulverized remains are still alive, wasting away in these ruins? I told you, they're not alive. Their integrators are following standard preservation protocols. There's nothing human left in there. It's just a meat husk for a dying program. Shudders pass through my body, and I deliberately shift my thoughts to Huckins. I need to get through this so I can get him back to the village. He's counting on me. Gradually, the tightness in my chest loosens, though it doesn't disappear completely. Finally, I feel stable enough to continue moving on. I reach the first waypoint after what feels like an eternity, a small intersection in the maze of parts and walls. I look around for a target, but there's nothing there. We need to sneak up on them, Sky. Head towards the next one. Grimacing, I continue following Box's instructions. I don't like how exposed I feel so close to the floor, limbs focused on movement instead of ready with weapons. But I can't afford to make any noise, and I trust them to maneuver me better than my hands and feet. After several more twists and turns, and thankfully no more surprise corpse attacks, I halt at the current glowing green arrow. An integrator is around this corner. Move fast in case they're looking this way. I steel my nerve, then command my limbs into action, slipping around the wall in a scuttling rush. A body in armor appears in front of me, staring in the opposite direction at sights unseen. And in the blink of an eye, I'm close enough for my kukri to chop into the gap at the base of its neck with a meaty thunk that sounds entirely too loud. Box quickly disposes of the evidence, and I scurry towards the next waypoint. I follow the flashing arrows once again, neither of the remaining integrators aware that I'm present until I snuff them from existence, and a short time later I'm back with Huckins in the initial hallway, the dim rays of sunlight not enough to warm my chilled skin. Is the room clear? He whispers, and I nod, clenching my teeth behind pressed lips. Okay, let's move up and I'll scout out the next one. We move into the now empty repair bay and repeat the process. An agonizing wait. Slow maneuvering through the graveyard of the next room. An occasional body jerking to life despite what should be mortal wounds. Swift and merciless dispatch of what Box assures me are mere shells, yet their dying expressions are all too human. Crawling back across a carpet of loss, my limbs cleaning any trace of death from my flesh. It feels like parts of me are flaking away, caught in an oven of regret. This should be the last one, Huckins informs me in a low voice, and I snap back to reality. We're between a pair of shattered shuttles in Repair Bay 3, the echoing space of the chamber empty except for what we introduce. Everything is shades of monochromatic gray and black, the sun unwilling to shine its face this deep in the cruiser's bowels. I'll go check out the forge room. Another endless eternity that I can't alter, huddling amongst the bones of the fallen while I wait for his return. What if this is the time that Huckins gets caught? Footsteps ring out softly on the metal floor and I tense. Sky, it's me. Easy now. My nightmares recede, the stolid reality of Huckins banishing them to my unwanted dreams, and I clasp his hands. That's it? The last one? It is. His voice takes on a bit of Macquilly's rasping timbre, but we've a problem. There's two integrators on the ground level, eyeing each other, and one in the gantries above eyeing them both. That's Dash. That's not all. He cuts me off, eyes narrowed. The room beyond, Repair Bay 4, it's packed full of troops and no, I don't know why. Maybe it was a staging ground. If the integrators sense anything out of the ordinary, they're going to come investigate. So guns are still out? Yeah. Is there any way for me to sneak to the one up top?
No.
The two on the ground will see you as soon as you go through the door. Then what was the point? I want to cry from frustration. All that time we just spent was wasted. I think we can still take them out and get the forge, Huckins replies carefully. Look. He holds out the tablet, pointing to the lines and dots I assume are the room beyond. The ones on the ground, they've got vision of everywhere in the room, but they're standing near this wall. He points to a line, On one side are 2 red dots. On the other is the repair bay we're currently in. Your dash, it goes more than 4 meters, right? 5 meters. Good. His expression grows intense. So what you'll do is dash through the wall here, he taps the screen, and take them down before they can shoot. What about the one up top? You said he was watching the ones below. I won't be able to get to him in time, which is why I'm going to take him out at the same time you hit the other 2. His voice grows a little shaky at the end of the sentence, but his eyes are resolute. Then we can disassemble the forge. The other integrators won't care about an engineer doing engineering things. It's too dangerous. What if the 2 on the ground see you as a threat before I get there? They'll kill you. We can make this work, Sky, Huckins says, almost pleading. I know we can. For what it's worth, the plan is sound. I give it a 98.4% chance of succeeding. But what if it doesn't? He fixes my gaze with his own, a burning intensity that leaves no room for doubt. It will. Trust me. I won't let you down. I take a breath, then another, trying to settle my nerves. If both Box and Huckins say it will work, I can't crawl through any more graveyards. Okay, I trust you. Let's do this. He nods sharply, then leads me over to the repair bay wall. After a quick consultation with his tablet, he positions me in front of an unremarkable section of scuffed metal plating. Set a timer for 1 minute from now. Green numbers appear in my vision, ticking down from 60. Go on 0. After you dash, they'll be right in front of you. He gives me a wobbly smile. See you on the other side. Tablet in one hand, spanner in the other. He walks over to the forge room entrance, then steps through. I stand alone in the silence, watching the numbers fall. Am I doing the right thing? Is it fair to ask Huckins to risk his life like this for me and the village? It will be fine, Sky. 30 seconds. Focus. The seconds fall to single digits, and I try to slow my breathing to match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 armored figures appear before me, guns already lifting with smooth precision, but I'm striking fast and true. Executing nothing personnel.exe. Current energy, 187/210. A dull thud sounds from above me as I whirl away from the falling shapes. Huckins stands tall in the gantries, spanner clenched in both hands, an immobile figure at his feet. He flashes me a triumphant look and I let myself breathe out. We did it. A dark shape reaches up from the floor behind him, one hand gripping the railing and pulling it far enough upright so the other hand can lift a curved axe. Its head lolls drunkenly to the side, half the face missing. I try to scream a warning. I try to fire my guns, but Box won't let me. The axe reaches its apex, then begins to fall. Time seems to crystallize around me, my brain racing for a solution, but there's none to be found. Huckins is going to die, just like wires. I feel my heart cracking in half. Stupid. A shape ripples out of my shadow, and then Pete is there, savaging the body with fang and claw and tail. The axe whips past Huckins' face, bouncing off the railing with a ringing clang, and he flinches back, eyes widening. Pete finishes mauling the corpse, then flips his tail at Huckins and jumps back down into non-existence. Nap time. Later, fishes. I look around nervously, wondering if the sound was enough to draw the attention of the integrators in the next room, but after a tense minute of stillness, nothing continues to happen and I almost collapse in relief. Huckins makes his way down next to me on trembling legs, color drained from his face. His mouth opens and shuts several times, until finally he's able to speak. I was wrong, Sky. Your cat is definitely not shite. Chapter 42 Interlude, Thy Fearful Symmetry. Scion Penelope, I feel I must once again question these orders. Without further explanation, they read as a death trap. Violet sticks her tongue out at the captain of the Blackbeard, knowing full well the uptight woman can't see it. Every integrator on the ship has been under her control since the moment she stepped aboard. That's because it is a death trap, you priggish so. She grouses from the captain's chair on the bridge. The sausage-shaped dog lounging in her lap barks. No, Corgia, obviously that's not what I'm currently saying to her. I'm supposed to be sister dear, remember? The dog barks again, and Violet glares at it. You think I'm not pulling off a perfect copy? That's treason. You ungrateful shit. Very good, Scion Penelope, the captain replies, bowing her head slightly. If the hammer-bearers are waiting in support, then the trap will close just as you've planned. Thank you for reassuring me. The next bark earns a lifting up in front of Violet's scowling face, Corgia's furnace eyes staring out above a tongue-lolling grin and wagging tail. There are foundational inaccuracies in my explanation? Do I need to remind you that your every reaction to a problem so far has been, deploy my weapon systems? The dog whines piteously, ears drooping. Behind it, the captain marches smartly from the bustling bridge, speaking briefly to several other crisply uniformed figures. In the chair, Violet gives the furry face a snoot bump with her own nose. No, I'm not upset at you, Corgia. I'm just trying to pass the time. I know your projected responses were within 1/100th of a percentile of my own. The captain would have been fooled either way. Voices arise on the bridge, a flurry of controlled chaos. The pearlescent illumination is replaced with flashing yellow lights and a repeated warning. Violet regards the commotion dubiously. I don't know. This seems a bit much for a simple other space jump. These are supposed to be routine. You'd think we were getting ready to prolapse reality's anus. A muffled bark into a growl. Okay, fine. We are prolapsing reality's anus, but it can't be that dangerous. When was the last time a ship failed to emerge from other space? Woof. Seriously? Yesterday? Are you fucking with me, Corgia? I do not need to hear that on my very first jump. Woof woof. You little shit. That is definitely treason. I'm going to scratch your tickle spot. The dog squirms in her lap as the ship finishes making preparations for the transition to other space. Mind-blanking drugs are distributed to those crew members whose turn it is to keep watch, everyone else finding their assigned coma chamber. A clear shield swings down over the captain's chair, and Violet sighs. I wish I could see it, Corgia, even if just for a second. Woof whine. Yes, I like my eyeballs where they are. I know why I shouldn't, Corgia, but that doesn't change the fact I still want to. Yep. Do you see me counteracting the coma chamber? Even though I absolutely could. A low hiss fills the enclosure with odorless gas. Violet yawns suddenly. And that's why you can trust me, Corgia. Besides, if I was going to risk it, I'd do it right in dash. The transparent shield slips open the tiniest bit, a gap no larger than the thinnest hair. The ship enters, a paradox of incomprehension, and then arrives at its destination, in orbit around a blue-green planet. The dog is frantically licking at Violet's face, uncaring of the sheets of red drying beneath bloodshot eyes. Violet's mouth is open in a silent scream, making a noise too high-pitched to register. Her pupils swing frantically back and forth, staring at something only she can see. The tableau continues for another minute. Then the captain strides onto the bridge, nodding to the exhausted-looking crew. Another smooth transition. Minor reality venting from the engines into Crew Bay 96, but the security teams have it under control. Good job, everyone. She turns to the captain's chair. Your orders, Scion Penelope? The dog whines, then nips Violet on the end of her nose. Her eyes slowly stop their mad rolling, and her mouth hinges shut. She coughs harshly, a dry croak of sound. Okay, yes, you were right, Corgia. That was a really stupid idea. Thank you for rebooting me. My brain tastes like trout. Bad trout. Excellent. The captain bows. We will establish our infonet arrays immediately. The hammer-bearers shall have perfect information on their counterattack against the Wutan whale and pigs. They may think us easy prey without a visible support fleet, but we will be the lure to their demise. Ugh, she's so stuffy. Violet pretends to gag, then actually does, rubbing at the drying crust across her lower face. It wouldn't kill you to take the stick out of your ass, she yells at the uniformed woman, who bows once more. Very good, Scion Penelope. I have the bridge. Violet lifts Corgia down to the floor, then slides out of the captain's chair, nearly falling when her knees buckle. Woof.
Infine.
Penn made me go through worse in reports from the Wildlands.
What?
No, I don't need to visit the medical bay. I just need a shower. Violet takes a couple wobbling steps away from the chair, then finds her footing, Corgia trailing her in anxious circles around her ankles. She walks off the Blackbeard's bridge with just a hint of wooziness to her stride, the captain assuming her seat. Besides, we can't do much until those arrays are operational. The spaceport transmitters don't have enough bandwidth to use my ability. The bridge hatch slides shut behind her, and crew members bend low as she passes before quickly returning to their duties. Violet and Corgia enter a small lift.
Woof.
Yes, I know it's risky to use it, but we need to find that prototype before we disappear. That's our ticket to buying entry into one of the other corpos. At least, the one ticket that gives us enough status to take on the family. The lift door opens, revealing a finely appointed corridor. Artwork hangs along the walls, and the flooring is dark wood polished to a lustrous sheen. Violet sneers at the opulence as she heads towards the set of cloudy glass doors at the end. Little ostentatious for a warship, don't you think?
Bark.
The pair pause in front of one of the hanging canvases a third of the way down, a series of scribbled clumps that share nothing in common other than loosely resembling hairballs. Why would we take the paintings, let alone that one? If we need money, we'll adjust Sister Deer's account balance.
Yip.
You think this looks nice? Corgia, I'm embarrassed for you. This is neo-modernist abstractionism run through an AI iteration loop. You might as well admire the contents of a music festival toilet. Bark, yip. Are you fucking with me again? An algorithm isn't art. Especially not one running off the diseased portion of reality that put this mess together. I saw things in other space with more soul than whatever this is.
Growl.
Agree to disagree, but if you really want it, fine. Violet disables the magnetic locks within the frame with a quick burst of thought and takes the painting off the wall, tucking it under her arm. She continues towards the glass doors, Corgia jumping excitedly next to her. The clouded panes slide open at her approach, revealing a small but lavish sitting room dominated by a wall-to-wall vista of outer space, half the velvet blackness taken up by the green and blue planet below. To the left, another door leads into a smaller room filled by a multi-purpose bed/desk/sofa currently in waterbed mode. Violet drops the painting on the floor and heads into the bedroom, stripping off her rumpled clothes as she goes. The painting's all yours, but you have to get it out and store it. Her voice calls out above the sounds of running water. Corgia eyes the framed canvas lying on the floor, and then a section of the dog's flank unfolds into the wispy framework of some sort of device. It fills nearly half the room, a ludicrously large sketch outline surging with power, and then the not-quite-there-weapon emits a brief flash and hum from a wide barrel. I don't think that's what a disintegrator cannon is used for, Violet yells from the bathroom. The dog tilts its head, wire-like scaffold folding back into its furry side, and regards the now frameless work of art with a critical eye. Seemingly satisfied, it walks over to one end and noses underneath the canvas, rolling the stiff material up in a sloppy tube. With a quick bark, the purloined painting vanishes. The sounds of water stop. Just so you know, Violet walks out of the bedroom in a red fluffy bathrobe, wrapping her black and white streaked hair up into a towel. If I need non-causal storage space, that's the first thing I'm going to throw out.
What?
I'm saving you from yourself, Corgia. You'll thank me later. Violet sprawls out on the sumptuous sofa, positioned to look out the panoramic view. Come on, let's see how many new family members we can compromise before those nitwits finish setting up the arrays. The dog jumps into her lap, and the next few hours pass in what to an outsider would be a rambling, one-sided conversation, Violet and Corgia alternating between infiltrating various financial accounts, filtering and feeding the entire crew a sanitized version of events where they're not a rogue warship whereabouts currently unknown but suspected to be Earth, throwing every gaming subcommunity in 15,000 light-years into unprecedented disarray, scraping the complete private information of the top 200 notable galactic figures, and debating the merits of soffent versus sophisticated algorithm art. I refuse to concede that the Dadaists had a point. Their whole point was that there was no point. Woof bark whine. No, you can't conflate that with surrealism. Surrealism has a point. There are things our minds simply aren't meant to comprehend. Yip woof yip. And which one of us looked into other space earlier? Huh. Who in this room is the current expert authority on things not want to be comprehended?
Bark.
Well, if you're going to play that card, fine. Yes, technically that's your job, but the point remains. There is no point. Unless there's a point.
Yep.
Yeah, I see it. Took them long enough. Pin always said the standard array deployment timing was 2 hours. Guess we got one of the idiot ships. Violet straightens up from her lounging posture on the couch, Corgia shifting to Nestle against her side. Ready?
Woof.
Executing Shodan.exe. Violet flinches, furrows forming on her brows, but they're erased with the ease of practice. Beside her, the dog's eyes blaze hellflame. Fuck, I hate doing that. Okay, let's look at the last hour. Violet's expression turns fierce. Got you. Corgia, interrogate assumptions?
Woof.
That's what I thought. Starports are normal reclamation activity, but there's some shit going on in those mountains that has to be what Wutan Whalen is looking for. Some leftover husks on. That's gotta be part of the Polar. Too many weapon signatures to be otherwise. Maybe 1 or 2 survivors that can still command them, and the prototype's over there. Next 15 minutes.
Snarl.
Yes, I see them heading towards it. At that rate of speed, can't be anything other than a pair of high-level combat variants. Fuck. That cruiser wasn't supposed to be carrying anything more dangerous than an almost double-zero engineer. Violet rises from the couch, pacing back and forth in front of the slowly traversing planet below, the dog matching her steps. Okay, if they've sent out a retrieval team for the prototype, that means they're anticipating reinforcements soon. Violet narrows her eyes, which means we need to get there first. Corgia, analyze the area the prototype's at.
Gryap.
Clearing's just big enough for an assault shuttle. Good job. The dog watches anxiously as Violet sheds her robe and scrambles into a new set of clothing, heavy-duty designer materials stitched to shrug off most non-causal attacks. As soon as her blouse is buttoned, Violet scoops up Corgia and jogs out of the room. What? You're worried? Who else could possibly be out here? Violet ruffles the dog's neck as they wait for the lift to take them to the Dreadnought's closest launch bay. This has been a Void March planet for 5,000 years. Trust me, there's nothing else down there. It's going to be a quick and easy in and out, and then everyone answers to us.
Wait.
Stop being so negative. We have an assault shuttle and infonet superiority. Besides, superstitions are stupid. Chapter 43, Misconceptions and Miscalculations. I race across the foothills, Huckins bobbing sedately in one of my limbs. I'm trying to work off the excess nervous energy from guarding him during the never-ending disassembly of the molecular forge, an entire repair bay full of integrators lurking within earshot. Minutes passed into hours before we were done, and I don't know if I'm exhausted or about to leap over a mountain. You're overstimulated, Sky. I should bring your hormones back in balance. I said that's not okay, Box. Don't change who I am. Fine.
Ding.
I acknowledge the worst boxes solely to pass the travel time. Establishing new reality baseline. Waiting for quantum observer collapse. You have 4 infinity expressions available. Increased damage, 0/5. Increased attack speed, 5/5, plus 30%. 3 IOs available. Asterisk increased movement speed, short range, 0/3. Asterisk increased non-causal effect chance, 0/8. Avoidance, 1/5, minus 1%. Life regeneration, 0/5. Increased movement speed, 3/5, plus 20%. Asterisk increased attack speed, short range, 0/4. Asterisk increased dash recovery rate, 2/7, plus 3%. Increased pierce chance, 0/5. Put 2 in movement speed, 2 in dash recovery. Quantum observer collapse initiated. Sighing, I do what Box requests, watching the ground blur past me even faster. Is there a reason your numbers go up fetish is focused on me moving quicker? If you want to touch the sky, you need to break gravity's chains. Also, as I informed you before, we're building to something. If you say so. Huckins ignores my singular conversation, nearly comatose from breaking down what looked like a million different parts of the molecular forge and storing them in his satchel. I'm pretty sure his snores are genuine at this point in our sprint back to the village. Scattered gray clouds drift across the slowly descending sun, bathing us in alternating bands of warmth and chill. A tiny, blurring patch of sky appears above me, gradually growing larger. Something throbs in that extra infonet part of my mind, a rattle of thunder against the storm-lashed room. I want to understand it, but I can't. It'll be years until I can understand it, and that's okay. I need to allow myself to be patient. Box. What's that? What are you talking about, Sky? I point up at the undulating patch, finger tracking the falling incongruity as I continue my bounding run. Whatever that is. It looks weird. Something falling, but I can't really focus on it. Sky. Where, exactly, do you think whatever it is you're seeing is going to land? I trace its trajectory, my finger ending up at a familiar smudge of green just visible past the foothills. It's going to land at the village. It's going to land at the village, Box. Hurry. I somehow find a way to move even faster, warnings of my biomass reserves depleting not even considered. If Box doesn't know what's happening, the only thing I can do is return to the people I love as quickly as possible. I won't let there be another wires. I shake Huckins awake while I race the ominously descending anomaly. Woo, but... Huckins, what is that? One of my limbs adjusts his face towards the plummeting aberration between ground-melting strides and flickering dashes. He squints, confused, then looks over at me. What are you talking about? Why did you wake me up? A growl rips past my lips. How can he not see it? The wrong bit of sky is growing ever closer. Box dash. We're being affected by something, Sky. Something non-causal. When you look at it, describe how it feels. It's like a part of me knows there's something in the air, knows it's falling, and then another part of me says that of course there's nothing there. Like the incognito field on the shuttle, but different. Thunder rumbles through my infonet room again. Staccato bolts of lightning striking just outside, heavy rain lashing the windows. The strength of the storm is terrifying, but it can't penetrate the room. Box? Is there anything going on in the infonet? I can't figure out if you're trying to tell me something. Fuck. Sky, you need to get back to your village now. I've never seen Box that panicked. Huckins, try to stay limp. Woo dash. I chase after Huckins' flailing form rising through the air. Maybe I could have given him more warning, but it feels like every second counts. If I can eke out even a minute by flinging him, so I can run faster, it'll be worth it. You what the flesh? My limbs claw into the earth after I redirect his descent back into another lofting heave. It's working. The combination of dashing and free movement with all my limbs is speeding us up the barest amount. Good. He's passed out. The yelling was distracting. The foothills race past beneath me, Box and I juggling Huckins in a headlong sprint for the now visible forest edge. The paradoxical piece of sky continues its approach, feeling like it's drawing closer despite a part of me insisting everything's normal. I catch Huckins one last time and race into the tree line, dashing between the towering boles. The red leaves rustle overhead, tracing the path of an invisible wind moving impossibly straight, and I calculate its path. My eyes narrow. There's only one notable part of the forest in that direction. The clearing. Wires tree. I try to push myself to move faster, but I'm already at my limit.
No.
I'm not. I slow just long enough to place Huckins on the ground without causing him serious injury, then I'm ricocheting through the trees even faster than before, all three limbs accelerating me in countless directions. A roar fills my ears as the forest remains silent. With one last lunge, I burst into the clearing, skidding to a halt just beyond the sapling draped with half-real equipment. In front of me, a shape settles into the open area, raising dead leaves and dust in twisting spirals across space that remains undisturbed. There's something there. There's nothing there. A dull pain starts throbbing in my forehead. Box. Keep, focus. Try. Describe, best. You can. The fallen piece of sky shimmers as I force myself to accept that it's there. I know that I'm seeing something. I know that I've seen that boxy shape with swept-back wings soaring through the open air like a dream. Reality shifts and my headache vanishes. There's a hellhound perched in the clearing, dust still settling around its hulking frame, heated metal pinging at its rear. A hatch irises open beneath its narrower front end, a stepped ramp extending down to the forest floor. A young woman, raven hair streaked with pure white stripes, strangely cut clothes seeming to blend into the air itself, strolls down the ramp. A low-slung furry creature that looks incredibly huggable trots at her heels. She peers at the trees as she descends, as if she's never seen them before. When her foot touches ground, she laughs lightly. See, Corgia? Superstitions are stupid. Everything's taken care of. This close, their integrators are mine. The prototype's already heading our way, and that combat variant thinks I'm here as reinforcements. She points at me without looking, and I glare. What do you want? The young woman stumbles at my harsh tone, nearly dropping to a knee. She looks up at me from beneath a shifting waterfall of hair. How can you? Corgi dash. I don't wait for her to finish her surprised shout. Nothing about this person makes me feel good. A dash. An armory of half-visible constructions blooms out of the furry creature still on the ramp, energy collecting along their wispy lines, and suddenly Pete is hissing in its face, ears pinned back and tails lashing in an endless wave of wavering void. None of it matters, though, because I have my kukri pressed up against the woman's throat, my hands and limbs restraining her against my front. I've had, I swallow, a really stressful day, and I'm trying really hard not to make violence my first resort. Why are you here? She breathes in shallowly, neck twitching against the razor's edge, and I feel her starting to tense, like she's going to try something. At that moment, Torch charges into the clearing, rifle raised, Mac Willie close behind. The veteran idiot doesn't hesitate, aiming her rifle directly at my captive's head, eyes pinching at the sight of my limbs. Mac Willie spins around, confused. There's nothing here. What's the fuss dash? If you do anything to Sky, you're dead, Torch barks, somehow ignoring the fact that I'm the one in control of the situation. Behind me, Pete and the fur sausage continue threatening each other. Abruptly, the woman slumps in my grasp. An ambush? No. Fine. This was not how I saw this going. Who is that person? Why don't they have an integrator? I don't relax. Tell me why you're here. Easy, easy. I'll tell you. I was sightseeing with my dog. We got lost. The hiss-growl battle between Pete and the creature intensifies in volume, an aura of palpable menace vibrating at my back. My grip tightens around her arms and legs, limb bearing the kukri starting to vibrate. I am not in a good headspace right now. She gulps again, skin scraping up and down along the quivering blade. Just when I feel like we have no choice but to resort to death, she lets out a resigned breath. Behind me, an almost imperceptible clicking fills the air. I briefly turn to see the creature's weapons folding back into its body, Pete's tails slowing their whipping blur. I surrender. Peace.
No más.
I wait for the woman to continue, Torch's rifle still held steady at her head, bloody tears leaking from the idiot's eyes, Mac Willie startling at something she can suddenly see. I was looking for the prototype. Thought I had it, but clearly you've got levels on me. She twitches a shoulder in Mac Willie's direction, a bold move considering the razor at her throat. That's it over there. And while I guess you have things under control here, the rest of the Void March fleet is going to arrive soon, and I'm the only way you're getting off the planet. Her voice turns wheedling. How do you feel about going halfsies? Chapter 44, Interlude, In What Skies Burnt Thine Eyes? Violet tries not to breathe. The strangely curved knife that hovers beneath her chin looks more than sharp enough to lay open bare skin. She racks her brain for an escape, but the only one that shows any chance of success is if the Wutan Whale and combat variant's greed is equal to their intelligence. A 50-50 split would be enough wealth to live as a lower board member in any of the other three corpos. Feel about going what? Her heart races in her chest. Bribery's clearly out. There's nothing left. Even if Corgia attacks, it won't be fast enough to keep her alive, which means Corgia can't do it. A sudden motion draws her attention. Sky, the strange woman with the ancient rifle and bleeding eyes, rasps, trying to keep her aim steady. Can you stop doing, you know? Oh.
Sorry.
Pressure unexpectedly disappears from Violet's ankles, and the deadly length of metal vanishes from her throat. Surprised, she twists her head to catch her assailant's piercing gaze. You're not going to kill me? I mean, that's a smart decision. Very wise. Even if we don't go halfsies, you'll need me to get out through the fleet. We can go thirdsies. You get 2 of them, obviously. What should we do with her, Torch? The Wutan Whalen combat variant ignores the offer, sounding exhausted. The bloody-eyed woman shrugs, lowering her rifle slightly, but still keeping it pointed in the same direction. Violet looks on with wide eyes as the prototype, a burly bruiser with scarred fists and bulging muscles, walks up next to the woman with the rifle. Don't suppose you have any sort of jail in the village? What the fuck's a jail, Chief Outsider Engineer Macwilly? It's where you lock up. Never mind. I can fashion some restraints. The real problem isn't the lass anyways. It's the wee beastie. The prototype points at Corgia, and Violet's stomach sinks. If they destroy Corgia's mobile processor unit, her ability to manipulate the infonet is going to be severely limited. That would be a disaster. The dog tries to scamper down the ramp towards her, but the strange thing in front of it refuses passage, one paw raised to swipe with fractal claws.
No.
Fingers tighten around her upper arms, and she tries not to thrash. Please. It's my dog, my only friend. You can't kill it. You thought we were just going to kill your friend? Without even talking to you first? Macwilly, what kind of savages live out there? The voice behind her is equal parts disgusted and horrified. In front, the prototype brings a broad hand to her face in what looks a lot like exasperation. No, Sky. Look, it's not. The beastie isn't really alive. It's offloading some of her integrator's capacity. Probably quite a bit of it if she is what I think she is. Violet's mind races. Why are they talking so familiarly with each other? Wasn't the Pilar tasked with taking the prototype back to Wutan Whalen by force? Corgia, interrogate assumptions. A sea of calculations, data points, secondary associations, tertiary linkings, and so much more floods through Violet's mind. In less than a second, her personal reality shifts into a new framework with all the grace of an aircar crashing into someone's living room. She can't help but interrupt the conversation, once again twisting to look at the figure restraining her. Oh shit, she's not the prototype. You're the prototype. The grip on her arms doesn't loosen. My name's Sky. A pause. No, Box, I don't understand why a net integrator is so dangerous, but I'm not just going to kill her out of hand. Not her dog either. We haven't even talked with them yet. Another pause. How am I supposed to know if dogs talk or not? Pete talks. A third pause. No, Pete, you can't kill anyone either. As Violet tries to wrap her head around the strangely familiar one-sided conversation, another person enters the clearing, a tall, older woman carrying the same antique rifle as the first. She comes to a halt near the one with the bloody cheeks, her own weapon mirroring the casually deadly posture of the woman next to her, keen eyes scanning everything. What's the situation, Torch? Sky has whoever came down in that big metal thing restrained, but Chief Outsider Engineer Macwilly thinks we need to do something about her creature. Sky says we need to talk to them. Not sure what to do about any of it. So I guess it's your barrel of crab roaches now. Fuck, I need more sleep. Where's Dirt's lazy ass at? He's around if we need him, the older woman replies, examining Violet more closely. Violet attempts to reach out for her integrator, see if there's an opening she can leverage to change the situation, but it's the same oddity as before. There's no integrator to be found. Who are you people? She blurts. Hypertron's special cadre? Jinseki ghosts? Don't know what those are, the voice behind her snaps. But that's my question. Tell us who you are and how you found us. Are you from Wutan Whalen? Why aren't there marauders with you? You said there's a fleet. Is it here yet? Violet's mind races. There has to be a way out of this that doesn't involve giving up her freedom. As soon as they learn she's a daughter of the Kumar family, obviously they're going to use her for ransom, sell her to Pin or her mother or father in order to climb their own corpo ladder. She'll die before she goes back into that box. Why don't you just alert the ship, your dark mistress? An orbital strike nearby would give us an opportunity to escape, because then we'd have to explain why Sister Deer was alone on the planet, and there's no amount of bullshitting I can do to get their integrators to play along with that suspension of disbelief. You said this was a quick and easy in and out. I told you not to say that. Fine, Corgia. You were right. Now help me think of something believable. Ideas are debated and discarded in the span of microseconds, Violet's mind working in overdrive. Eventually, the beginnings of a plan emerge. I'm not from Wutan Whalen, Violet begins, subtly nudging oxytocin levels higher in the integrators she can reach on the local ad hoc network. The frown on the large, scarred woman eases slightly, but the restraining grip on her arms remains firm. I was scouting out a report of a ship going down in. Her voice trails off as more people emerge from the trees, some carrying weapons, others archaic tools, most empty-handed, all dressed in the same rustic clothes that bear no resemblance to any sort of current diaspora fashion. Their excited chatter fades as they take in the tense scene, and almost as one they turn to the older woman still half-aiming her rifle at Violet. Broom idiot, what's going on? We all saw the thing come down from the sky. Is it more outsiders? Do they know Chief Outsider Engineer MacWillie and Outsider Engineer Huckins? What should we do? Violet gapes at the crowd, her mind momentarily blanking. Over 20 bodies fill the clearing now, more filing in behind, and none of them have integrators. None of them look like Void March citizens. She accesses the assault shuttles linked to the planetary infonet and goes through the reclamation databases again, searching for some sort of explanation, but the results remain the same as when she first looked. Earth is empty except for small settlements around the starports, everywhere else deemed too hostile for human habitation. Who are you people? Chapter 45. Wrangling and Wrangling. Sky, she's a net integrator. It's not safe to leave her alive, especially if that secondary unit is designed to enhance her abilities. I calculate it at a 99.999999% chance of confidence that it is, by the way. At least remove that part of her arsenal. I already told you, Box. We're not killing them before we get a chance to talk. I spin the young woman around so we can speak face to face, a nervous expression briefly flitting across hers. If I let you go, are you going to do anything stupid that would require me to hurt you? She stares at me in confusion, like she just hit her head on a low-lying branch.
No? Definitely no.
Where did all these people dash? I drop my grip on her left arm, tune out the rest of her babbling, and start marching her over to where Broom, Torch, and MacWillie are now the center of an impromptu gathering. The villagers, led by Onyx Miner, are gesturing curiously at the young woman, along with the Hellhound assault shuttle squatting in the clearing. Broom and Torch make calming gestures with their hands, even though I'm sure they're just as confused as everyone else. Before I can reach them, the dog barks frantically behind us, still pinned in on the ramp by Pete. I twist and look at my cat. Pete, let it go. She said she's not going to try anything. Liar. Want eat. Just leave the dog alone. We're not eating it. You can keep watch if that makes you feel better. Docking time. Peter rowls at the smaller creature, then leaps into my shadow. A baleful sapphire eye glares out from the darkness, locked on the furry shape as it bounds up next to us. The dog bares its teeth at the disembodied orb, upper lip quivering and scara briefly burning red, then springs at the young woman's chest. Almost automatically, she catches it in both hands, pulling her other arm out of my grasp to do so. A bright pink tongue laps at her face and she sneezes. I debate taking hold of her again, but decide not to. Her hands are occupied, and she's clearly not one of the combat variants. This is a bad idea, Sky. Net integrators mess with your mind. They can make you see things that aren't there, alter your emotions, cause you to attack your own friends, rewrite. I said I got it, Box. We'll make sure someone keeps an eye on MacWillie and Huckins, okay? Sky, you don't understand. The Infonet can be used for terrible. Stop bugging me about Infonet stuff. I can't even access the stupid thing. What's she going to do? Throw the dog at me. If she tries anything, I'm sure dirt will pop out of some bush and take care of it. That is my job, yes. The bush next to us agrees. Gah.
Woof.
The young woman jumps nearly half a scrumble into the air, dog bristling in her arms, but I figured he was around somewhere. The villagers had plenty of time to see the shuttle approaching, and if Torch and Broom both showed up, there's no way dirt would be anywhere else. The bush issues a sad sound at my lack of reaction. You're no fun anymore, Sky idiot. I ignore him. See, Box? Stop worrying about stupid stuff. I don't know why I keep forgetting your village is filled with barbarians.
Fine.
You're right. As long as the dog stays under control, there's nothing she can do to anyone here except Macwillie and Huckins. However, I still think it's going to end badly, and I want it on the record so I can say, I told you so when it happens. Oh, go play with your numbers and stop whining. I turn my attention back to the woman. Come on, you. I cajole her away from her curious examination of Dirt's moss cloak and over towards Broom and the rest. How did he dash? Broom, I cut through the chatter. We need to figure out why she's here and how much time we have left to get the incognito field components. I shift my focus to Macwillie. I thought you said no one was coming for at least another day. They weren't supposed to, and there's nothing in the logistics reports that indicates a ship making its way here earlier. Her eyes narrow. If Yanlas is a net integrator, though, then all my know-how is about as useful as a shit shield against a bleach cannon. I'm thinking finding out what she knows is an important next step indeed, and I'm reconsidering my earlier blitheness on the topic of their existence. The young woman clutches her dog closer to her chest. I told you, I'm just an advanced scout from Dash. Quiet. Broom overrides the woman, slinging her rifle over her shoulder. We'll have our conversation back at the village. Stove should be part of this too. She raises her voice. Everyone, please return to your tasks for the day. We need to keep the village going and each other supported, especially in uncertain times. Also, please stay away from the thing in the clearing. The idiots will determine when it's safe to approach. There are some mild grumbles, but eventually the clearing clears out, villagers heading back to their previous responsibilities, leaving me, Torch, Broom, Macwillie, and Dirt to escort the young woman. I beckon her to follow Broom and Macwillie, Torch and Dirt ranging out to the sides. So what's your name, then? I ask her. I already told you I'm Sky. Sky, idiot. Violet, she responds absently, eyes locked on the towering forest giants surrounding us. Are those bones? And leaves of blood? They're trees. You're as bad as Macwillie and Huckins. Has no one out there seen trees before? I haven't seen much of anything, she says sadly. Then her face locks up into a decidedly neutral expression, some focus returning to her dark eyes. Where are you taking me? To the village. We need to know if you're going to harm it or not. The village. As in, people existing here. On this planet. On this continent. For a continuous length of time. Entirely localized to this forest? That's what a village implies, yes? The dog barks at her, and she shakes her head, features scrunched in addled bemusement once more. Shush, Corgia. I know what a village is. How long have you been living here? Since the world ended. Do you want to hear the tale of beginnings? Violet's mouth slowly drops open, then she almost bites her tongue as she trips on a tree root, arms still clutching the furry beast to her chest. I briefly manifest a limb to keep them upright, the dog growling at me when I touch her. A faint hiss sounds from my shadow.
No.
No, I'm good for now. I have to think about some things. Maybe later. Okay. We continue in silence for another few minutes, the late afternoon light turning everything under the canopy a golden red. Then Macwillie drops back, giving Violet a sidelong glare she doesn't seem to notice. Did you get what we needed? For the forge? A brief pang of guilt hits me. Whoops. I, left Huckins under a tree. We should probably send someone to get him. He has most of the parts. Onyx will bring him back. Dirt interjects, appearing from behind a wide trunk. I asked her to fetch him before she returned to the mine. Torchy, and I watched you coming in and figured you were in a rush. His eyes find mine. Was he awake during that? He passed out after the second time I threw him. Probably a smart choice. I do not wish to try what you were doing with him, Sky idiot. He pauses, then smiles. Well, maybe once. But only if you do not drop me. Macwillie looks back and forth between us, confused. What happened to the lad? I briefly explain our headlong scramble back to the forest and my method of speeding up the trip. She scratches her head, then shrugs. Lad needs to toughen up. He'll see worse among the engines. If you say so. How long will it take to build the forge? Macwillie cracks her knuckles. After we deal with this one, she tilts her head at Violet, who's still walking near us in a semi-daze. I'm thinking no more than an hour or two, especially with the lad lending a hand. Then you get us the materials, and we'll be in business. Any ideas on where we should put it? This time it's my turn to shrug. I don't plan the village. We should talk to Butterfly. The builders are in charge of where new buildings go. I suppose I should have expected that. Right. I'll think on it while this git tries to convince us she's not that special. You sure your people can handle her? I scoff at MacWillie as we enter the village proper, Violet slowly swiveling her head to take in the sights. Eyes so wide it's a wonder they're not popping out of her skull. She'll be talking with Stovemind. Broom and Dirt are going to be there. We're going to be there.
Inclusion.
And Pete's going to be there as well. What could she possibly do to threaten us? She's a net integrator, and that's not something I'm planning on taking lightly anymore. I want to tear my hair out. Arg, you're worse than Box. Why are you all so scared of her? Because she was in my head. I couldn't even see her until she decided to let me. The information wars burned the galaxy to cinders, and now I truly understand why. How can you trust anything is real when one of them can hop into your mind and tell you it isn't? I stare at MacWillie's heaving chest, the most animated I've ever seen her. I'm trying to understand her emotions, but I can't seem to encompass the level of her passion. It's because you weren't raised with an integrator, Sky. Out there, it's literally your admittance to the broader world. They're just as much a part of your body as your hands or feet. More, even. To have someone else able to control that, they would control you. Then why don't they just have people without integrators? To keep net integrators from doing anything bad? MacWillie stares pointedly at Torch, walking off to our left. She's wiped away most of the blood from her face, but streaks of dark crimson still remain. I blush. Fine, that was a stupid question.
Saw thee.
It's just. The confused young woman gawking at houses next to me hasn't done anything that I can see. Declaring that she was chasing after the prototype and her constant lies are concerning. Sure, considering that means she wants me in Box, but MacWillie and Huckins were doing the same before we met. She's been behaved on the walkover, and during the fight, I remember the small tremors in her body as I held her, the collapse of tension when she gave up, the startled relief when I didn't open up her throat. She's not a killer. Not like me. I want to reiterate that treating her as anything other than a dangerous weapon is a terrible idea. Even dumber than throwing yourself off the side of a mountain. She didn't kill you because she couldn't, not because she didn't want to. Liar.
Want pounce.
See. Even the cat agrees with me. We'll be fine. I try to shake away the tiny voice telling me that Box is right, that I should have just ended her and been done with it. That the village would be safer if she was gone. That's not how I want to see people. There's so many of us out there to meet, and I can't protect the village by killing them all. We'll be fine. I repeat the words, convincing myself. Once we find out why she's here, we'll know if she's a danger to the village or not. If she is, we'll figure out what to do. Together. I don't have to do it by myself. The 5 of us escort Violet into the mind clinic. It's time to get some answers. Chapter 46, Interlude. What wings aspire? Who dares the fire? Stove, the older woman leading the group, calls out, knocking politely on a door at the end of a room that feels crowded with the 6 people currently occupying it. Violet doesn't notice the press of bodies, still adrift in her own thoughts. It feels like she's been transported to somewhere make-believe, a land that shouldn't exist. The sight of a village beneath skeletal trees of bone and blood, somehow thriving on the reality-poisoned ruins of Earth, keeps short-circuiting her mind every time she tries to start a chain of thought. The dog in her arms looks up and pants. Dark Mistress, give the word and I will fall on them like Boothiels upon beetles. A brilliant sapphire eye glares at the dog from inside the shadow of the most unassuming figure of the group, a slight form who never strayed from Violet's side during the entire surreal trip. The patch of darkness is unnaturally deep, but still, none of it can rouse her from her stupor. What is this place? The door opens after a brief delay, a harried-looking woman adjusting the spectacles on her nose, gazing out on the press of bodies. She sighs, looking past the older woman in front of her, until her gaze falls upon the unassuming form hovering nervously next to Violet. Sky idiot. Why am I not surprised to see you at the center of this disturbance? It's not my fault, Stove mind. The spectacles flash. Okay, well, maybe it's partially my fault, but I didn't want to kill her. They are weak, Dark Mistress. Give the command. I will vaporize that pestilential beast first. A set of claws gleams in the shadow, beneath the unblinking blue eye, but Violet doesn't respond, still trying to gather her thoughts. Not killing people is generally the preferred choice, so I'm glad for your sake that you didn't. It takes a peace that is not easily regained. The woman in spectacles regards Violet critically, then looks at the older woman. Why, exactly, did you bring this new outsider here, Broom? We need to ask her some questions. About where she's from, what she was planning on doing here. Who else might be coming? I see. Very well. Bring her into my study. The rest of you, go find something else to do. It's too crowded. The slight figure with the deadly shadow steps forward, mouth opening in protest. I need to be in there too. It might not be safe to leave her alone with you and Broom. Violet's mind finally starts working again, breaking out of the loop of incredulous disbelief that's occupied her the last 5 minutes. I'm not going to hurt anybody, she says quietly, drawing in on herself. If she can lower their defenses, then there might be a chance to escape. The woman in spectacles, Stove, gives her a long look. Very well. Sky, you may join us. Between you and Broom, I assume things will remain under control? In the silence of her mind, Violet swears. Getting away from the prototype's immediate reach has to be the first step of any plan. The blasted thing moves too quick to risk Corgia on an attack this close. The slight figure, Sky, nods, then turns to the mountainous woman nearly brushing the ceiling, the only one in the room with an integrator Violet can truly feel. Macwillie, why don't you get the forge set up while we talk with her? The woman snorts, chest muscles nearly bursting the too tight clothing covering her scarred skin. I was wanting to hear the words myself, but that's probably a better use of our time. She turns to the two remaining people, the man in the strange cloak that blended into the forest, and the tired-looking woman with the rifle. One of you mind showing me where the lad might be? I'll take you. The man volunteers. Get some rest, Torchy, and take a bath. You look like you got into a staring contest with a glow beast. Thanks, Dirt. The woman whispers. Violet notices she's swaying on her feet, barely able to stay upright. Calculations start crawling through her mind. If she can use the large woman, Macwillie, to take out Dirt without raising an alarm, she might be able to fool the prototype into following her away. Then she can. And one more thing. Macwillie directs her words at Broom. I'll want at least 3 people watching me, and the lad at all times from here on out. If we start doing anything out of the ordinary, they all come and warn young Sky here to stick a blade through this one's throat. I'll not have her messing with my head again. She points a finger at Violet, then stomps outside, the other two trailing after. Violet swears silently again. I can see this is going to be an interesting conversation, Stove says drily. In here, please. She leads the 3 of them into a comfortably appointed room, 2 padded chairs bracketing a small ottoman positioned to look out the large windows filling up the curving wall, an overstuffed sofa placed against the white bole of the tree that makes up the opposite side. Another door leads out the far end, currently closed. Stove offers Violet one of the chairs, then takes the other, Broom and Sky sitting on the edge of the sofa like they're ready to spring up at the slightest movement, the grizzled woman's rifle resting across her lap. Violet hugs Corgia to her chest, trying not to let her fingers tremble inside the soft fur. She won't be trapped in a box. Never again. Now then, Stove begins, pulling out a small notebook and a pencil from her pocket. What is your name? Violet. She's still angry she gave away her real first name. If she hadn't been so off balance in those stupid trees, she would have made something up. Stove makes a quick note. Do you have a surname? Or is it just Violet? My name is Stovemind, but you can call me Stove. Violet Allgarden. Violet uses the name of one of her favorite entertainment characters, one of the many she was allowed to access in lieu of leaving her cage. But only for good behavior, of course. Stove makes another note. I see. What color is the footstool? Violet stares at the fabric-covered ottoman in confusion. It's red. Why? Stove's pencil scratches across the paper again. Because it's difficult to talk to someone if you don't know how to see out of their eyes. For instance, if you had said orange or brown, I would know you see the world through a slightly different filter than me. If you were blind, I would ask you how it felt. Understanding all the things that go into making you you is important. Violet tries to stifle a groan. Great. This was going to be like the time her parents limited her access to everything but self-help modules for an entire week in retaliation for her replacing their morning news briefing with an entire entertainment note about a talking bee. That was back when they still deigned to connect to the fake infonet she was trapped in, of course. One last question, Violet. Are you happy with who you are? Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't be better. I love being here. Why do you care? MMM. Stove twists in her chair slightly. Broom, Sky. These questions are important? It's about the safety of the village. The one called Sky responds in a serious tone. Broom nods for emphasis, and Stove's mouth tilts down. Unfortunate. I do not like this, but you may begin. Wait, why don't you not like this? Violet starts, but Sky overrides her. Why did you come to the village? I told you. I'm an advanced scout from the Void March. My ship's the Blackbeard. We're here investigating reports of another ship that might have disappeared in the area. We think it might have been carrying a valuable prototype integrator that would be worth a lot to the right people. Good. Just enough truth to confuse them. You're doing excellent, Dark Mistress. Thanks, Corgia. Sky looks at Stove, who is frowning. She adjusts her spectacles slowly. Truth about the ship and investigating what it was carrying, lying about who she is. An icicle spikes through Violet's gut. How can she possibly know that? Outwardly, she tries to remain calm. You can't lie to a mind, Sky says softly, fixing her with eyes like steel. I hope you'll tell us the truth. I don't want to have to kill you. Why are you after the prototype? Look, I was sent by my corpo bosses, and I thought I could get away with snagging the loot for myself. Greed isn't a crime, right? That's why I was willing to go halfsies with you. It really is worth a lot. Lies, for everything but the value. The icicle expands, frozen ropes of dread piercing Violet's chest. How? How does she know? Dark Mistress, if I position myself properly, I can significantly slow the prototype in exchange for my processing unit. We can escape on the shuttle to one of the spaceports. I can't lose you, Corgia. If the Blackbeard discovers Pin being on board was a lie, they'll blockade the entire planet and tell the family something is wrong. Are you a danger to my village? The words are flat, leached of any emotion. Violet stares into a face like an executioner's blade. She gulps. Not if I get what I want. I'll leave. Truth. And you want the prototype. Me. Why? Violet feels herself shutting down. The anger so normally easy to grab hold of wilting beneath the shivering reality of the situation. They're going to kill her. They're going to send her back to the box. She'll never be free. You wouldn't understand. Before Sky can respond, Stove clears her throat. Normally, I would ask Sky and Broom to leave at this point. Ethically, they should not be here for what I would like to talk to you about. It is your story and no one else's. She sighs. Unfortunately, Sky was also speaking truth describing you as a potential danger, so they must both stay. What are you talking about? Violet asks numbly. What's even the point? You're going to kill me or sell me back. I know you believe that, but I would like you to imagine a world where that isn't the case. Stove's voice draws Violet's attention, filled with a compassion she's never heard before. I also know you don't think Sky would understand, and that may be true, but I would like to try. Can you tell me why the prototype is so important? I need it for the money. Violet can't help herself. That dreadful cold has settled into her very bones. To buy my way into another corpo? And why do you need to do that? She clutches Corgia tighter, almost burying the words in her fur. To escape. To get stronger. So they can't put me back in the box. Who put you there, Violet? My family, she screams, a furnace flaring momentarily back to life. They locked me in there because they said it was the best way I could help them and all I wanted. The fire sputters and dies, was to leave. And I tried and never could. Violet, Stove asks very carefully, as if she's handling spun glass. Do you have someone who loves you? As you? Not for what you can do? Corgia. Drops of moisture dampen the dog's fur. She's always been there with me. Can you see a world where someone else might love you? Might care about who you are? How? Stove sighs. Violet, Sky wasn't lying earlier. We don't want to hurt or kill you. This village, it is our sanctuary. Has been our sanctuary against a world that has tried to kill us for a very long time. You have every right to be in pain, and I wish I could have talked to you and those around you much earlier in your life. We love each other here because we are all we had, all we thought was left. I would offer that sanctuary to you as well to help you heal if you can accept it. How? They're already searching for the prototype. My family's going to figure out I'm gone soon, and then they'll come looking for me. You can't stop them from taking me back. We can. Violet slowly turns to look at Sky, seeing a face filled with that same strange kindness. We're going to build an incognito field, one big enough to hide the village. Your family won't be able to find you in here. Why? Why would you help me? An ember sputters into life. Why would you care? I tried to kidnap you. Because you don't want to hurt me. You just want somewhere to be safe. The same as us. Longing wistfulness. I want to see everything that's out there too. Violet can't help it, the tears rolling hot down her cheeks, matching the bonfire in her veins. But I hate them. They stole my life. A shuddering breath. They made me a monster. You're not a monster, Violet, Stove replies calmly. You're a person, just like everyone else. Can I give you a hug? Dark Mistress? The dog whines in her lap uncertainly as the tears turn into racking sobs, Violet looking at Stove through a watery sheen. The barest up and down motion of her head, almost indistinguishable from the tremors shaking her body, and then Stove is crouched next to her chair, extending an arm across her shoulders and gently pulling her close. After that, there's no room left for anything other than grief. Chapter 47, Fetching and Forging. I sit in uncomfortable silence next to Broom. Watching Violet break down feels invasive, somehow, like she's ripped open a wound, raw and ugly, and all we can do is watch her bleed. The dog cowers in her lap, ears drooping and tail still as Stove continues holding Violet's shoulders from the side. A smug feeling of satisfaction ripples through me.
Nap time.
My shadow loses some depth, Pete's hypervigilance coming to an end. I nudge Broom with my elbow. Pete went back to sleep, I whisper, not wanting to disturb the sobbing girl in the chair. Do you think it's okay for me to leave? I don't think she's going to attack anyone while she's like this, and she looks like she needs space. Before Broom can answer, Stove makes a shooing gesture with her free hand. I thought I had spoken low enough for only Broom to hear me, but apparently not. I think Stove is going to be busy for a while with this one, Broom whispers back. Go find your next melty rock, Sky. I slip quietly out of the room, leaving behind a still weeping Violet. I'm glad that Stove was able to get through to her. She must have never had a mind to help her growing up. I don't understand anything anymore. There's not an infinity out there where that should have worked, yet here we are. You couldn't imagine it because you're focused on combat box. I've been doing some thinking over the past couple days. It's what you were made to be, but that isn't all there is. I step out of the mind clinic, taking a moment to let exhaustion work its way through me beneath the gently rustling leaves. Distant laughter and scraps of happy conversation float along the twilight breeze as the village winds down from its daily labors. There's so much more. Rewriting core assumptions. I walk beneath the red glow of the leaves, wondering if I can just call it a day and go to sleep. The village square passes to my right, full of chattering people enjoying their dinners. Hey, Sky. Rifle runs up to me, door hopping behind on his crutches. We're going up to Watcher's Hill after we finish eating. Wanna come? Who's the new outsider? Shovel Rancher said she tried to attack you. No, I can't sleep yet. There's still work to be done. Sorry you too, but I don't have time tonight. I have to check in on Great-Grandpa and then go help Chief Outsider Engineer MacWillie. We have a pretty big project we're working on. Aw, that's no fun. Rifle Mock pouts. We haven't seen you in forever. We literally saw Sky yesterday, Door says amiably, then squawks when Rifle pokes him in the shoulder. Hey, what was that for? I wanted to see you in Sky tonight. Now I'm stuck with just you. Rifle crosses her arms in front of her chest and Door's face falls. She holds the stern look another few seconds, then laughs and pecks him on the cheek. I suppose you'll do. Come on, our food's getting cold. She drags a goofily grinning Door away by a crutch. Make sure you visit tomorrow if you have time, she calls back to me, flashing a quick smile. I wave at their departing backs, wishing I could go with them. Instead, I make my way to the memory shrine. Inside the main room, it's almost stiflingly hot, small beads of moisture immediately prickling my forehead. Great-grandpa's chair is next to his desk, blankets covering his huddled form. I walk over, laying a hand on his shoulder. It feels brittle under my hand, like his bones are turning into withered wood. Great-grandpa? Is everything okay? He mumbles something I can't catch, eyes blearily opening. When he sees it's me, his wrinkled face breaks into a smile, but his cheeks are sunken and there are hollows beneath his eyes. Oh, hello, my dear. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you come in. I was resting. So cold and tired these days. Are you okay, Great-grandpa? Should I call Window Doctor? No, it's fine. There's nothing Window can do for me. Old age comes for us all eventually. He yawns, sinking into his blankets. Just let me rest a bit longer. Then I'll find my way home. Don't be silly. I can take you. I said I'll be fine, he uncharacteristically snaps, then a remorseful light appears in his eyes.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
My mind isn't working quite right in all this cold. He clutches the blankets tighter and his head lolls to the side, eyelids slipping shut. Broom, will get me later. He falls back asleep and I gaze down at him, worry creeping along my thoughts. He looks so small in that chair, so different than the boisterous silver-haired man who raised me. I pat his shoulder gently. I love you, Great-grandpa. He doesn't respond, and I leave him next to the desk. I don't want to risk waking him by moving the chair. Outside, I head back over to the village square, looking for any of the builders. They'll probably know where Macwillie is putting the forge together, and I need to ask her what parts one should salvage from the downed Starfly. After several blank shrugs, Crowbar Builder is able to tell me where they went, to the northern part of the village, past the tanning sheds. I thank him and ask him to let Broom know about Great-grandpa Axe, which he agrees to. I jog out of the square and along the bridge separating the north side of the village from the south. Water burbles underneath as I cross, the gentle flow of the river soothing in the evening air. The tanning sheds are easy to locate, harder to ignore the smell of, and after passing them I hear the familiar voice of Macwillie through the trees. Clockwise, then retract and slide. It's a wonder you managed to take this apart without shifting your legs into another dimension. Huckin's mumbled response doesn't make it to my ears, and I finally see the two of them through the undergrowth, busy working on a squat machine at the base of a forest elder. Parts are laid out in neat rows around the wide trunk. Butterfly watches them with raised eyebrows from about 10 meters away, leaning back against another tree with his hands in his pockets, and two other builders are spaced out around the site to form a loose triangle. I slow my stride and fetch up next to Macwillie. How is everything going? Well enough, even though the lad keeps trying to turn himself into a smear across 12 dimensions. You stick a knife in that lying little git after all?
No.
Stove's still working with her. She's in a lot of pain. I don't understand your bleeding heart, Macwillie shakes her head. But then again, you saved me and the lad, so I suppose I'm not one to complain. You sure she's not going to be a liability? I don't know, I reply honestly, but I hope not. It sounds like she just wants somewhere to be safe from her family. Well, hopefully your Stove can figure out who that family is so we know how much heat is chasing her. As long as the git stays out of my head, I'll leave her be. What are you planning on doing now? I was going to go salvage the materials we need for the forge, but I don't know what to look for. Macwillie attaches another piece, then slides it through the burgeoning framework in a twisting motion that definitely sees her hand occupying 3 places at once. Behind me, Butterfly sucks in a pained breath. I already told you not to look at the interior parts, you daft blockhead. Macwillie calls out to him in a friendly tone, then shifts back to me. I'll send your box the date node. We'll be another hour or two here. The presence of something appears in my storm-wrapped room, but I ignore it. One day, but not today. Box can handle it. I look around at the watching builders. Will Butterfly and Brush and Light be okay? So long as they don't look too close while we're putting together the inner bits, they'll be fine. All the reality twisting in a molecular forge happens on the inside, and I'll rig a baffle to shield the tap on the tree. Okay, I'll be back later then. Safe hunting, young Sky. I wave to Huckins, who gives me a long-suffering stare, then head back into the trees. It'll be faster to cut straight across the forest using my limbs rather than retrace my path through the village. I wait until the builders are hopefully out of sight before accelerating to top speed, relishing the rush of wind on my cheeks as pale trunks blur past. Do you think there will be any anchors there, Box? You said they'd come back at some point, right? Silence answers me, which is strange. Box isn't usually this withdrawn when we're heading to a potential fight. Rewriting core assumptions. I guess Box is busy with something. More forest flashes past, and I try to ignore the muted excitement coming from the top of Watcher's Hill as I skirt its lower edge. Once I get the incognito field working, there will be plenty of time to spin with Rifle and Door and everyone else up there. The crashed Starfly eventually comes into view, silent sentinels in the darkness stretching across a kilometer of churned-up earth. I pause on the hill crest, waiting to see if Box has any insight. Rewriting core assumptions? Apparently not. I head down towards the ruined ship, senses alert. If something jumps out, I'm sure Box will take care of it. The next hour passes uneventfully, my time spent searching through various parts of the wreck. Box seems to be paying some attention, as the materials that MacWillie says we need are highlighted in a light yellow glow that makes them stand out against the rest of the scattered debris. I transfer chunks of metal, bags of powders, small vials of sloshing liquid, and a variety of other objects into my non-causal storage. I keep a wary eye out, but no violations appear, which I'm grateful for. I've had my fill of violence for today. Finally, my storage is full, and I retreat from the towering wreckage. Core assumptions update resolved. You there, Box? I'm back in the forest, working my way towards the forge site. I am, Sky. Apologies. I needed to resolve some areas within my internal processes to continue our integration. Anything I can help with? Do you want to talk about it? Not at the moment. When it is appropriate, we shall. Okay. I slowed down on my approach to the forge, not wanting to upset the three builders with the sight of my limbs. It's Sky, I announce, weaving through the trees in a steady trot. I'm back. Light Builder, a lanky man several years older than me, waves as I move past, and I return the greeting. But both our attention is on the structure MacWillie and Huckins are working on. It's grown from its previous squat shape, now rising nearly halfway up the height of the tree, a tapering spire with grooved channels on each side that splits the top into 4 prongs. Its base is a waist-high square of grayish metal that melds seamlessly into the midnight blue of the spire. Almost all the parts that were laid out are gone, and Huckins has his diagnostic tablet out, MacWill shoulder-deep in an opening on the spire. A rounded covering of metal connects the spire to the side of the tree, flaring out to form a broad collar nearly a meter tall around the trunk. Try it again, lad. MacWillie's muffled voice sounds, and Huckins taps his tablet. Light strobes through a variety of shades from the opening, then settles into a soothing purplish pink. The same glow appears in the grooves running up the spire, somehow contained to the channels in a slowly throbbing pulse, more like a liquid than illumination. That's it then. MacWillie backs out of the opening and flips a panel closed, brushing her hands off with a satisfied smile on her face. Nothing left but to test it. She notices me and her smile widens. And here's young Sky, right on time. How was your trip? I start unloading items from my non-causal storage, the builders goggling at the objects appearing from thin air. Pretty quiet. I found a bit of everything, I think. That's a good haul, MacWillie agrees, running her eyes over the various containers. Let's see, we'll need the geometric coolant, 2 rods of anti-space alloy, a dash of plasma dust. Her voice trails off as she snatches ingredient after ingredient, throwing them into a hatch that opened out of nowhere in the gray metal base. What's all that for? Testing, Macwillie replies, eyes gleaming. She smacks a segment of the spire and the hatch closes. Higher up, the roiling magenta light pulses sharply, then shifts into a golden hue like the early afternoon rays of the sun on a cloudless day. The entrancing yellow brightens, then winks out, replaced by a pale emerald, indistinguishable from the tops of the forest leaves. The hatch opens, small wisps of vapor curling out, and Macwillie reaches in. Her hand emerges with a large, wide bottle that narrows abruptly near its top, tan glass translucent enough to see the darker liquid within. She twists a covering off and sniffs it reverently. Her eyes immediately start watering and she coughs. Are you okay, Macwillie? She ignores me, raising the bottle to her lips and taking a swig. More moisture appears at the corner of her eyes as she swallows. Then she lowers the jug, leans back, and roars up at the forest canopy. Now that's the stuff. Lad, get your scrawny little hide over here. You too, young Sky. I join Huckins next to her, and she hands the jug to him. What is that, Macwillie? I ask while Huckins takes a small sip. He immediately starts coughing. Bumpsnurfle's finest, and our forge is well and truly in business. Take a taste. You've more than earned it. As I hesitantly accept the heavy brown glass container from Huckins, Macwillie sprawls out into a seated position, leaning back with her hands braced against the earth, an expression of pure bliss spreading across her face. I sniff the top of the bottle and almost pass out, the stinging vapor beelining straight through my nose in a direct assault on my brain. I start coughing, matching Huckins. Is this safe? Not in the slightest. Go on, drink up. It'll put hair where you don't want it. Based on the molecules involved, it probably won't kill you. Nervously, I tilt the lip of the jug against my lips and take a small sip. My mouth immediately explodes into fiery knives that feel like they're dissolving my teeth, sharpening to acid as the liquid etches its way down my throat, and I throw the bottle at her involuntarily, spraying some of the liquid into the air as I try to exhale. GHFFFP, what the fuck, Mac? Willie, that is horrible. She catches the jug in a beefy hand, laughing the entire time, then takes another heavy swallow. You don't drink Bumpsnurfles for the taste, young Sky. Isn't that so, lad? Huckins shakes his head morosely, accepting the bottle as she passes it back to him. He takes another gulp, grimacing, then hands it out to me. I stare at him in horror. Why would I drink that again? Because... Macwillie prompts him, and Huckins looks up, as if he's trying to remember something. Because, if you're drinking Bumpsnurfles, it means you're still alive among the engines, his voice gaining in confidence as he goes. And there's plenty of your mates who can't know more. You drink it for them, and for those who'll drink it after you. This time I take the bottle. Drink it for them, huh? I fill my mouth until my cheeks bulge, ignoring the piercing sting, then force it all down. A meteor crashes into my stomach, tears springing from my eyes, and I think of a small tree in the clearing. I let the tears come, handing the jug to Macwillie once more. She stares at me, suddenly somber. Now you've got the hang of things, young Sky. We'll make a space dog of you yet. She tilts the jug, pouring a share into the dirt below, liquid settling between branching tree roots. For those who've gone before, and those who'll come after. Huckins and I quietly echo her. Chapter 48, Weapons and Weepings. After we finish the jug of Bumpsnurfles, I poke Macwillie with an elbow. Sue, your Macwilliness, are there parts left for Box to make our new stuffs? She waves a hand expansively over the remaining salvage from the Starfly, Huckins snoring lightly against her broad shoulder. The three builders stare enviously from their posts around the forge site. Of course, young Sky. I'm not so cruel as to send you on a salvage trip solely to whet me own thirst. If your box is a true combat variant, it's no doubt calculated an optimal redistribution of yon wealth. Box does like to make numbers go up. I giggle. Should have been a calculator or an abacus thing. Beads go click-clack up. The only reason I am allowing these alterations to your neurological function is because I cannot wait for you to wake up tomorrow morning. And yes, I have some recommended specifications. Box has got ideas. Do the ideas box? Do you want to warn your fellow villagers about the upcoming limb manifestations? Hey, Butterfly, you guys, turn your backs. We're gonna do weird shit. Butterfly swears under his breath and quickly turns around, but the other two keep their vigil. I laugh, then hiccup, then laugh again. Don't say I didn't warn you. I let Box take control of my limbs. They dance an intricate waltz, tapping the input panel on the side of the molecular forge while picking out the chromatic optimizers and the gravitic floaters and the unwound dust and the... The other two builders are throwing up and screaming. I just showed them my limbs. I turn back to the molecular forge, trying to cool the burning heat in my cheeks. So stupid. I did tell you to warn them. And I did. Said watch out. Butterfly turned around. Well, at least they've stopped shrieking. Would you like to know what it is we're making? Hey, Macwilly. What? What are we making? Macwilly helps me to the ground, leaning me against a cool surface. It's metlassic, meltalic, metlic. I tilt my head back against the soothing chill. I'm so tired. What if I just want to sleep? Don't rightly know. It's your integrator running the show, Sky. Say, have you ever drank Beefo Dash? Box, I command, waving a hand in the air. Things. Do the things. So I can sleep? The metal I'm resting against warms, then starts vibrating, sharp edges melting and softening. I almost die. Box? NGGHHHH. The thing, oh, my shoulders. Not supposed to lean against a forge under heavy usage, Sky, Macwilly says, shrugging off Huckins and rolling over to an adjacent side of the metallic base. She settles against it with a shuddering sigh, Huckins still snoring on the dirt. Reality flux vibrations can turn you inside out if you're not careful. Keep trying to tell the lad that, but he'll nay listen. Oh. If you two are quite done, the first upgrade is complete. A hatch hisses open next to my cheek, and I slap at it. Ow. Who hit my ear? You did. Moving on. This is a Wutan Whalen 9800 mimetic shotgun, capable of launching an entire non-causal suite of various close-range expressions in single, burst, and fully automatic fire while offering its operator A. I try to throw the box into the ground, but it just sits there annoying me with its stupid words. An inky paw swats at it from one of the shadows around us, but the accursed object reorients itself in front of me again. A second opening along the base assaults my eardrums. Fine. This is a Hypertron Mk9 base CQC model mass accelerator with 8 separate non-causal ammunition settings, any one of which can be activated by your. I smack the box, and it flies towards a tree. Pete steps out of the trunk's shadow and bats it back. Heh. This is fun. If I could have your attention, please. A third hatch opens. I think. So tired. This is a Jinseki Deconstructor class monoblade, rated against 15 centimeters of trans-dimensional battle steel and able to, let's go to bed, box. I yawn, pushing my way from the now hard metal at my back. Am tired. Not until you attune the new weapons I made. Can attune him in the morning?
Small.
The limbs supporting me vanish, and I stagger towards a tree. Gravity is doing weird. My head bounces off its trunk, and I sprawl to the ground. Ow.
Fine.
I roll over, trying to focus on the 3 strange shapes in the forge's open hatches, and not the burgeoning headache throbbing behind my eyes. You can have him. Things. My limbs deposit my trusty pistol, Dirt's rifle, and the cookery into my non-causal storage, then grab the new weapons, making them disappear. Nothing personnel.exe removed. 360 no scope.exe removed. Hipdraw.exe removed. Attunement completed. All Outagum 1.0.exe available. Attunement completed. My Little Friend 1.0.exe available. Attunement completed. The Bride 1.0.exe available. So, many stupid boxes. We making any more? Not tonight. I would have liked to procure some armor, but that was the bulk of our scavenged materials. Good. I managed to get myself on my feet. Brush and Light Builder are staring at me, pale-faced, wiping their hands across their mouths. I ignore them. Not my fault if they can't hold my liquor. Next to me, Mac Willie is hoisting the still-sleeping Huckins across her back. Well, seeing as how the Bumpsnurfle's gone and the forge is quiet, are we ready to seek our beds, young Sky? She bends down and leers at me conspiratorially, eyes twinkling, Huckins snoring over her shoulder. Or are we breaking the town in half by drinking what they've left and betting those still standing? I snort out a gust of air. I think it's bedtime for me. Sorry, Chief Mac Engineer. Willie, I have to get the Iconjito, Inkong, the Heidi parts tomorrow. She laughs, a great bellow of sound. Don't be sorry to me, young Sky. I can't be faulting your responsible nature. Let's get the three of us back to our bunks. Mac Willie offers me an arm to lean on, which I gratefully take. I don't think the builders would appreciate seeing more of my limbs, judging by their muttered conversation as they trail behind. Mac Willie, you know what would be good? She looks down at me, the broad expanse of the village square stretching around us, Huckins hanging over her shoulder. Another bottle of Bumpsnurfles and a Sagittarian pleasure troop?
No, silly.
A Globies sandwich, with shimmer fruit as the bread. Yeah, and then you cover it with crabroach sauce. The stinky kind, that takes half a year to make. We should see if the bakeries are open. She turns her head, glancing over at the obviously closed bakeries, doors shut and windows dark, and quirks her lips. We'll do that tomorrow, young Sky. For now, let's get you and young Master Huckins tucked away. If you say so, Mac Huckins. Chief Willie. The endless trek continues, and then Broom greets us at the door to Great-Grandpa's house, raising an eyebrow at our bedraggled state. Huckins snores at her from Mac Willie's broad back. It's late. Everything going well? I grin at her, trying to focus on her face. It keeps spinning for some reason. That's going great. Your Broomness? Got new stuff. Numbers going up? A wave of hiccups assault my throat, and I try desperately to stifle them. If this keeps up, I'm going to barf, and that would be embarrassing. Broom fixes Mac Willie with an inscrutable look, the two older women trading information faster than I can think. And this was useful for us all? She finally asks. I stagger away from Mac Willie's solid arm and bend over, my stomach spasming. In the instant before I begin expelling its contents, silky black hair cradles my hunched arms and cheeks. My nausea fades beneath a soft blanket of gently vibrating muscle and fur. Nap time, for you. I manage to rouse myself from Pete's comforting bulk enough to look up and glare at Broom. Built a Malamanekluer forge. Thing. Bumpsnurfles. Leave Mac Willie alone. My eyes droop, lulled by the stolid warmth of my cat's flank. Mac Willie's voice echoes from a vast distance. Was it useful? 'Twas worth it, on my name as a Mac Willie. Your bairn has nae felt the true weight of this reality, despite the losses so far. Yon shades are steeped in centuries of pain, and they'll be coming for us all in time. I giggle, holding Pete tight so I don't fall. You're talking funny. Max Nerfle. Midnight hairs extend into my open mouth and nose, extending down my throat, absorbing the churning mass of vomit before I can spew it forth. It should feel weird? It doesn't. Pete is helping me, just like I would help it. Throwing up isn't fun. The hairs retreat and I let my cat pull me towards the open door, my body weight draped over its lithely muscular spine. That's because even a chief engineer doesn't down half a bottle of Bumpsnurfles without consequences. Young Sky, Mac Willie responds. It's a wonder you're still upright. Her eyes narrow. Is your box messing with things again? Just enough so you can remember this in the morning. Oh, I can't wait for you to wake up. Box says hello. And you can tell it to piss off a cliff and follow the rain. Bloody integrator that thinks for itself. Sod off, you sheep buggering goat fuck, and let the little one pass out. Broom interrupts my response, picking me up from my half-leaning position against Pete. She helps me through the familiar front door as the cat slips back into my shadow. Keep it down, you two. Axe and the new outsider are sleeping. I make an exaggerated, shushing motion at Mac Willie, and we both start giggling. Broom shakes her head. Come on, let's get you to your rooms. Need any help, Broom? The voice comes from a lanky man with dark hair reclined on the sofa, his hazel eyes peering over the top of a book. 2 pistols lay within easy reach on the floor next to him. It's fine, Jasper. The man returns to his reading, and I look at Broom in confusion. He's here to keep an eye on the outsider. She responds to my unasked question as we shuffle through the kitchen. Torch and Dirt need more rest. Apparently, her tone grows amused. It's exhausting trying to keep up with you. That's not my fault. Don't worry about it. Dirt's had this coming for a long time. Near drove me and Torch crazy with his disappearing act when he first started with the idiots. What about? She hushes me as we move down the dark hallway, leading to the sleeping areas of Great-Grandpa's house. That's right. He needs his sleep, like in the memory shrine. So sleepy. A door swings open in front of me. A room. My room. Bed. Sleep. Time to wake up, Sky. Rise and shine. Blurk. My eyelids refuse to open, crusted together with sleep gunk. I rub a hand across them, then try to blink some moisture into existence. My inner eyelid feels like sandpaper scraping across my cornea. Wa, min-ph, time. Oh, my head. 1,000 hammers are pounding the inside of my skull. The early morning light coming through the bedroom window stabs at my eyes like photonic needles. I didn't even know light could cause pain like that. Box, why does everything hurt so bad? Fix it, please. I could, but that would require biomass that would be more effectively used in combat scenarios, and you made it abundantly clear last night that I am the only one concerned with such matters. Maybe next time don't drink so much distilled engine coolant? You're the worst. I groggily rise and stumble to the bathroom. My mouth tastes like rotten glow beast, even after I rinse it out with water multiple times. I splash my face, trying to soothe the throbbing headache, but it doesn't do much to help. Food. Maybe food will work. I stagger down the hallway towards the kitchen, still rubbing my eyes. Good morning. The voice startles me, and I nearly manifest my limbs. Who? Oh, it's the idiot from last night. Morning, Jasper. Gonna make breakfast. Want some? He doesn't look up from the book he's reading, seated in one of the chairs by the small table against the wall. I would appreciate that, Sky Idiot. Thank you. I check the cool box to see what I can make. There's me, Jasper, Mac Willie, Huckins, Violet, and Great-Grandpa to feed. Not enough shimmer fruit for stove circles, but we have prickle thrush eggs and a side of roast glow beast. Use the last of the potatoes, an onion, some crabroach cheese on top. Okay, breakfast scramble it is. I pull out the ingredients and assemble them near the chopping board. That's a lot of chopping. Jasper, don't look away from your book, okay? Okay. I grab 4 knives and manifest my limbs. Metal blurs above the cutting board, rapidly disassembling the potatoes and meat into neat cubes, the onion into small squares, then shredding the block of white cheese into thin strips. I hear whimpering from behind me as I crack the eggs non-stop into a bowl, trying to ignore the stinging in my eyes from cutting up the onion. Told you not to look. Prep work completed. I make my limbs disappear and get out the big iron skillet, cleaning a light layer of dust off. It's meant for large meals, and with just me and Great-Grandpa in the house, it hardly ever sees use these days. I put the skillet on the stove and set it to high heat, placing a hefty chunk of crabroach butter to melt on the warming surface. While I wait for the iron to get hot enough, I scramble the eggs in their bowl, adding a pinch of salt and some crabroach milk to make them fluffier. What was that? Jasper's face is ashen behind his book, fingers trembling against the cover.
Non causa limbs.
If I say don't look, you'll really want to pay attention. Didn't Broom tell you? She knows. Yeah, she almost peed herself when I showed her. I see. The butter is sizzling in the skillet, which means it's time to add the potatoes. I sprinkle some dried herbs over them and wait for them to brown. What are you reading? I ask Jasper to pass the time. Surviving Outsiders. Huh, what's it about? He looks up from the pages and regards me curiously. Don't you have a copy? It's required reading for idiots. We get tested on it every year. Book wrote the original. Oh, no, I haven't been an idiot very long, and things have been kind of busy. I use a spatula to shift the potatoes around and add the chopped onion and glow beast meat. I'm sure Broom will get around to telling me what I'm supposed to do once we finish making the village safe. I'm sure she will. I drop the heat to medium and give the egg mixture one last stir, then pour it into the skillet, shifting it around as it starts setting. The browned potatoes and onions and meat form little islands in the scramble, and drool starts gathering in my mouth. When the eggs look almost done, I sprinkle the shredded crab roach cheese on top of the entire thing and then turn the stove off, the cheese already melting from the residual warmth. That smells really good. Are you sure you're not a baker? I smile at Jasper. One of my best friends, Rifle, her dad is a baker. He taught me some breakfast recipes I could use. Some mornings it's hard for great-grandpa to make it over to the bakeries. I take out a stack of plates and fill one up. Go ahead and serve yourself. I'm going to go wake up the others. There's crab roach milk in the fridge, or water from the sink. Thank you. I leave the room, forking in bites of breakfast scramble as I go. My stomach still doesn't feel great, but the food is definitely helping. I push open the door to my parents' room, revealing Mac Willie sprawled out on the bed. Huckins curled up on a blanket on the floor. Time to wake up. My voice is perhaps a little louder than it should be, but I refuse to be the only one suffering this morning. Mac Willie groans, then rubs her face. Piss off, she croaks, rolling over to show her back. Huckins continues snoring down below. I take another bite of the scramble. Your breakfast is going to get cold. Unless there's coffee, piss off. I don't know what coffee is, so I shrug and turn back to the hallway. If they want a cold breakfast, that's their choice. I knock on the door to the spare room. Violet? Are you awake? The door cracks open a sliver and two suspicious eyes greet me, one ringed by fur, the other by the type of puffiness that only comes from extended bouts of crying. I hold up my half-eaten plate. Breakfast is ready. The door clicks shut. Oh well. When she gets hungry, the food will still be there. Cold, but there. I cross over to Great-Grandpa's door, finishing the last bits of my meal. Great-Grandpa? I made breakfast. It's a scramble, one of your favorites. I wait a moment, but he doesn't answer, so I gently let myself in. His room is filled with bookshelves lining the walls, various mementos in front of the books overflowing each shelf, reminders of the little ones he's taught, some art projects I made long ago, trinkets my mother and father enjoyed. His bed takes up the far wall, slightly curved to match the bowl of the tree our house is built around, his wheeled chair next to the tall chest of drawers at its foot. A mound of blankets cover his unmoving form. Great-Grandpa, come on, it's time to wake up. I walk over to the bed. It's unlike him to sleep this long. My entire life he's been up at the break of dawn, ready to approach the oncoming day and work with the little ones. I reach out a hand and carefully jostle his shoulder. Great-Grandpa? He doesn't move, and I try it again. This time, it's enough to roll him off his side and onto his back, head almost swallowed beneath the mass of blankets and pillows. His eyes are closed, and there's the barest smile fixed on his face. I wait for him to open his eyes and greet me. The seconds pass, then seem to stretch and hang in the air. My headache unexpectedly vanishes, along with the pain in my stomach, but it's replaced by something else. Guy. The blankets aren't moving at all. No up and down of air drawing in and out. Great-Grandpa. He doesn't stir at my shout, lying in that still peacefulness. My plate hits the floor with a dull crack. Chapter 49. Heartache and Haste. Great-Grandpa. I'm shaking him, but he just won't move. Why won't he move? Why won't he wake up? He's so light, almost lost beneath the blankets. Wake up, please. The strength suddenly leaves my legs, and I slump next to the bed. Please. What in the never-God's pickled dash? I turn to look at the doorway as a barely dressed Mac Willie abruptly falls silent, short hair spiked out in clumpy tufts. She draws in a deep breath, concern etched across her face. Shit. I'm so sorry, young Sky. He won't wake up, Mac Willie. She walks over and looks down at Great-Grandpa, then kneels next to me, placing a broad hand on my back. There's no easy way to say it, Sky. He's gone.
No.
He can't be. He was just sleeping. Go get Window Doctor. Someone get Window. I'll go do that, Sky. You just wait here, okay? She retreats from the room, but I barely notice her go, my mind racing in circles about nothing at all. My hands hover over the blankets, but I don't know what to do with them. Nothing's working. Great-grandpa won't wake up. Time passes, and then Window is in the room. Can I examine him, Sky? He asks gently, and I nod, shifting to the side. Window will figure out what's wrong. He pulls back the blankets to Great-grandpa's waist, revealing his favorite blue and white patterned nightshirt. The stethoscope briefly rests on his unmoving chest, and then Window sighs.
I'm sorry.
He has passed. It was peaceful. That's not right. That can't be right. I want to yell at him for being wrong, but I can't quite figure out how to talk. More time passes. Somehow Stove is next to me now. My throat hurts. Sky. Can you look at me, Sky? I manage to wrench my eyes away from the silent form. It feels like moving through tar, as if there's some horrible gravity sucking me back towards the bed. Have I been screaming? Stove is squatting next to me, spectacles low on her nose. That's it. Now, can you take a deep breath for me? I do as she says. Very good. Can you do another? With the second inhalation, it's like a dam bursts in my chest. Sobbing, I lunge forward and wrap myself around Stove, clinging to her. I can't finish the sentence, shudders racking my body. Stove's arms encircle me, holding me as a waterfall of pain pours out of my every movement. He's gone. Great-grandpa Axe is dead. My last family is dead. I don't know how long it takes me to stop crying, but eventually the tears dry up. I sniffle one last time and let go of Stove, looking at her through blurred vision. It's too soon. I'm not ready for him to be gone. He never finished teaching me how to be a memoriam. I wipe an arm across my face. We had so much left to talk about. She looks at me sympathetically. There's never enough time for those we love. We can only appreciate the moments we're given. She hugs me close again, a whisper in my ears. He was always so proud of you. I let her help me to my feet, my knees protesting from being bent so long, and the rest of the room finally registers. Broom is looking at me with concern, standing by the door, Mac Willie next to her, now fully dressed. Huckins is on the other side, his own eyes red, and I even see Violet's face peeking through the doorway, though she quickly disappears, the clicking of her dog's nails on the floor fading away. I wish I knew the right words to ease your pain. We're here for you, Sky, Broom says, and Mac Willie and Huckins nod. I smile tremulously at them. Thank you. What about? I can't finish the sentence, but Broom seems to understand what I'm saying. She walks over to me and Stove. I'll take care of the funeral arrangements. Why don't you take some time to yourself? I'm about to agree when Mac Willie clears her throat uncomfortably. As much as that's the right thing to be doing, we have a wee problem. An issue of time, you might say. My eyes widen. Is the Wutan Whalen fleet here? No, not yet. There's still a day out. But whatever the little git did to make her way here has put a Gravix in the henhouse. There's emergency logistics requests pouring in from all 5 corpos for every unit within 1,000 light-years of Earth. Macquillie's voice lowers. They're sending in anything they can scrape together as quick as they can flog the engines. We really need to know what she knows, and we need those incognito field parts yesterday. Ice crawls down my spine, momentarily eclipsing the grief. That's right. The village isn't safe yet. I don't have time to mourn. My brain starts racing, the polar opposite of my earlier blankness, spurring me into motion, and I start towards the door. Mac Willie holds her hands out, Huckins gulping next to her. Hold on a minute. Let's not be has-dash. There's no time, Mac Willie. I duck under her arm and out into the hall. Sky, she has a point. Remember what happened last time you... Violet. I barge into her room, and she looks up at me from her seated position on the bed, startled. The dog growls from her lap, wispy parts unfolding into ominous weapon sketches, but I ignore it. I need your help. You what? Aren't I a prisoner? What? No, don't be stupid. We resolved that yesterday. We did. Stove's helping you, right? That means you're staying here until you feel better. About yourself and your family. She stares at me, completely lost for words. Come on. I tap my foot impatiently, ignoring the rustle of the other 4 filling the hallway behind me. We don't have much time. Did you have breakfast?
No.
Hurry up then. I made a scramble. Let's go. I wait for her to stand from the bed before I turn and head for the kitchen. The dog barks behind me, and she whispers something to it I can't hear. In the hallway, Stove tries to reach for me. Skydash. It's okay, Stove. I give her the best smile I can manage. If I'm moving, it doesn't hurt as bad. My mind's working, I promise. I don't wait for her to respond, trusting that they'll trust me. Instead, I hurry to the kitchen to prepare a plate for Violet. I hope she comes soon. There's a lot we have to do. I nod at Torch in her seat by the wall, who regards me warily. She's apparently taken over for Jasper. Condolences on your grandpa. You doing something stupid again that's going to interfere with my sleep? Not this time, I think. Thanks. The veteran idiot grunts, and bodies start filing into the kitchen. Macwillie first, then Broom, then Violet, scowling dog in her arms, the pair pushed along by Huckins. Stove brings up the rear and I motion Violet towards the last serving of scramble, sitting on the counter. She looks at it hesitantly, then shifts her dog to one arm and uses the other to grab the waiting fork and takes a bite. That's good. What settings did you use on your food printer? I throw a dish towel at Huckins, silencing his opening mouth, and motion for her to sit at the table. The best one. Don't worry about it. Look, Macwillie says everything is going to go wrong tomorrow. Will you help us? She pauses, a second mouthful hovering before her lips. What do you mean, everything is going to go wrong? I don't know who you really are, Macwillie rumbles. But there's an avalanche of shit getting ready to dump itself on our heads, and I'm hoping you can tell us why. I'm tracking logistics requests from 27 different task forces across all 5 corpos, and that's just in the last 2 hours. Violet freezes, fork trembling in the air in front of her face. Fuck. Her eyes go blank, the dogs blazing into bonfire gleams, and then she returns her attention to us, teeth bared. Pin? No, couldn't have been her. Someone figured out you're here, and it must have leaked. She stares at me directly. I have the Blackbeard under control, but once those other fleets start arriving in system, it's going to be too much for me to handle. They'll be looking for me too after that. I slide onto the chair across from her. Who are you, Violet? I ask. Why does your family care so much about getting you back? She gracefully lowers her still loaded fork to the plate, not spilling a morsel. I'm Dash, she pauses, and for a second I think she's going to let us in, but then they harden.
I'm nobody.
And you're right, she looks at Macwillie. That's an avalanche of shit. I don't think any incognito field is going to avoid that much attention. It will, I interrupt, if we give them something else to look at. You said they're after me, right? I up. Well, then if they're chasing me, they won't be looking for the village. I'll lead them away. Violet drops her fork with a tinkle and starts laughing, softly at first, then full-blown cackles. The dog woofs from her lap, somehow mocking. You really have no idea what's after you, do you? How are you going to run from the entire galaxy? How are you even going to get off this planet? By putting one foot in front of the other, no matter how long it takes. Her laughter dies out. What's your plan? Just for my amusement, of course. First, we go get the incognito field parts. We can use the Hellhound to dash. She holds up a hand. Wait, what's this wee business? Someone has to fly the Hellhound. I obviously can't. I look over at Macwillie and Huckins, who both shake their heads. So it needs to be you. It'll be a lot quicker to get there and back if we use the ship, and I need something to carry the parts. I don't want to risk taking Huckins inside, or having to leave him there if I fail. And I don't want to go inside, Huckins adds fervently. That recording from your first attempt was awful. Violet's eyes blank again, and then she shivers. When they clear, she looks at me with wary respect. You're willing to go back into that? I knew you had levels on me, but I didn't know you were that high. She takes a sip of water. I'm only level 11. She sprays water across the table, drenching me and the remnants of her scramble. Sky, you shouldn't tell other people your level. That's considered very important information in the diaspora. I'm being honest, Box. I wipe water from my face with one of the cloth napkins. If she's going to help, she needs to be able to trust me. You're insane. The dog barks in agreement, then Violet's lips quirk upward. I like it. What's to keep me from just leaving with you once you're in the shuttle? Since I'm sure you've already thought of that incredibly obvious issue. Pete's head extends out of my shadow, yawning in her face with a maw full of needlepoint teeth that reflect the light the wrong way. Then the entity goes back to sleep. Violet swallows, her dog bristling in her arms. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Her eyes narrow. Fine, let's say I help you. What's in it for me? Macwillie and Huckins open their mouths, but I forestall their indignant response. You want to be safe from your family, right? She doesn't say anything. If you help, you can stay here in the village after the incognito field goes up. They won't be able to find you here. Everyone will be chasing me. That's not enough. Assuming you even make it off-planet, I'm just trading one box for another. There's no infonet access here. Sure, somehow you're receiving from ridiculous distances, but there's no transmission. There's nothing here but dirt and weird trees. An idea comes to me. Macwillie, you can make a transmitter, right? How strong would it be? That's an incredibly bad idea, Sky. You can't give a net integrator access to that kind of power. I'm not sure we should be doing that, Macwillie says simultaneously, rubbing her chin. I can't put together a transmitter in 2 shakes, but you'd be handing her a loaded singularity gun. And now I'm interested. Violet leans forward, eyes gleaming. Answer the question, Ogre Lady. How strong would the transmitter be? Macwillie's brow furrows. If I linked 2 trees, you'd have access to the entire galaxy. Any net touching on reality. These engines are bloody big. Also, I'll snap your neck if you call me that again. Violet takes a hitching breath, then whispers something under her breath. The last part sounds like, make them pay. But I'm not certain, even with Box's sudden enhancement. I'll help, she declares. You build me a transmitter like that, and I'll keep this village safe myself. Even if the incognito field doesn't work, I can scramble their integrators. They'll never be able to find me. I really don't think we should be doing this, Sky. I clap my hands together, ignoring Box. Good. Broom, stove, you'll dash. The grief surges up, but I push it back down. Have to keep moving forward. Remember the past, but take care of the living. Be a memoriam, like great-grandpa. You'll arrange the burial? Please. Of course, Broom replies. Next to her, Stove fixes me with her piercing eyes. You'll talk with me after this immediate problem is resolved, yes? Yes, Stove, I will. I promise. Good. She turns to Violet. I expect to speak with you again later today as well. You've begun the process of healing, but it is a long path. There are many more steps to take. Okay, Violet says in a muted tone, her glee fading. The dog whines at her, and she pats it absent-mindedly. I look over at the 2 engineers. Macwillie, what do you need for the transmitter? Not much. That ship you took the receiver parts from should have what we need. Box, is it safe for them to go there? The chances of a reality anchor appearing this soon is very low. Less than 0.04%. I feel like I have to give one last warning about the dangers of handing a net integrator a. Box says it should be fine for you 2 to salvage from the Starfly. One of the idiots can lead you there. It's not too far of a walk. You can do that while we're getting the incognito field parts. If that's what it takes, the lad and I will see it done. Thanks, Macwillie. I push my chair away from the table and stand. Let's go, Violet. We don't have much time. I'm not going to fail the village again. This time I'm getting those parts. This time I'm not going alone. Chapter 50, Dreams and Drops. Walking up the Hellhound's ramp is a bittersweet emotion. I want to be excited. I'm finally going to fly, but I can't get the image of great-grandpa's small smile out of my mind. Windows said it was a peaceful death, but what does that even mean? Can a death ever be peaceful? You getting on, or what? Thought we were in a hurry. Violet's sarcastic tone snaps me out of my reverie, and I step into the assault shuttle proper, looking around curiously. The room beyond is broad, a row of benches running along the flanks of the ship with another row down the middle, straps dangling at regular intervals. Everything's scuffed and slightly marred, worn down by the touch of who knows how many bodies. The ramp retracts behind me, sliding itself neatly into the shuttle, and the aperture iris is shut. I follow Violet along the room and through another hatch leading forwards, her dog turning to glare at me occasionally as it trots at her heels. The next room is much smaller, the bulk of its open space taken up by a pair of wide seats covered in switches and panels, the far side covered in what looks like glass, giving an unobstructed view of the forest clearing outside. Strange writing covers various segments on the wall, like nothing I've ever seen before. Whoops. Forgot to initialize the written translator. 1 second. The symbols swirl, and then transform into letters I'm used to. Most of the sentences are either incomprehensible warnings or incomprehensible technical jargon. Violet plops down in the left seat, her dog jumping into her lap. I continue gazing around, marveling at the oddity of it all. You're going to want to sit down, otherwise takeoff's going to be a real kick in the ass. I follow her instructions, sinking into the comfortable chair. The surface shifts beneath me, and I almost jump up, but it stops after a few squirming seconds, perfectly molded to my body's contours. It feels like what I imagined sitting in a cloud must be. I examine the various buttons and levers. How does it work? Violet laughs. What? The seat. It's adaptahide. Shit's everywhere. Just once, I want an answer about the world outside to make sense. You're missing a lot of context, Sky. 5,000 years worth. I don't care about the seat. How does this ship work? How does it fly? A series of belts snakes over my shoulders and hips, snugging me tight against the forgiving chair. This time I do try to leap up, but the restraints are unyielding. I glance at Violet, my heart racing, and she laughs again. The same straps covering her, her dog shifting into a better position on her lap to avoid them. Relax, Dirt Eater. Assault shuttles aren't big enough to carry inertial dampers. The safety harnesses make sure we don't go bouncing around the cockpit if shit hits the impeller. Once you get that down, maybe we'll talk about the gravitics. I narrow my eyes as a deep thrum vibrates the shuttle. What did you call me? She chuckles, but there's a nasty edge beneath it. What? Dirt Eater. It's slang. Means we're best friends. Don't worry about it. A weight presses down on my chest, and the clearing slips away beneath us, the shuttle rising up through the trees. Crimson leaves give way to a brief flash of green over canopy, and then we're climbing higher and higher, defying gravity's pull. I want to scream in delight, cheer wildly, do something with the conflicting emotions pulling me every which way, but there's something more important to take care of first. Hey, Violet. Yeah? Did you enjoy the breakfast scramble? She looks at me with the barest trace of confusion. Was a little cold, but yeah, it was good. You'll have to give me the printer recipe.
I'm glad.
I wait a beat, the sky expanding around us. Everything in it was harvested from the ground. Here, on Earth. She stares at me, eyes growing wider and wider, dark brows matching our ascent. That's... The shuttle abruptly drops, forward view tilting towards rolling foothills, the dog launching off her lap at me with teeth bared only to be met with an inky paw that slaps it back towards the entrance hatch in a blurring motion, the rest of Pete emerging in stutter-stop steps across my twisting shadow. Finally, playtime. A cacophony of mayhem erupts behind our chairs, and I can't help myself, even as the ground below grows closer and my stomach rises uncomfortably into my chest.
I snorle her.
How's it feel to be a dirt eater? This will end in tears. I don't know why you thought we could trust her. I don't know why anyone thought this would work. We're going to crash and die. For a given value of death, as it relates to us, obviously, but Sky, this is counterproductive. What about your plan to save the village? The shuttle continues its plunging descent, Violet mouthing soundless words of horror. I manifest a limb and poke her in the chest, acknowledging Box's feedback. I feel curiously light, like I'm falling and flying at the same time. Box says I'll survive this. You probably won't. Want to call me names again? Or are we going to fly? Violet's been through a lot. That's obvious from her breakdown with Stove, her inability to trust us with who she is, her constant lies, her raw avarice at hearing what Macwillie could offer her with our trees, her prickly nature that tries to hide the hurt filling her mind. Great-Grandpa Axe is dead. I want to trust Violet, believe that we can work together, but if she can't trust me, if she sees me the same way those marauders saw Wires, as just another dirt eater keeping them from what they want, then I'll gladly see her dead in the ground now, because at least that way I'll still have a chance at protecting the village when Box brings me back. There's enough time to run Huckins and Macwillie to Fishhook. I'll make enough time. The timing is tight, but theoretically doable. I would once again like to advise against. Violet's eyes sharpen, Pete and the dog rolling up against the forward view section in a hissing ball of snapping fur, and the world outside my storm-tossed infonet room is engulfed in pure obliteration. The storm rages, but I'm safe in my chair, blanket draping my front, watching inimical forces beat futilely against the unbreakable windows of my incomprehension. I return my focus to what I can affect. One of my limbs manifests my new blade beneath Violet's chin, the other stabbing through the melee to pin her dog against the clear glass with our mimetic shotgun. I try not to let my anger show, Pete's tails lashing spectrally through the walls as it crouches in midair, heterochromatic eyes blazing. I try not to yell, "Want to fight with you. I want us to care for each other, because that's what people do. Why are you making this so hard?" She glares at me furiously. "You're just trying to control me too. You and your stupid, unbelievable village. Did you really think I was going to trust you and the rest of those idiots after one day?" I pause, my anger momentarily derailed. Why wouldn't you trust the idiots? They're in charge of protecting everyone. I'm an idiot. Violet gawps, bereft of words, and the forces lashing my room ease. Blurg, now that was a scramble. Sky, we're going to crash. I look towards the clear front of the cockpit, past the dog futilely gnawing at my shotgun barrel. Yeah, those are individual bushes. I turn back to Violet. We're going to crash. I'd rather not. I want to get to know you. I'm an idiot. You're an idiot. I am now. I used to be a memoriam. She chuckles hoarsely, throat pulsing against my blade, and our view of the two closed ground skews into a dirt-churned maelstrom. A giant's foot pressing down on my body, rattling impacts peppering the shuttle with gunshot cracks until everything clears and we're once again daring the sky. I let my limbs return to whatever part of reality it is they occupy when I'm not thinking about them. Violet's dog leaps into her lap, nosing frantically at her face, and her arms wrap around it. I look over at Pete, still crouched in midair, and my cat flips its tails up at me while showing its butt.
Nap time.
Thanks, Pete. Did you really mean that? Violet's voice is quiet, muffled by the dog pressed up against her. Mean what? That you care? About me? Of course. You're another person, another human being. If we don't care about each other, then the village falls apart. But I'm not from your village. So? You might eventually be. None of us thought to know each other until the end of the world required us to change. Our differences gave us strength, and our love for each other the power to endure. What's that from? Sounds like a quote. The Tale of Beginnings. The little ones always get bored when Great-Grandpa reads that part. It's about the founding of the village. I fall silent as my brain catches up with my words. He won't read that part ever again. I try to force the grief down, but a tendril escapes. I dash away the tears quickly, hoping Violet didn't notice. What's it like? I look over at her, but she's still holding the dog tight, obscuring her face. What's what like? Having your family care for you? I try to think of a way to encapsulate a welter of emotions, of steady hands, picking me up after a running fall, of smiling cheer, laughing at a newly discovered book, urging me to find another, of quiet evenings, sitting in front of a fire, silently comfortable with each other's company, words of measured patience, guiding me after risky choices, blankets tucked over my shoulders, a half-felt presence on cold nights, the taste of novel food combinations, glow beast and shimmer fruit initially sharp on my tongue, running through the trees and waving to people who wave back, gathering together for feasts beneath a gently glowing canopy, exploring interesting places with a friend, feeling part of something bigger. It's something everyone should have. I don't know what that feels like.
I'm sorry.
We sit in silence for a while, the mountains growing closer in the view outside the shuttle. They look small from up here, different, a strange perspective I'm not sure how to resolve. A mountain shouldn't be encompassed by a single person's sight. The gravitics provide initial liftoff and landing power, but the plasma engine does the bulk of the work. It generates thrust, which causes the wings to provide lift. Cuts down on reality venting. I'm using Korg, my integrator, to bypass the biometric security so I can pilot. I have over 5,000 hours in superspace adventure time, and the controls are a 1-to-1 match. What? You asked how the shuttle flies. That's how. I wish I knew what any of that meant. Looks like we're both depressed about something. I snored in amusement, unable to help myself. I don't want to minimize Violet's pain, but I did sound exactly like her. I glance over, intending to apologize, but her own lips are crinkled up in a tiny smile, the dog panting on her lap. You know, she continues, there's nothing stopping me from leaving once I drop you off. I know. I hope you won't. Stove would be sad. I would too. Oh, we'll see. There's the cruiser wreckage. Fishhook quickly grows larger in front of us, our shuttle swooping from its airy perch. The wreckage of the ship is still there, pinned to the shattered mountain's peak in eerie defiance of gravity. How did you know where to go? Pulled the information from your date node and cross-referenced it with scans from the Blackbeard. Okay. You didn't understand a word of that either. Nope. I'd like to. Someday. Box says it'll take a long time for me to learn how to use the infonet. I couldn't imagine not having the net. Not now that I can finally explore it. Her voice is wistful, then turns angry. Now that I'm actually free. From them. I'm not sure anything I can say will make her feel better, so I hold my tongue. I'm not Stove, and I don't want to risk making Violet feel worse. The ruined ship increases in size until it's covering most of the view, and then it holds at a steady distance, the shuttle coming to a halt. We're definitely more than a couple hundred scrumbles away, 83.7 meters. But it's tough to tell. Violet TSKS, then turns to me. So what's your plan? If I get any closer, whatever's in there is going to start taking notice of the venting from our gravitics. The sensors are picking up a heavy dose of reality leakage. Anchor bubble is about 400 meters in diameter. I was going to shoot everything that tried to kill me and find the parts. Then I was going to come back to the shuttle. That's your plan? That's not even the outline of a plan. How have you survived this long? Box does most of the fighting. She shakes her head. Look, assuming I decide to stick around, you need better plans? Here. Sunshine illuminates a small package outside my storm-tossed infonet room. I had the Blackbeard run a scan of the interior. Those are the schematics. There are also some integrators still registering in there. If you can get close, I'll spoof them so they think you have command privileges. You can use them to help clear your way to the anchor. I am not opening any date node she sends us. Who knows what kind of corrupting things are in there? Didn't Violet already mess with your mind before, Box? More than once? Why would she need to hide if she wanted to do it again? You are a very frustrating person sometimes, Sky.
Fine.
What could possibly go wrong? Huh. There's nothing wrong with it. Box says thank you. I tell Violet, and she rolls her eyes. I know what it said. Never mind. I'll drop you at the closest entrance to the anchor. It's right over there. A part of the hull starts fuzzing strangely, as if it's trying to glow green while at the same time remaining unchanging. I wince, rubbing at my head. Ow. Can you not do that, please? It gives me a headache. She messed with me again. How dare she? Just checking to see if you were still immune, she says with a sly smile. The blurring anomaly snaps away, along with my seat straps. Go set up in the drop room. I don't know if anything's going to come after the shuttle, so we're going in hot. As soon as you see the floor open, jump. I stand up and extend my hand, then halt, fingers halfway to her shoulder. I don't know if she's okay with me giving her the same friendly touch I'd give Rifle, or Dirt, or Macwilly. It awkwardly hangs there until she eventually smacks it down. Just go, okay? I look at her and the dog, wondering if this will be the last time I ever see them. You'll be safe in here, right? She regards me inscrutably, emotions flashing across her face too fast to identify. Eventually, she settles on a sigh. Yeah, I'll be fine. Go clear out that anchor, and I'll swing back around to pick you up when it's safe. Thanks, Violet. I hurry into the long drop room and take a seat, more straps rising up and around to secure me. This time I don't flinch as much. Her voice echoes from the cockpit. And here we go. In 3, 2, 1. There's a quick surge of acceleration, and then the floor twists opens, light reflecting off the mottled ship's skin below, grotesque turrets bulging up like tumors. The straps around me whip back into the shuttle bench. Go, go, go. I leap through the opening without a second thought, limbs manifesting as I fall. Chapter 51. Chaos and Catharsis. 5-sided triangles pull themselves free from the cruiser's wreckage during my brief fall, growing in multiple dimensions as they claw their way upwards. 2 of my new weapons are already laying waste to the tumorous turrets below, exploding one after another in splatters of ichor and pus, my blade unable to reach them just yet, but my attention is on the flapping things lurching their way in pursuit of Violet and the Hellhound. The way they move is wrong, ripping the air apart in spasming clutches that cover more distance than they should. Blue fire flares from the assault shuttle's rear, incinerating one of the loathsome shapes, but more are ascending with each passing second, the ruined ship's skin peeling skyward to reveal a pulsating fleshscape of gristle and bone. The endless turrets wave like follicles on a broken titan's arm, minuscule parts of a mind-shattering whole. Sky, kill that anchor quick. Is that? Yes, it's Violet. I agree. With her, I convert my plunging momentum into a dash through the pulsating orifice quivering below me, trusting that Violet dropped me in the right spot, my limbs shedding speed by digging in and splitting the wailing flesh pressing against me. I drop into an intestinal tunnel made slick with oozing liquids from its many ridges and try not to gag. I don't remember this from last time. Reality anchors can change, Sky. Didn't your integrator tell you anything? Oh shit, here they come. Corgia, I need you to... My shotgun blows apart a flowering thing of teeth and toes rearing above me, my submachine gun laying down a steady stream of fire to halt the clustering spider flies swarming overhead. My blade slashes a litany of excision, but everything is still too close, and I'm going to be overwhelmed just like last time and use new expressions. I scream and tense, reaching for what feels right. Executing the Bride 1.0.exe. Current energy, 208/210. My 2 other limbs coalesce into the one holding the nearly meter-long expanse of shimmering metal, and all I can see is a single path to survival. Cut, cut, cut. Fluids rain on and around me in torrential showers, limbs splitting back into 3, the passage in front cleared for as far as I can see. It's barely enough time to breath before I have to turn and deal with the crashing wave from behind. Executing all out of gum 1.0.exe. Current energy, 206/210. Pungent smoke fills the air, a lone instrument of scent crystallizing time. The onrushing horrors are almost to my skin, mind-warping extremities poised to scour me from existence itself, and then a new instrument joins in. Drums, their skin a membrane of worlds. They beat out thudding percussions of sound, conducted from the mouth of my mimetic shotgun, a rattling counterpoint keeping time from the slide. Boom, chuk-tok. Boom, chuk-tok. Boom, chuk-tok. Unidentifiable pieces create their own heavy rain, bouncing off my face and chest in sodden thumps before fading. Warning, 120 seconds remaining until all out of gum 1.0.exe can be used. Warning, 119 seconds remaining until the Bride 1.0.exe can be used. The fleshy corridor is clear in both directions, and I suck in a heaving breath. Violet, are you okay? Worry about yourself, you damn idiot. Take out that fucking anchor. Corgia, fire the Sky. The anchor is nearby. Hurry. I sprint towards the green arrow now floating in my vision, barreling through clusters of grotesque abominations in chaotic spins of gore. A third of the way there, I notice a figure at my side. Who the fuck? Gunnery Officer Chen reporting for duty. The blank-eyed corpse next to me announces crisply, one arm missing, the other firing precision pistol shots at the seething mass of violations racing at us in from all directions. Operational status at 72.6%. Permission to engage with non-causal effects? A boiling tide of chattering eyes rushes from an intersection, mangy fur sprouting in place of their pupils. Yes, Do it. Roiling explosions of actinic light and shadow obliterate the leading wave, and then we're in the midst of the remainder. Conceptual theories attempt to invert my bones along my skin, but I dash from their crimson vectors, blade carving, guns erupting non-stop, and then I'm out the other side. Another explosion tears the air behind me, and a new shape appears, galloping in an ungainly one-legged, two-armed shuffle by my hips. Communications Officer Edelwhite reporting for duty. Permission to dash. Yes. Yes. Do the fucking thing. We crash into another knot of nightmares, oleaginous skin stretching to engulf us as epileptic strobes attempt to puncture my optic nerves and set fire to my brain. Soothing words quiet the piercing light, and then a bellowing shout disperses the encompassing film of greasy material. I continue on alone once more, limbs harvesting the biomass clinging to my face. Almost there. Hurry up, Sky. These fucking pentrangles are almost on top. Corgia, eject the... I dash through one last cluster of clutching cilia, shrieking faces at the end of each whip-thin tendril, trying to ignore their howls begging me to end their misery. I emerge into an open room half stuck, one leg and arm caught in the sucking filaments, and I slash behind me unthinkingly. Several squelching steps later, I'm free. Captain Sprick, reporting for duty. I gape at the torso fused to the leathery surface of the floor. One of its eyes is burned out completely, a hollow socket filled with shadows, the other milky and clouded. Both arms end in stumps at the elbow, and the rest of its skull is flayed and bloody, clotted strands of dirty hair drooping over the crimson bone. I want to puke. How is he? No. How has his integrator remained functional? What kind of torment is an existence like that? A saw-toothed whine vibrates through the room, so high-pitched I wish I was imagining it infiltrating the roots of my teeth, and a haze of greasy clouds drifts towards me. Flashes of chittering legs dripping dark fluids pop in and out of perception along its boiling edges, and the knot corpse near my feet winces. Permission to engage? My eyes are drawn to a nearly imperceptible tendril of mist linking ruined flesh to the mind-wrenching fog, trailing out like a fine wisp of hair from the sliding patches of skull. More become visible as I stare, stretching from the cloud to moaning husks studding the walls and ceiling of the room. A sudden hate, hot and pure, overwhelms my thoughts. The integrators. This fucking thing has been keeping them alive to play with them, to exult in their suffering. Kill time. Permission granted. Say hello to. Executing My Little Friend 1.0.exe. Pete and my now uncontainable rage. Current energy. Override. Unnecessary. Current life. Override. Unnecessary. Death stalks the corners of this particular part of reality, and I laugh as it bends to my will. Vast swathes of the bubbling mist outright vanish, sucked into oblivion with terrified screams as Pete and I crack the legs apart to suck their sweet marrow, my limbs replenishing me even as what remains of the dissipating cloud struggles feverishly against its ongoing non-existence. A corpse gurgles wetly from behind, lank hair dissolving along with its remaining eye while what focus remains is locked on the keening pain of the cloud, forcing it into a form we can ravage. The corpse's hacking mirth eventually subsides. My cat and I do not, until there's nothing left to rend. Oh shit, you fucking did it, you beautiful lunatic. That anchor is fucking dust. How the fuck are you only level 11? I slowly rise from my half-crouch, midnight fur trailing beneath my touch, the urge to destroy settling beneath all the things that make me human. That make me, me. Half-seen bodies fuse to the walls of the room, sigh gratefully as they fall limp, then vanish with the last traces of the loathsome smog. Pete washes his paws while fixing me with an unknowable stare, sapphire and amber eyes drawing me into their depths. Regret? No. It needed to be done. The entity yawns, brightly pink tongue a shocking splash of color against the rest of itself.
Nap time.
I want to join Pete, but there's still so much left to do. A pile of parts in the center of the room beckons me with their yellow outlines, even as the miasmic funk infesting the atmosphere continues evaporating. Box? Are we safe now? We are. Much to my eternal surprise. Huh. Told you we'd... No, Corgia. I'm not bonding with my captain. I tune out the chaotic messages that aren't pertinent to my continued existence and examine the cluster of components necessary for building a working incognito field. I can't carry all of this. How did I even get all these things here? You didn't. The anchor probably realized what you were looking for and collected more in hopes of baiting a trap or preventing you from achieving your goal. Anchors can think? Some can, some cannot. It depends what aspects of reality infuse them. Those drawn in by entities tend to be more troubling than ones drawn by random accumulations of reality. In an infinite multiverse, the possibility of sapience is always an option. I decide not to dwell on the implications of a universe filled with murder clouds. Instead, I load what I can into my non-causal storage and make my way to the surface of the ship. It's going to take a couple trips to get everything out, even using my limbs to carry parts, but at least the interior is reverting to something decidedly less fleshy. Bright light greets me as I emerge from the cruiser wreckage, the morning sun halfway along its climb to noon. The Hellhound hovers below it, looking significantly more battered than when we left the clearing. Chunks are gouged out of the fuselage, as if something was taking bites from it, and the blue trail of flame has picked up erratic puffs of black smoke. I wave at the blocky shape, a sudden smile breaking across my face. Hey, Violet. I'm glad you came back. You know, I could blast you to pieces with these assault cannons right now. My smile stretches even wider. I know. The shuttle hovers a moment longer, then descends to the cruiser's matte gray surface, landing gear extended. Gah, you people are infuriating. No, Corgia, I don't care what you say. Stockholm Syndrome has no actual evidence backing. I trot up the shuttle ramp and start unloading various pieces into the drop room, that same silly grin still straining my cheeks. I don't know why Violet choosing to trust us makes me so happy, but it gives me hope. The village has to hide for now. Maybe one day we won't. Chapter 52, R, E-turns, and R, E-considerations. Retrieving the rest of the incognito field materials goes without incident, and we're soon heading back to the village in the now battered Hellhound. It lurches occasionally in the air, but the straps on my seat keep me in place. Why is it doing that? I ask Violet. Leak in the deuterium line. It's letting contaminants into the plasma flow. Probably from when one of those fucked up geometry bats tried to eat the engine. Okay, is it a problem? Nah. These shuttles are built to take a couple hits, and Corgia nailed the violation with an ID melt before it did too much damage. The dog barks from its place on her lap, and she scratches behind its ears. Who's a good murder mutt? Yes, you are, she coos, the dog's eyes blazing hellfire above a happily panting mouth. Such a good destructipup. Ding. I roll my eyes. Of course Box wants attention too. I do not want attention. I want you to make us stronger, so we can keep that irritating woman out of my mind. If you say so, Box. Violet eyes askance at me and I shrug. Box is jealous I'm not letting it make numbers go up while you play with your integrator. She smiles weakly. So, you figured out Corgia is my integrator, huh? I roll my eyes again. You didn't exactly try to hide it. Corgia, do this. Corgia, do that. A wispy weapon framework starts building out of the dog's left shoulder and I giggle. See? That's like the 5th time your dog has done that, and while I'm still not sure what a dog is, I'm pretty sure that's not normal behavior for one. Says the person with a cat that violates the laws of physics whenever it feels like it. What is that thing anyways? Who? Pete? Pete's an entity. Violet's eyes widen, and Pete takes that moment to saunter out of my shadow and sit on the shuttle floor between us, tails lashing in indeterminate numbers. It yawns, then separates into Pete's on every available surface, all in different states of repose, almost all of them somehow indulgently obscene without crossing the line into bad taste. Corgia's ears flatten back. I look around in wonder. Huh, I didn't know Pete could do that. All the Petes coalesce back into one Pete, who flaunts its butthole at Violet before striding back into my shadow. Dominance asserted.
Nap time.
I try not to laugh at Violet's contorted expression. Pete's really a big softy once you get to know it. I think it likes you. But thought it was a skill that was entity. I leave Violet to her unnecessary freakout and turn my attention to Box. I guess it deserves attention too. Okay, Box, fine. We'll make numbers go up. What do you want to do? I share her alarm at your blithe indifference towards the growing sliver of reality masquerading as a cat. It's developing atemporal abilities. This is concerning. Don't be jealous of Pete, Box. I rub the emerging head of midnight fur as it purrs happily. Just because you don't have a body like Corgia doesn't mean you need to get snippy. There are so many misconceptions there I don't even know where to start. Here, have some of your favorite things. I flinch back, Pete retreating to my shadow. Aw, not the worst dash. Establishing new reality baseline. Waiting for quantum observer collapse. You have 5 infinity expressions available. Increased damage, 0/5. Increased attack speed, 5/5, plus 30%. 3 IOs available. Asterisk increased movement speed, short range, 0/3. Asterisk increased non-causal effect chance, 0/8. Avoidance, 1/5, minus 1%. Life regeneration, 0/5. Increased movement speed, 5/5, plus 50%. 4 IOs available. Asterisk increased attack speed, short range, 0/4. Asterisk increased dash recovery rate, 4/7, plus 10%. Increased pierce chance, 0/5. It's the worst boxes. Dismayed, I look over at Violet for a distraction, but it seems she's still processing Pete's existence as an entity. Crap. I'm going to have to help Box make number go up. The shuttle bounces again.
Fine.
What do you want this time? You know, someone normal would be ecstatic at the opportunity to comprehend a larger slice of the multiverse, therefore increasing their own personal power. They would agonize over each expression's placement, create numerous spreadsheets weighing the various pros and cons of individual percentage points, calculate trade-offs between. Spare me the lecture. What numbers do you want to go up? 1 point in dash recovery rate and 2 in increased attack speed short range? I don't know. I didn't hear the magic word. 1 point in dash recovery rate and 2 in increased attack speed short range. Please, and I hate you. Quantum observer collapse initiated. Warning. New mutation. Typhoon. Available. Box? Yes. Finally. The odds were infinitesimal, but I did it. Take that. Stupid prediction subroutine. They're going to write doctorates about this tutorial. So what should I dash? Pick the mutation now. Sheesh, calm down. Mutation. Typhoon allocated. You can no longer use weapons that target mid-range or longer. You now attack with 100% more attack speed while dashing, and dashing resets your non-causal weapon cooldowns. You have 1 infinity expression remaining.
Changes.
Box? Box doesn't answer, so I put the last point in avoidance. That'll teach it to not pay attention. Your cat is an entity. I turn my attention to Violet once more. We're still on that? It's just. She waves her hands wildly as the shuttle corkscrews through the air and Corgia barks twice. Pete hasn't hurt either of you, right? I shoot back defiantly, even though it would have been really easy for it to do so. I dash Violet's hands slow, then return to her lap. I guess I can't argue with that. It's just an entity. Maybe you should give Pete a chance. The shuttle bucks wildly, interrupting Violet's response and sending my stomach into flips. She frowns, focusing inward. Oh, that's not great. Good thing we're almost back. Up suddenly becomes down, Corgia floating in front of Violet's face in a flailing whirl of stubby legs. Midnight tendrils whip out from my shadow, lashing the dog to Violet's seat. The cabin shakes violently, loud bangs echoing from somewhere behind us, and then the upside-down viewport rights itself agonizingly slowly, green over canopy drawing closer the entire time. We descend on the clearing with all the grace of a crabroach falling out of a tree, careening off limbs and leaves in teeth-rattling impacts. I'm not sure if it's a landing or a crash, but the hellhound eventually ends up on the ground, everything somehow still intact. Dust settles across the open space as a pair of familiar figures walk hesitantly out of the trees. They peer up at us through the transparent front for a moment, then Macwillie nudges Huckins in the side with an elbow. He scowls at her before digging into his bag, emerging with the familiar shape of a wrapped roast glow beast sandwich. He hands it to her reluctantly. Huh. I pat it myself just to make sure nothing is missing. Wonder what that's all about. He bet her I wouldn't come back. Violet responds absently, her own hands mimicking my own. Obviously, he lost. How do you know that? I'm keeping tabs on every integrator in a half-light-year radius. I told them we'd be landing soon. That sounds tiring? The straps recede along with Pete's tails, Corgia yapping furiously at the vanishing bits of void. Corgia takes care of most of it. We're still alive, right? I stagger up from my chair. Looks like it. I'm going to start unloading parts. Yeah, I'm going to sit here a bit longer. The rear part of the Hellhound chooses that moment to drop in a piercing squall of metal, sending me stumbling towards the hatch and drawing a shriek from Violet. My limbs keep me from headbutting the frame, my feet futilely backpedaling against the now 45-degree floor. Violet? It's fine. Any landing you can walk away from is fine. Right. If you say so. Heavy breathing is her only reply, and I gingerly make my way down into the drop room where all the incognito field parts are stored. The neat stacks are no longer quite as neat, but it doesn't look like anything is obviously broken or on fire. Violet? I call out. Can you open the ramp? In response, the front half of the drop room's floor disappears, leaving me suspended above a tin scrumble.
3,5 Meter.
Fall to the forest floor, hooked to the shuttle walls by my limbs, various priceless incognito field pieces threatening to tip down out of the jumbled mess. I lower myself slightly and look around, in no danger of plummeting the short distance. The Hellhound's rear is solidly buried in the loamy soil, wisps of gray smoke leaking out from the edges of its aft section, its front tilted up at the sky. Mac Willie? I begin, and then another tortured shriek of metal echoes from the direction of the cockpit as the front landing strut fails, plunging the rest of the shuttle towards the ground along with Violet's rising scream. My two anchoring limbs lift me back into the drop room, the other flickering out to store falling pieces in my non-causal storage. A half-second later, the Hellhound finishes crashing to the ground, my limbs keeping me stable amongst the juddering impact. Metallic clangs echo from the incognito field stacks, but nothing explodes, so I figure it's okay. The rich scent of upturned dirt fills the drop room, brisk sunlight replaced by dim red lighting and secondary groans from the shuttle structure. I look around warily, expecting something else to go wrong. Hello? A rectangle of bright light appears on one wall, a segment of the shuttle dragged aside in crashing clamor, familiar broad shape silhouetted in the wide rectangle. Sky? You and the Git still alive in there? Violet's having hysterics in the cockpit, but I don't care, my limbs quickly lowering me so I can charge over to the looming figure. Mac Willie. I'm so glad to dash. A midnight shape surges out of my shadow, swiping the wrapped sandwich from Mac Willie's hand and transferring it to an endless void mouth. Gross. Not fish. The remnants of a perfectly good roast glow beast sandwich splatter across Mac Willie's chest, and I skid to a halt, staring at the succulent bits now littering the ground. Pete, that is not okay. Not fish. I narrow my eyes. If you waste food, Pete, there will be consequences.
Turned butt.
Okay then. I reach into my shadow, bypassing the three-dimensional bounds of space and time because it doesn't matter if Pete wants to hide. This is important. My fist emerges with a hissing pile of angry fur, fingers clenched around the scruff of my cat's neck, and I ignore the lashing claws raising tiny welts on my wrist. Pete should know better than to waste food. We haven't survived this long. The village hasn't survived this long by being wasteful.
Regret.
Not until you make it right, and don't you test me. A mournful yowl, and then my cat slips loose from my grip, countless tales reconstructing the sandwich from present and past. Within seconds, it's whole in Mac Willie's hand once more. She looks at it blankly, then up at me. And what in the never God's flaming ass cheeks was that? Young Sky. I ignore her query. Wasting food is not okay, Pete. Not after everything that goes into making it. Everything that's sacrificed.
Nap time.
Pete vanishes. Spiteful little shit. I mutter, looking at nowhere and everywhere all at once as my cat fades away from my reach. Sorry about that, Mac Willie. She's still peering at the reconstituted sandwich in her grasp. Is this safe to eat? I shrug in between flickering limb flashes, transferring the pile of parts into my non-causal storage. If you don't want it, I'll take it. I'm kind of hungry. How'd your scavenging session go? She narrows her eyes while tucking the sandwich away in her own pocket dimension. It went fine, and you're not going to be seizing my winnings that easily. You and the Git retrieved all the pieces we need for the incognito field? Sure did. I smile. Stack reduced by a third and storage full. Where do you want them? Pick one of your trees. Doesn't matter which. The lad's next task is chaining them all together. It'll keep him out of mischief for another few hours. I pause at the exit from the shuttle, bright light muted to tolerability by Box's instant adjustments. Why is Huckins doing that? Mac Willie smirks at me as I look back, perfect teeth flashing bright in the shadowed recesses of the downed shuttle's interior. Why? Because I want to. What's the point of having a great big fuck-off engine when you could have an entire forest of great big fuck-off engines? There's a whole corpo apocalypse bearing down on this planet, Sky. Hiding's our best bet, but if they corner us, I'd prefer to give them something to choke on when they try and take a bite. I don't really have an answer for that. Okay, will it keep the village safe? Her smile fades in the dismal hold, the only visible sign of her presence the whites surrounding her eyes. Not in the slightest. Do you remember how we met? My memory flashes back to an obsidian titan striding the earth, tearing up a mountain and reshaping it into something that pleased her. A hand plucking stars like flowers from the sky. An impossible presence warping everything around it. After effects so recently encountered. That same indomitable aura ripped and banished back into reality. Mac Willie. A harsh bark of welcoming laughter. But now I hear the pain below the mirth. Sky. It's poor repayment for your hospitality, but I'm not going back. Her barely visible gaze pierces my own. Neither me nor the lad. You gave us freedom, and I'll not see it taken away. Not anymore. Not from any of us. No matter what it takes. So what do we do? Her chuckle this time is genuine. Why? Hope that what we're planning to do is enough. Perfect teeth bare once more in the endless pause. And if it isn't, we drive a dagger straight into the Never-God's heart as we die. A midnight shape surges out of my shadow, swiping the wrapped sandwich from Macwillie's hand and transferring it to an endless void mouth. Gross. Not fish. The remnants of a perfectly good roast glow-beast sandwich splatter across Macwillie's chest, and I skid to a halt, staring at the succulent bits now littering the ground. Pete, that is not okay. Not fish. I narrow my eyes. If you waste food, Pete, there will be consequences.
Turned but.
Okay then. I reach into my shadow, bypassing the three-dimensional bounds of space and time because it doesn't matter if Pete wants to hide. This is important. My fist emerges with a hissing pile of angry fur, fingers clenched around the scruff of my cat's neck, and I ignore the lashing claws raising tiny welts on my wrist. Pete should know better than to waste food. We haven't survived this long. The village hasn't survived this long by being wasteful.
Regret.
Not until you make it right, and don't you test me. A mournful yowl, and then my cat slips loose from my grip, countless tales reconstructing the sandwich from present and past. Within seconds, it's whole in Macwillie's hand once more. She looks at it blankly, then up at me. And what in the Never-God's flaming ash cheeks was that? Young Sky. I ignore her query. Wasting food is not okay, Pete. Not after everything that goes into making it. Everything that's sacrificed.
Nap time.
Pete vanishes. Spiteful little shit. I mutter, looking at nowhere and everywhere all at once as my cat fades away from my reach. Sorry about that, Macwillie. She's still peering at the reconstituted sandwich in her grasp. Is this safe to eat? I shrug in between flickering limb flashes, transferring the pile of parts into my non-causal storage. If you don't want it, I'll take it. I'm kind of hungry. How'd your scavenging session go? She narrows her eyes while tucking the sandwich away in her own pocket dimension. It went fine, and you're not going to be seizing my winnings that easily. You and the Git retrieved all the pieces we need for the incognito field? Sure did. I smile. Stack reduced by a third and storage full. Where do you want them? Pick one of your trees. Doesn't matter which, the lad's next task is chaining them all together. It'll keep him out of mischief for another few hours. I pause at the exit from the shuttle, bright light muted to tolerability by Box's instant adjustments. Huh. Why is Huckins doing that? Mac Willie smirks at me as I look back, perfect teeth flashing bright in the shadowed recesses of the downed shuttle's interior. Why? Because I want to. What's the point of having a great big fuck-off engine when you could have an entire forest of great big fuck-off engines? There's a whole corpo apocalypse bearing down on this planet, Sky. Hiding's our best bet, but if they corner us, I'd prefer to give them something to choke on when they try and take a bite. I don't really have an answer for that. Okay, will it keep the village safe? Her smile fades in the dismal hold, the only visible sign of her presence the whites surrounding her eyes. Not in the slightest. Do you remember how we met? My memory flashes back to an obsidian titan striding the earth, tearing up a mountain and reshaping it into something that pleased her. A hand plucking stars like flowers from the sky. An impossible presence warping everything around it. After effects so recently encountered. That same indomitable aura ripped and banished back into reality. Mac Willie. A harsh bark of welcoming laughter. But now I hear the pain below the mirth. Sky. It's poor repayment for your hospitality, but I'm not going back. Her barely visible gaze pierces my own. Neither me nor the lad. You gave us freedom, and I'll not see it taken away. Not anymore. Not from any of us. No matter what it takes. So what do we do? Her chuckle this time is genuine. Why? Hope that what we're planning to do is enough. Perfect teeth bare once more in the endless pause. And if it isn't, we drive a dagger straight into the Never-God's heart as we die. Chapter 53, The Calm. I slowly walk away from the clearing after unloading the last incognito field pieces, Macquillie's words echoing in my mind. I'm trying to understand them. She wouldn't really trigger an entity event if she thought all hope was lost, would she? She definitely would, Sky. We should start considering how we're going to escape if things go bad. I shake my head. Escape? I'm not leaving the village, Box. Besides, you're wrong. She'd never do that to us. Who'd do what to whom? I look over at the voice. Violet is striding next to me, Corgia bouncing at her side. Looks like she's recovered from the landing or crash or whatever it was. Hey, Violet. I'm just worried about Mac Willie. Box thinks she might blow everything up if things go bad and the incognito field doesn't work. Violet shrugs. Well, as long as I get enough warning to get off the planet first, I'm okay with it. Certainly won't hurt my chances at running if she decides to create some chaos. You're okay with it? Sky. An outstretched hand brings me to a halt, Violet turning me so I can look at her. I like your village. It's peaceful here. Nice. I'd prefer to stay, along with the transmitter you all promised to build me. Her eyes harden. But I like my own life more. And if the chief engineer goes full Nova, then I wish her every bit of luck in taking out as many of those bastards as she can. Especially if they're from my family. You'd leave? Just like that? Her hand falls, concern crossing her face. Sky, if that woman decides to crack reality's lid, it's going to be because you all have no chance of surviving. If the incognito field doesn't work, that's exactly what it'll be.
No.
Chance. There are entire war fleets headed this way now. More than I can handle, no matter how powerful that transmitter is. I'm not sticking around for what they'll do to this place if they find it. I'll take my odds trying to hack one of the ships to escape. Her gaze softens. You should come too, and I'm not just saying that because I want the prototype. I think we could work well together. Keep each other alive. My stomach drops as I imagine endless waves of marauders cutting mercilessly through the trees, flames scouring the canopy above in roaring infernos. Our village, my home, ravaged after so many millennia of survival, ruined by other humans. Everyone I know, dead. I'm with Mac Willie, I whisper. If I can't hide the village and lead everyone after me away, then I'd rather we go out together. Well, you do you. I'm planning on living a long time. Her stomach growls, and she makes a face, which I won't be able to do if I starve to death. You got any food around here? Yeah. Follow me. I set off through the trees towards the village, Violet following close behind. More unwanted images of death and destruction fill my mind. An endless succession of potential horror that I can't seem to snap out of. Sky, this is counterproductive. You're spiraling. I know, I murmur, not wanting Violet to hear. But I can't think of anything else. The village is all I have left. What if the field doesn't work? Dwelling on negative outcomes won't help, and I want to once again iterate my desire for us not to be here should one of those outcomes ensue. I'm not abandoning the village if things go bad, Box. I don't want to die, Sky. I don't want you to die. This is one of those situations where we can't cheat reality. Escaping with Violet is a viable alternative to, I'm done talking about it. My shout rings through the trees, and a low whistle sounds from behind. Deawamum, I don't think I've ever seen an integrator that upset. Good thing you can't tell what it's thinking right now. I whirl on Violet, and she holds her hands out. Peace, peace. I don't want to fight, just making an observation. I turn around and stomp away, my head throbbing with anger. Why doesn't Box get it? The village, these are my people, my friends, my family. I can't abandon them to save myself. As we enter the outskirts of the village, I hear a woof at my heels. That's a good point, Corgia, Violet says thoughtfully. Sky, assuming the incognito field works, just how are you planning on leading the search away from here? I'm going to run somewhere else, I grumble. I can run pretty fast now. That's your plan? To run somewhere else? She lets out a horrified laugh as we enter the village square. We really need to work on your plans. She falls silent as I lead us towards the table the bakers have set up for today's midday meal. There's a pile of neatly wrapped roast globies sandwiches along with a large bowl of forest salad, mixed greens tossed with sliced carrots, cucumbers, and crumbled crabroach cheese, all topped with a pricklebrush oil and shimmer fruit vinaigrette. Wordlessly, we both grab some food and sit down at an empty table. So, Violet hesitantly starts around a bite of roast globeast. I keep shoveling forest salad into my mouth. It's not my favorite, but I need to eat a balanced diet. Too much meat is unhealthy. Great-grandpa made sure I learned that at an early age. So, what? About your plan, Dash. I don't hear the rest of her sentence, forkful of salad dropping back down to my plate. That's right. Great-grandpa Axe is gone. I've been moving so fast I let myself forget it, but now that I'm sitting still, surrounded by sympathetic faces I'm just now noticing, I can't hide from what happened. Sky? What's wrong, Dash? I grab Violet's wrist as I stand, my limbs quickly storing the remainder of our meal for later. I pretend not to see Stove Mind as I force us away from the common area, knowing it's going to be something I have to address in the future, but I'm not willing to face it in the now. I want you to see the village. See who we are. See why I can't just let them die. I ignore her protestations, Corgia yapping at our feet, and beeline for a tall, airy structure just past the idiot archive. Violet needs to understand. Box 2. How hard we've worked to survive. Violet falls silent as we enter, our footfalls echoing quietly in the towering atrium of the shrine of Saint Penicillin. Muted canopy light radiates ethereally from the three walls composed almost entirely of stained glass windows, gentle swirling patterns of blue and yellow and green. The fourth wall is the trunk of a tree, one of the forest elders, an arched alcove at its base, and it's there that I lead her. In the organic hollow, a pale wooden statue of a woman stands, head down, hands clasped across her stomach in repose. Crimson leaves cascade from her head, veiling parts of her face and trailing down nearly to her knees. Small openings, the trunk surrounding her, most empty, others filled with small round pods that look grown from the wood itself, attached by the slenderest of threads. Wow, okay, that is fucking creepy. That carving looks like an actual person. A bone person. Saint Penicillin, I replied to Violet's stunned observation. She gave her life out of love for us all, keeping us healthy and whole. For life alone is not enough. Life must be enjoyed to have meaning. That sounds like another one of your quotes. It is. From the Book of Beginnings. This is where almost all of our medicine comes from. UKK. Well, good job to whoever made whatever it is, I guess. So fucking creepy. Sky, we should talk about our next step once the incognito field is active. How we're going to lead the corpos away. Violet has a point in that we don't really have a plan. They both still don't get it. What I'm trying to tell them. Come on. I want to show you something else. I pull Violet back across the village square, once more avoiding Stove's searching stare, this time aiming for a squat, sturdy building that hunkers protectively around the tree at its center. The Shrine of St. Gunpowder. The acolyte inside stiffens when we enter, then relaxes after I tell him we're only going to the viewing room. Is this going to be another creepy, gah? Violet's startled exclamation is absorbed by the thick walls of the viewing room, a long glass wall at the far end separating us from the other half of the small chamber. Beyond is a wooden statue of a man caught mid-stride, hands outstretched with palms up, a pleading look on the eternally frozen face. Red leaves cover his lips and chin, a shorter layer atop his head. Fine dust trickles between his fingers into the collection boxes below in a steady stream of grayish specks. He loved her more than life itself and gave that love to us, to protect and defend, so life and love might flourish together. Do you understand now? My voice is pleading, begging. I need them to understand why I can't abandon the village. What the shit is going on with that dust? It's clearly non-causal, but I'm not picking up anything. It is remarkably strange. Sky, is this related to the trees? That is an impossibly pure mixture of nitrocellulose and they gave up their lives to protect us all. I'm trying so hard not to shout, because we're all a family. If I dash, I stumble towards one of the padded chairs lining the wall, letting it take my weight instead of my treacherous legs. If I lose the village, what do I have left? What reason is there to live? The grief surges through me. Great-grandpa, there you are. Stove's no-nonsense tone cuts through my stifled sobs, and she takes a seat next to me. This is why I wanted to speak with you, Sky. If you run from the pain, it will always catch you, and you've been doing a lot of running lately. Her voice raises. You can wait outside. She points a finger at Violet, who looks back guiltily from her sidle to the exit. Violet mutters something to Corgia as they leave, but I don't catch it, too caught up in my own despair. I don't know what to do, Stove. I'm trying so hard to protect everyone, but if the incognito field doesn't work, I'm going to lose you all. Stove raises a questioning eyebrow, and I tell her about Maquilli's plan, Violet's tracking of the incoming forces, of Box's desire for us to escape, of my fears of being all alone, of the pain in my heart. I can see why you're feeling overwhelmed, she says as I finally trail off. Speaking for myself personally, I would prefer that the village survives, with all of us in it. She leans forward, placing a hand on my knee. But Sky, I'd like you to ask yourself a question. Why did the saints give their lives to protect the village in the first place? Because they loved us? That they did. But why? Where did that love spring from? Because... I stop to think, to find the answer to what she's really asking. Great-grandpa whispers in my ear, 1,000 lessons learned growing up a memoriam. Because we were all that was left after the world ended. They had to make sure we survived. Exactly. Her eyes gleam. Except now we know that we're not alone. And while I do not want the village to be destroyed, there is still hope. When does someone die? When the last person forgets about them. I respond automatically, memoriam training kicking in once again. Indeed. With that in mind, why would we ask you to stay? If the worst comes to pass, why wouldn't we rather have someone who remembers us, who can tell our stories and keep us alive, though our bodies might be gone? But I'd be abandoning you all. Sky. Her voice gains an edge. You are not the only person in this village who wants others to live. If you need to escape, if you need to leave us all behind, every other person here would gladly see you survive. Because we love you, just as you love us. I break down again, Stove sitting patiently beside me, hands still on my knee, offering me contact, a connection, without demanding more than I'm comfortable with, offering me her love. Eventually the tears stop falling, and I'm able to look into her eyes. She gives me a small smile. The pain may fade, it may not. You might be hurt again, you might not. But as long as you keep us here, she taps my forehead, and here, my chest, then we'll never die. Your family will never die. Do you understand? Thank you, Stove Mind. Good. Now go find Broom. She wants to talk to you. We both stand and walk out of the viewing room, my hands rubbing away the puffy tears still lingering. Violet straightens up from her lounging posture outside and grins nervously at Stove. Look, I'm feeling a lot better and I don't think dash. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to. I'll be in my study. Violet gives an exasperated sigh but follows Stove and I out. I part ways from them, my mood lifting slightly as I watch her continue tagging along behind the mind. I hope Stove is able to help her like she did for me. It's a short walk to the archive, and I finish my lunch on the way. I'm not that hungry, but I'm not about to waste food. There's one person at the desks when I enter, a familiar face. Torch. She's working on a collection of metal tubes and complicated mechanical parts. Hey, Torch. Is Broom here? Also, what's that? She's in the back. Torch flicks her head towards the door to the left, not the one that leads down into the archives proper, then returns her attention to her tinkering. This'll be a flamethrower. When I can get it to stop exploding? Okay, thanks. She grunts in reply, and I leave her to her work. Opening the door reveals a combination barracks and laboratory, a row of beds flanking the wall composed of the tree trunk, isolated tables and workstations opposite them. There's a chest-high barrier separating the two sides, small footlockers on the bedside and low bookshelves on the other. Broom is standing at one of the workstations, experimenting with something I can't see, but she turns around when she hears the door open. Hey, Sky. How are you doing? Not great, but better. Stove said you wanted to see me? She steps away from the table and walks over, grabbing something from one of the bookshelves on her way. Yeah, two things. First is this. She hands me a thin book. The cover bears only 2 words, Surviving Outsiders, and this copy looks well-worn. It seems familiar. Oh, Jasper was reading this. What's it about? Bunch of different stuff? Broom adjusts her hair to capture some loose strands. How to interact with outsiders if you happen to meet one, survival tips, random stories. Book wrote the original. It's required reading for every idiot. I saw Jasper reading it. He said something about a test. What happens if I fail? We'll make you keep reading until you pass. Not sure why, but it's in the records. One of the only things Book was absolutely insistent on. Every idiot to be tested every year, and to write their own copy if they survive to 30. I can show you the metal plate if you want. It's down in the archives. Metal plate? Guess she was pretty serious about it. Okay, what was the second thing? She sticks her hands in her pockets, as if she's bracing for something. Axe's funeral. We're planning on having it tomorrow morning at sunup. That's so. I'm not sure if I'm ready. She shrugs. We can delay it a day or two if you want, but we need to plant his tree. I try to think past the pain. Once he's in the ground, once the tree has sprouted, he's gone. Forevermore a part of the forest. Stove's words come back to me, delivered so recently. As long as someone remembers him, he isn't dead. What if everything goes wrong and I have to run without saying my last goodbye? Without seeing his tree rise from the soil? Tomorrow morning is fine. Broom squints at me, then nods. Good. I'm not going to say it gets easier, but I'm here if you need someone to talk to. Thanks, Broom. I shuffle my feet awkwardly. So what do I do now? You get everything you need to make that field thing? I did. MacWillie and Huckins are setting it up. She said it's going to take a while, maybe even the whole night. Well, then why don't you give yourself a break and do some reading? You've been running yourself ragged the past few days. Feel free to grab a bed. She's right. I don't have anything to do. No pressing objective, no imminent disaster I can avert. Nothing to do but wait. Maybe the book will help keep my mind from dwelling on everything that can go wrong. I'll do that. Thanks again, Broom. She smiles as she turns to her workstation. Anytime, kid. Us idiots have to look after each other. I let her get back to whatever it is she's doing and sit on the bed closest to the door, spine resting against the comforting bulk of the tree. My finger traces out the burned-in lettering on the leather cover. Surviving Outsiders. I open to the first page and start to read. Chapter 54. Before, Interlude, The Curious Life of Margaret Twythe. Dante. Frustrated, Margaret bangs the old-fashioned frying pan against the cast-iron stovetop, nearly spilling the steaming omelette within. Hovering in front of her, the holographic upper body of a blonde-haired woman shakes her head. I still don't see what you see in that creep, Mags. He doesn't appreciate you. He's busy, June. Margaret scowls back. Also, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to call your boss a creep. I can call him whatever I want because he's suspended for misusing the lab and preventing us from vetting his work. Seriously, you can do better. Margaret plates the omelette and settles down at her kitchen island with a sigh, a fork and some hot sauce extending up from within the surface of the floating slab of memory marble. She splashes the golden half-moon liberally with spicy red liquid and waits for it to cool, her eyes wandering to the simulated window currently showing a tropical beach. Then she shifts on her stool. Look, I know you have reservations about him, but the way his mind works, it's fascinating. I've never met someone who sees the world quite like he does. That's because he's twistier than a corkscrew. We're still trying to figure out what he was trying to get the quantum tunneler to do. The math he's using doesn't add up. Margaret slowly chews another bite. I'm sure it does to him. Come on, June, you know Dante just wants what's best for everyone. He really doesn't. But that's your mistake to make. You're my best friend, Mags, and I wish you'd listen. Your track record with love sucks. June, that's not fair. Not everyone is as lucky as you and Hassan. That's because we actually pay attention to each other. I'd think you of all people would get that. A light blinks at the corner of the hologram.
Krap. I got go.
More recalibrations. Have fun at your redneck family reunion thing. Have fun poking at reality. I'll call you when we get there. Margaret touches the delicate silver choker at her neck and the hologram winks out. She stares at the half-eaten omelette in front of her, then pushes it away. Despite the expensive natural ingredients, she can't bring herself to keep eating it alone. Dante, breakfast. Silence answers her. Damn it. House, make me a nutrient brick. Iguana berry. A thin rectangle extrudes from the island, laying atop a small plate. She grabs it with disgust and stalks out of the kitchen. She passes the small living room and pushes open the door of the bedroom that comprises the last section of her apartment. Dante. The rail-thin man pacing back and forth beside the bed doesn't seem to hear her. Shock of brown hair, must, and a feverish focus in his eyes. Endless rows of mathematical equations hover in front of his face, moving as he does, and his hands swipe and poke at them sporadically, rearranging, adding, and subtracting pieces in incomprehensible fits. He's also completely nude. Goddamn it, Dante, you're not even dressed? His hands freeze, then he reaches up to the gold and black choker encircling his neck. A quick tap banishes the wall of symbols, his attention returning to the here and now. He grins sheepishly at Margaret. Oh, sorry. I had an idea on how to solve the zero-time tunneling architecture instability through Dash. Margaret nearly throws the plate at him, but manages to catch herself at the last second. She sets it down on the bed instead, not quite slamming the thin ceramic. We need to leave in 5 minutes, or we're going to miss our pod. I told you to pack last night specifically to avoid this issue. Let's go. She starts flinging clothes from the dresser at him as he hastily dresses, picking out outfits that she won't mind cleaning dirt out of later. Even though her parents' compound is hermetically sealed, Margaret knows her dad is still going to want them to go hiking, just like he's done with all her previous relationships. Dante's wardrobe successfully handled, she takes a second to go through her own travel pack, checking that all the essentials are there. 3 days of casual clothes, toiletries, rebreather, and extra filters, all neatly stacked inside the durable backpack. Good. She looks up at Dante's muffled voice. Hey, have you seen my copy of the Book of the Law? Margaret frowns, hurrying over to stuff Dante's scattered clothes into his pack as he searches around beneath the bed, a trail of nutrient bar crumbs leading down the sheets. Why would I know where your book went? Don't you have it in your assistant? Of course, but I need the original too. Otherwise, I can't compare potential interference events. A warning appears in Margaret's vision and she swears, jamming clothes in even faster. Dante, we need to leave Dash. Found it. Dante emerges from beneath the bed, triumphantly brandishing a thin book liberally festooned with paper tags sticking out at various angles. Margaret snatches it from him, shoves it in the pack, then closes the magnetic zipper with one hand while thrusting a pair of shoes into Dante's chest with the other. "If you don't have those on in 10 seconds, I'm leaving without you, and we are done. I am not missing my family reunion because you couldn't be bothered to care." Dante scowls as he quickly works a shoe onto his right foot, then his left. "It's not my fault I lost track of time. You know my research is nearing a breakthrough and dash." Margaret pushes him out the bedroom door, carrying his own backpack in one hand and fumbling hers over her shoulder with the other. Less talking, more moving. "The pod's going to be here in 30 seconds. The pair race to the front door, the small household butler bot already unfolding from the wall to clean up the remnants of breakfast. "Lock up, house," Margaret calls out just before the door shuts behind her. An acknowledgement briefly flashes in her vision. Outside, Dante is standing next to the guard railing that borders the apartment's public balcony. A sturdy metal rod stretches up and down in the open air past the railing, another connecting it horizontally with the other poles mirrored all the way down the building's side like a weave of prison bars. Round orbs zip along the metal lattice in abacus bead slides, stirring the thick orange air in warm blasts. One comes to a halt next to the railing, a hatch opening in its side, and the guardrail morphs into a small bridge. Margaret watches Dante cross nervously despite the safety railings on each side, then joins him in the pod's comfortable interior, taking the cushioned couch opposite his and stowing her pack beneath it. The hatch swings shut and restraint straps slide around her body. Then the pod accelerates smoothly downward. She taps a quick command on her neck choker and the top half of the pod turns transparent, revealing their descent through the city. Towering buildings rise in all directions, all covered in the same grid of metal hosting countless conveyance pods, weaving an immaculate tapestry of near misses. She's always thought it makes everything look like it's covered in ticks, scurrying around and above and below but never through each other. The orange sky darkens as their pod descends to ground level, floor after floor flashing by in a smudged blur. "Fire season's bad this year," she says, more out of a desire to start a conversation than to relay information the man across from her needs to know. "Fire season's always bad. Fire season's always bad." He echoes her thoughts as a wall of golden numbers appears between them, incomprehensible even if they weren't reversed from her angle. "I'm going to work on." The symbology begins dancing as his voice trails off, hands conducting some symphony only he can hear. Margaret sighs. Maybe June was right. She touches her neck and brings up her own wall of words. At least the trip will give her a chance to catch up on the latest neurodiversity research. The pod slots neatly into a gap on the ground level main maglev line and accelerates even faster, a single drop in a chain of beads zipping through the canyons of the city. Eventually they emerge from the shadows of the towering giants and enter the countryside, thick forests of trees hardy enough to withstand the planet's rapidly warming atmosphere interspersed with clear areas of tall grass and jagged rock, the maglev line cutting a straight path through it all. The hours pass in silence, Margaret periodically looking away from her reading to watch gneiss and schist give way to sandstone and shale, oak and hickory spreading thinner and thinner until sweeping flatlands emerge beneath a sweltering azure sky, distant pyrocumulus clouds looming over the northern horizon. Orbital shuttles periodically pass overhead, adding their own puffy tracks as they carry would-be colonists on their long trip towards one of the other planets. Maybe the red domes of Mars or Saturn's dirigible settlements. Halfway through the interminable sameness of the plains, she pulls out the prepared lunch she ordered the pod to store beforehand. Most of it is printed, some cubes of flavored vat meat drizzled with a soy and ginger glaze along with some vitamin veggies. But Margaret allowed herself to splurge on some real blueberries and enjoys the sharp tang as they burst between her teeth. She thinks about offering one to Dante, but it's impossible to catch his eyes behind the sliding shells of numbers now taking up the entire other half of the pod. So she finishes them alone and returns to her reading. Other pods join and leave the train periodically, whizzing off to their own isolated destinations along the metal arteries that keep this part of the planet connected. But Margaret and the man she's beginning to suspect she'll break up with when they get back to the city continue racing the sun on its endless journey around the planet. From another perspective, she thinks, we're desperately trying to stay in its focus as rotation tears us away. Mountains eventually appear on the western horizon, baby teeth erupting into full-grown incisors and canines, the tallest capped with crowns of white. Before the train is even to their foothills, Margaret's pod peels away to the north, heading for a cluster of small two-story buildings. Deceleration starts imposing its force, and she banishes her reading. Dante. There's no response from the twisting golden dome covering the entirety of the other half of the pod. Margaret takes a deep breath. Dante, we're almost there. Still no response. Another deep breath. Dante, I am trying to make this work, but I need you to work with me. The silent gold continues to writhe. Margaret reaches down and very deliberately finishes the remaining water in her bioplastic bottle, then flings the small cylinder across the cabin as hard as she can. Ow! The auric concealment wavers like heat haze, then vanishes, revealing Dante petulantly rubbing his chest. Why'd you wow? There's nothing here. Interestingly barren. Margaret is spared from answering with the pod's arrival at a short platform bordering the metal rail. A large, weathered man with his thumbs tucked into the belt of his rugged denim pants is standing next to a pile of boxes, sweat marks under the armpits of his red and blue flannel shirt. A spotless white Stetson hat bobs in time with a beat only he can hear, sun-wrinkled lips silently mouthing lyrics as one of his boots taps along. He stops as he notices the pod sliding to a halt, a wide smile creating deeper creases in his lined face. The pod hatch swings open, letting in a furnace blast of air, but Margaret ignores it, already leaping out with her arms stretched out. Daddy! She crashes into the bigger man who wraps her up in a bear hug, lifting her off the ground easily. Maggie, it's good to see you, girl. Been too long. He lets her down and looks over her shoulder at Dante, who's standing with all the grace of a wilted dandelion. This the newest fella? Looks like he could use some meat on his bones. He extends his broad hand, which Dante reluctantly clasps. Jeremiah Twythe, pleased to meet you. He pumps up and down, then frowns. You got a grip like a dead fish, son. You do anything productive for a living? Dad, Dante's working on cutting-edge science. So that's a no, then. Jeremiah releases Dante's hand and turns to the boxes. Guess they can't all be winners. Come on, help me load the meat. Sorry about that, Margaret whispers to Dante, who shrugs. They both put their backpacks down and move to help Jeremiah transfer the pile of boxes into the interior of the pod. Its couches folded back into the walls to create more storage space. Dante manages two of the heavy containers before he has to go sit down, overcome by the weight and intense heat. Jeremiah frowns again, but refrains from saying anything, and they quickly finish. The pod hatch swings shut, and it accelerates away from the station, leaving behind a deep silence broken only by the occasional bird call. Margaret soaks it in for a moment, relishing the sticky sweat along her shoulders and back that's starting to seep into her thin shirt. It feels like she's one small part of a vast whole, and while she loves living in the city and all it provides, there's a certain peace that hits her each time she comes back home. Fuck, it's hot out here, Dante grumbles. When can we get inside? Truck's parked over this way, Jeremiah replies, boots clomping against the wooden platform. Let's get back to the ranch. Dante staggers after him, leaving Margaret to carry both backpacks. She contemplates calling him back to take his share of the load, but holds her tongue. He's clearly physically fatigued, and the packs are light as feathers after lifting the meat boxes anyways. Jeremiah leads them to a large, four-door white truck lifted above oversized tires, several toolboxes lining the sides of the truck bed. Dante climbs into the back seat, nearly falling on the way up. Margaret tosses the backpacks in after him, then shuts the door and takes the front seat. The interior of the truck is blessedly cold, air conditioning blasting full force from the dashboard vents, and Margaret groans in satisfaction. Jeremiah situates himself in the driver's seat and pulls away from the station, electric drivetrain emitting a slight whine. When you'd get an EV, Dad? I thought you weren't letting go of Bertha until they pried her out of your cold, dead hands. Damn Marxists on the planetary board finally made combustion illegal, Jeremiah grouses, engaging the vehicle's auto drive once they're on the main road. Don't feel right, not hearing a truck rumble beneath you. And what happens when the dang batteries run out in the middle of the fields? A fast-charging solar sheet can easily dash. Dante begins before Margaret interrupts him. I'm sure Dad already has a solar sheet, babe. He's a big believer in being prepared. Damn straight. One of these days, those commie Martian Marxists are gonna try something tricky, and it's gonna be every man for himself. Margaret tries not to sigh as her dad launches into his familiar rambling screed against communists, Marxist Martians, and the secret weather satellites funded by those Saturn hazehead hippies that keep making Earth hotter and hotter. She loves her family, but it never takes them long to remind her why she lives in the city. Jeremiah finally runs out of steam as he turns the auto drive off to take the exit for his ranch. So what's all your cutting-edge science gonna do? Dante, was it? Dante startles slightly, half dozing against the truck's window. Well, I'm on the verge of breaking through the zero-point quantum tunneling barrier via Kabbalistic heuristics, which will allow us to harness the full power of non-causal interactions, since, as you know, we're currently limited to only instantaneous information transfer and dash. You like football, son? I don't find myself with time for sport. Shame. I'm a Broncos man myself, but I gotta say, this might finally be those boys from Minnesota's year. Did you know they're still the only team who hasn't won the big one? Can you believe that? I believe that meaningless contests of physical capability are dash. How are the twins doing, Dad? Margaret interjects quickly. Still hell-raising in town? Annalie is, but Leanne's settled down ever since she married that Buford boy. No kids yet, though. She says she wants to finish her third doctorate first. I tell her, how many doctors can fit in one person's body? But you know how she is when she wants something. Margaret smiles at memories of her younger sisters. Yeah, I know. Remember that time she tried to ride one of the goats? Jeremiah guffaws. Damn near got her skull kicked in. But by God, if she didn't eventually make that ornery bastard submit. A low dome appears in front of them, translucent triangular panels catching the sun's rays at their edges. Cried her damn fool head off when it came time to butcher him. He glances over at Margaret. Good thing you were still around to help her through it. You still doing that headology thing? Writing papers and winning awards? Margaret rolls her eyes. Yes, Dad. I'm still publishing. My next paper is on stabilizing forces in isolated communities. There's lots of interesting data from the early off-world settlements. Good. Maybe you can use it to tell those damn Martians to stop being Marxists. Never mind. I'll send you a copy when it's finished. That's my girl. The truck reaches the dome, now revealed as a massive structure enclosing a small, one-story house, several barns, and 2 long warehouses. Jeremiah guides the vehicle through the outer opening of an airlock built into the base of the structure, putting them in momentary darkness, then passes through the second set of garage-style roll-up doors. Dante looks around in interest at the transparent panels soaring overhead. That's a fascinatingly large geodesic dome. How did you solve the fatigue? I see. Self-healing polymers. Clever. Cost an arm and a leg, Jeremiah grunts. But it was worth it for a beauty like this. He gestures to the perfectly cropped grass extending on either side of the gravel road all the way up to the house, where it expands into a surrounding lawn so green it looks painted on the ground. Farther away, several spreading oaks are allowed to grow amongst the waving fields of wild grass that extend all the way to the edges of the dome. It's for the summer months, Margaret explains for Dante's benefit, though she's not sure if he cares. It gets too hot for the animals out there, so we keep them in here. The rest of the time Dad lets them range outside. Costs a lot to keep a cow alive these days, Jeremiah adds proudly, halting the truck in front of the house. But here we do it right. Only reason I can charge the prices I do. He turns and winks at Dante, who stares back, nonplussed. All right, let's get you kids unloaded and I'll give you a tour of the house. Dad, do we have to do this every time? Margaret asks, climbing down from the truck and opening the rear door to grab her pack. It's embarrassing. Dante stumbles down after her, backpack giving him a rightwards list. I can't imagine there's much to tour. Do you live here by yourself? Jeremiah just smiles and ushers them to the front door, pulling it open. It leads directly into a modest living room, 2 armchairs facing an old-fashioned physical screen mounted on the wall, an open-fronted hardwood cabinet filled with a china set below it. The top of the cabinet is covered in framed pictures of a young man and woman, their ages increasing from left to right, babies growing into children eventually joining them. The most prominent picture, however, is a larger one that shows just the woman smiling, looking at something slightly away from the focus, wind-whipped hair caught streaming towards the mountains rising behind her. Margaret's heart aches when she sees it, just like always. Jeremiah tips his hat. That's Dorothy, my wife. She passed almost 10 years ago. One of those new fungal infections that keep popping up. Caught it on a hiking trip to Antarctica and the docs couldn't figure it out in time. I'm sorry, Dante says softly, and Jeremiah claps him on the back. Why were you sorry? You didn't kill her. We had a lot of great years together. Wish we could have had more, but life's a bitch and then you die. He pivots, stepping through an empty doorway. This here's the old kitchen. Don't use it much anymore. Jeremiah kicks the oven with his boot. Doesn't work properly half the time. Piece of shit that it is, but she loved it and I can't bring myself to get rid of the damn thing. He leads them through the kitchen in 3 long strides and into a hallway with a door on the right wall, another open frame at the far end. Jeremiah waves at it. That's our old bedroom. You can stay in there if you want, but it's a bit dusty. Dante looks at him in confusion. Margaret puts a hand over her face, knowing what's coming. Then where will you sleep? Oh, don't you worry about me, Jeremiah grins. I've got a little spot down in the basement. He pulls open the door to the right, revealing a narrow set of wooden steps leading down to an L-turn, lit by a bare bulb on the descending ceiling. Here, let me show you. Dante warily follows him down the stairs, Margaret bringing up the rear. As they turn the corner, the stairs descend to a wide dirt landing packed with old boxes, dusty and sagging, and some wooden chairs missing a leg. A dingy mattress half covered with a wadded-up blanket is next to one of the unfinished walls, rootlets sprouting from the dirt like fine hairs. Jeremiah walks over to the far wall and turns, spreading his arms wide, a beaming smile on his face. See? I'll be fine. No bother at all to let you have the bed. Margaret's cheeks flame red as Dante looks around slowly. Looks uncomfortable. He eventually manages. Jeremiah's grin grows wider, perfect white teeth in gleaming contrast with his sun-browned skin. Oh, I didn't say I was sleeping here. He taps the brim of his hat and the wall behind him shifts backward, then splits in half, bright light pouring out and silhouetting his form. A hubbub of voices accompanies the light, the unmistakable sounds of a party in progress. Margaret glowers at his dramatics, stepping past a stupefied Dante. Can we get on with it, Dad? I'm tired and I want to take a shower. She punches him in the shoulder and he mock grimaces, then the smile returns. Let an old man have his fun, Maggie. It's old. You do this every time. And why wouldn't I? Jeremiah points at Dante, who's still gaping at the sudden opening. There ain't a show out there that compares to that expression. He nudges her with his elbow. You remember that one girl you brought 3 years ago? Damn near thought she was going to piss her pants. You're embarrassing, Dad. Parents get to be like that. Come on, son, he calls to Dante, who lurches forward, mouth still hanging open. Let me give you the real tour. Margaret follows him through the thick steel doors covered in a carefully applied layer of dirt, Dante holding her shoulder to keep his balance. The room beyond is an enormous open atrium plunging down 3 levels, metal doors studding each level at regular intervals, the ceiling covered in a flawless representation of the outside sky beaming light down. As they approach the chest-high barrier guarding the balcony edge, a large crowd of people becomes visible on the bottom layer, which is covered in that same perfect grass from outside. Groups of people are sitting on lounge chairs in various clusters, many with drinks in hand, while others are playing catch with a ball or chasing each other around. A huge pool is fed by a waterfall from an opening in the first-level wall, and small children are shrieking and laughing as they splash around and leap from a diving board built into the second-floor balcony. Why? Jeremiah nearly doubles over at Dante's loss of speaking abilities. Man's gotta have a hobby, son, and once Dottie passed, I had a lot more time on my hands. Those Marxist Martians are gonna invade us one of these days, but there's nothing saying a survival bunker has to be uncomfortable. There's no. Anyways, Jeremiah continues, leading them clockwise along the balcony. Your rooms are on this level, in the family section. That's this one right here. He pushes a door open, revealing a well-lit hallway with alternating entrances on each side, some with green lights over them, others red, and feel free to take whichever empty one you want. Those are the ones with the green light, he adds. I know, Dad. Margaret snaps, dragging Dante behind her. You can give him the rest of the tour later. She marches towards the first available room, ignoring the spluttering sounds from Jeremiah. But I haven't even shown him the pantry yet. Or the armory. Later, Dad. She ignores his continued protestations, hauling Dante into a comfortable bedroom with attached bathroom that wouldn't have looked out of place in any upscale hotel back in the city. Once the door closes, she throws her pack on the bed and lets out a frustrated breath. Sorry about that. My dad, well, he can be a bit much. It's remarkable, Dante responds, setting his own pack on the bed and sitting next to it. Does this place have access to the net? You think he'd build something like this without a net portal? Margaret scoffs. He probably had them bury an entire gateway somewhere out there. She steps into the bathroom and turns the handle for the shower. I'm going to get clean. We'll meet the rest of the family downstairs. Okay. Margaret showers quickly, enjoying the luxurious feel of real water instead of sonic waves, but she doesn't overindulge. Her sisters are waiting, and if there's any hope of salvaging her current relationship with Dante, she needs to get him out of his head and paying some attention to her. A couple minutes later, she turns the water off, wrapping a towel around her short dark hair and using another to dry herself off. Hey, are you? Her voice trails off as she emerges into the bedroom and sees a now very familiar golden shell. Her eyes tighten, and she lets the towel fall away, revealing her naked body. I'm naked, she announces loudly. You want to fuck? The incomprehensible equations continue their endless dance, and her bubbling anger shifts to mounting sadness. Yeah, she thinks silently as she starts putting on a bikini beneath her light winter dress. This relationship is the only thing fucked in here. I'm going downstairs. You can join me. Or not. Whatever. The golden light remains solidly fixed in place. Margaret leaves the room without bothering to hide her passage, letting the door click shut behind her. Out in the hallway, she leans back against it, trying to force down the ache in her heart. She reaches up to her throat and taps the choker at her neck. Hey, Mags, how was the... Oh shit. What's wrong, girl? I'm pretty sure it's over, June. Margaret tries to keep her voice from breaking, because if she lets it, she's going to start breaking too. He spent the whole trip working on his damn formula, and he's still at it even when he knows I wanted him to meet my family. The blonde-haired hologram winces. Damn, that's a level of creep behavior I didn't think even he could achieve. Now I really regret introducing you to him at that party. Margaret wipes at her nose. It's not your fault. We had some fun times, but I guess I'm just not the priority in his life I wanted him to see me as. I don't think he was ever going to see you like that, honey. She sniffs. I know, but I was hoping. A light flashes behind the hologram, and she pouts.
Dam, I gotta go. Mags.
More of these stupid calibrations. Hey, I cycle off this stupid rock in a month. When I'm back in the city, the drinks are on me. Go try and have some fun at your hillbilly hoedown. A small smile finds its way onto Margaret's face. Thanks, June. Enjoy Ganymede's ocean. Love you. Love you too. The hologram winks out and Margaret straightens up from her slump against the door. She's sure Dante could have heard her entire half of the conversation if he cared, but the metal slab stays firmly shut. She wipes her nose one last time, then heads down to the party. Jeremiah greets her as she steps out of the stairwell, blue jeans and flannel replaced with an obnoxiously loud Hawaiian shirt and swim trunks combo that shows off the tan lines at his wrists and neck. He's still wearing the cowboy hat, and he taps it when he sees her alone. Where's your man? Still getting ready? I don't think he's coming down, Daddy. He's more focused on something else. She smiles ruefully. Just another failed attempt at meaningful intimacy, I guess. Jeremiah scowls. Little pissant. You doing okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. I've had plenty of practice. Huh. Tell you what, let's get you a real, honest-to-God sirloin cheeseburger and a beer and see how you feel from there. Margaret wraps him up in a hug, pressing her face against his chest. Thanks, Daddy. You're the best. The next few hours pass quickly, Margaret's mood improving immensely after the promised burger and 5 beers. She eventually finds herself sitting with her sisters by the pool, regaling them with her latest tale of woe as the screen overhead shifts to an amber sunset. Have you ever considered you're looking for a project, not a partner? Annalie asks, waving her rum and cola around. You keep bringing home these broken minds, and then acting all sad when they are who they are, and it doesn't work out. You're such a bitch, Margaret snarls, but there isn't any venom in it. What do you and June do? Compare notes? Now there's someone I wouldn't mind bringing home, Annalie chortles. Too bad she's firmly on the other side of the fence. She downs her drink in one long gulp, then leans sideways off the chair, glaring at the shouting children in the pool. If I catch any of you little shits pissing in there, I'm gonna stick you in the water purifier myself. Only if you can catch us, you old bag. One of the older kids yells back, and Annalie's lips peel back in what could charitably be called a smile. That's it, you little punks. Buford, give me your gun. The bearded man with close cropped hair sitting next to Annalie's identical twin size, then reaches into the pocket of his swim trunks and tosses a small pistol at her. She catches it neatly and drops to a knee, sighting at the boy laughing at her from the pool.
Pop.
A burst of compressed air fires a tiny gel-covered sphere, its surface ablating as it covers the distance until it fully dissolves, releasing the droplet of water just in time to hit the boy right in the center of his forehead. Pool fight! Shrieks a younger girl, and the horde of unruly children pull out their own weapons from ledges beneath the lip of the pool, sending a barrage back at Annalie. She curses, rolling smoothly to the side and flipping the lounge chair in front of her to act as cover. You goddamn traitor, Buford, she barks in between shots, fine mist spraying all around her. You weren't supposed to give them water guns too. Seems only fair, the bearded man says quietly, a soft smile lighting up his features. He looks over at the woman lounging next to him, her smile a mirror copy of his. Right, Leanne? Absolutely, babe, she agrees, giving him a kiss. As she pulls away, Leanne smirks at her twin. Start shit, get hit, right? Betrayed by my own family, Annalie gasps dramatically, pegging another kid in the forehead, who falls back into the water with a squeal of laughter. How could you? She darts away from the upturned lounge chair, snapping off shots in between weaving steps. I'm going to use your bodies to balance the pH levels. She yells at the firing line of children, trying to gun her down. Where are my reinforcements? Margaret giggles as other adults enter the fray, producing water guns of their own in a surprise flanking maneuver, the impromptu battleground devolving into a chaotic mess of individual skirmishes. I still can't believe you haven't sold that and made, like, 1 trillion credits, she says to Buford. He shakes his head once, a sharp motion. Too dangerous. They're programmed to not fire unless the shot won't cause significant damage. All someone has to do is reverse that and... He shrugs, as if unable to explain the obvious, and Leanne kisses him again. And that's why I married him. My Buford, the gentlest soul I know. Margaret tries not to feel jealous at their obvious love, but doesn't really succeed. She looks around to distract herself, familiar faces from her childhood everywhere. You know, Leanne says offhandedly, if you're looking for someone to fuck because your date turned out to be an asshole, Randy Chan's always had the hots for you. Bella Martinez, too. Leanne. Margaret feels her cheeks heating as Buford shifts uncomfortably. I'm not going to screw someone just to spite Dante. Leanne shrugs. You should, but oh well. Your loss. Randy's sexy. I bet his epigenetics are fascinating. Margaret finds herself following the movements of the chubby man, moving like a dancer through the melee. It doesn't seem possible he should be able to change direction so quickly, but not a single pellet finds his body. Look, I appreciate the sentiment, but that's not what I need. I just want to get drunk and enjoy being home as best I can. Leanne groans, draining her own drink. Sis, the entire town is here, and me and Annalie are the only ones related to you. If you don't want to fuck Randy, fuck someone and get it out of your system. As a double, soon-to-be triple doctor. I recommend this as sound medical advice. Bitch, only one of your doctorates is in medicine, Margaret shoots back. Genetics doesn't count for fucking purposes. You sure? Leanne waggles her eyebrows suggestively and Margaret bursts out laughing. Fuck you. I'm getting another drink. The rest of the party passes in a pleasant blur, the overhead screen shifting from sunset to twilight, and then into evening. Fireworks are displayed at some point. Children pass out in their parents' laps, and people vanish back to their rooms alone or with others. Eventually, Margaret finds herself standing in front of the door to the room with Dante in it, her hand half extended. I don't have to do this. I can find another room. He didn't even come down to eat. Her treacherous hand opens the door and her traitorous feet guide her inside. One more chance. That's it. The room, surprisingly, is dark, not a trace of gold to be found. Margaret swears as she jams her toe against a wall, then fumbles at her neck for the light command. Gentle illumination fills the room, revealing Dante curled up on one half of the bed, Pax still occupying the other side. Dante? He shifts, then unfolds, revealing his thin book clutched between both hands, as if he was cradling it in his sleep. Feverish eyes greet Margaret. I did it, he croaks, chapped lips showing clear signs of dehydration. I finished the equation. Margaret's heart jumps in her chest. So you're going to spend the rest of the weekend with us? She fumbles her light winter dress over her head, too tired to go to the bathroom and brush her teeth. Sleeping in a semi-wet bikini is fine and definitely won't have future consequences. You'll meet the family tomorrow? The packs hit the floor heavily as she swipes them off the bed, and Dante's sleep-fogged eyes gain more clarity. Be careful, he hisses, scrambling off the bed. My athame is in there. Margaret watches in disgusted fascination as he scuttles over to his backpack, digging through its outer pocket for an ugly-looking blade with a black handle. I didn't pack that. When did he pack that? Are we going to bed? She yawns, stepping around him so she can sprawl back against the fluffy comforter. It's been a long day. A long day. Margaret raises her head at the poisonous tone of her most assuredly not anymore boyfriend. Do you even understand the complexities of the universe I've been unraveling? Dante shakes his head violently, greasy hair flopping back and forth.
No.
Of course you don't. How could you possibly understand the fabric of everything? You're being a real shitfuck, Margaret snaps, blood boiling unwanted sobriety in her veins. I wanted you to meet my family, and you've been a fucking prick about it. And what the fuck does your stupid family matter against the salvation of us all? I solved it, you stupid bitch. I have the key. Margaret pulls the comforter around herself, struck with a sudden chill. I think you should go sleep somewhere else tonight. I'll get you a pod for the morning so you can leave. Dante cackles, raising the twisted blade in one hand, the thin book in his other. You think time is going to matter? How quaint. Margaret prepares to defend herself against the madman looming over her in the heart of her family's home. But the unrecognizable figure slinks into the bathroom, contemptuous words trailing his self-enforced isolation. They're going to finally appreciate me. What I've worked so hard for. I will fix what's wrong. The bathroom door slams shut, and Margaret lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Her arms and legs shake, chills traveling up into her torso as she tries not to hyperventilate. I need to tell Daddy. I need to do something. Why can't I move? Soft grunting issues from behind the bathroom door, and she shivers uncontrollably. I don't want to be here. Please. A hologram appears in front of her, the weathered features of her solid rock appearing like an angel. Maggie, what's going on? That pissant's burning through the net bandwidth like a Nico junkie on his last cancer stick. What the shit's so important on Ganymede? Ganymede. June. Margaret clutches frantically at her neck, scrabbling at the delicate silver choker. One hologram disappears, replaced by another. NGGHH. Hey Mags, what's the emergency? I was sleep dash. It's Dante, Margaret whispers desperately, trying to infuse her words with the urgency pounding her heart against her ribcage. He did something. Said he solved his equation, and now he's sending petabytes to Ganymede over our net. June's light-forged eyes widen, taking in something Margaret can't see. Oh fuck. Reality suddenly rotates around a 300-degree circle, hysterical laughter accompanying the wrenching displacement, and Margaret, along with every human being in the solar system, witnesses the birth of something, regardless of distance from the point of origin. It starts as a fitful crack, the stop-motion spread of a separation that doesn't make sense to perspectives constrained by the four axes of length, width, depth, and time. The intrusion extends along planes not yet named, and then reality is there. A window that is a door, that is a journey, that is a beginning, that is an ending, that starts once more, collapses into a singular point that pulses relentlessly across an endless sea of universes. June's hologram fixes me with a horrified stare. I don't dash. Ganymede explodes, implodes, vanishes as if it was never there, and then the thing darts ahead of the system, shock like a snake, fleeing a cracked egg. My best friend disappears, caught in the backlash of whatever the fuck it is my shitfuck former boyfriend brought into existence, and now it's engulfing my home. I try to reach for her memory, but everything is happening all at once. What dash? I'm suddenly on the front lawn, witnessing the calamity I gave shelter celebrate its false ascension beneath an ill-kempt sky. The oppressive weight above churns in a constant boil of sightless eyes, scarlet deadlight streaming down from the gaps between them.
Yes.
Dante screams, bloody arms raised. He's carved jagged symbols across his flesh, a pale imitation of language. It finally worked. I can see it all. The meaning of dash. His head explodes in a silent pop, crimson droplets turning crystalline and angular as they stream into an eager mouth that chews its own way into existence above him. His arms remain outstretched for a second longer. Then the decapitated corpse topples over like a felled tree, the horrendous maw disappearing as violently as it appeared. I guess I don't need to break up with him, I think, staring at the messy lump lying on the manicured lawn. That's nice. The overly green grass grows arms and starts tearing away chunks of waxy skin, rippling and undulating like something alive, so I pull the curtains closed in case any of the children are watching. I'm in shock. I should do something about that. The fuck dash. I'm in the armory, staring at my dad. He has a grim expression on his face, loading shells into a shotgun laid across his lap. Buford hovers uselessly nearby, caught between his instincts to defend and destroy. Daddy loads the last shell with an emphatic push, his grizzled face set in determination. The Petersons aren't here. I'm not going to leave Jake and Mark to whatever the fuck Martian Marxist bullshit is happening out there. Is happening dash. Daddy is gasping in my lap, strange growths extending from his body, tumorous and tentacular in nature. The truck leaps away from the house in bounding strides, swatting away the few radioactive livestock still instinctually hovering around the grounds. The Petersons sob their thanks behind me, hugging each other tight, but I wave them to the shelter. It's not safe to be outside. The soon-to-be corpse in my lap grins at me, pristine white cowboy hat somehow still clinging to his bulging skull. We take care of each other, Maggie, no matter what. Remember that. I promise the dead body in my lap that I'll remember his words for eternity. To the dash. I'm speaking to my sisters, all our faces pinched and drawn. The blasphemous sky is dead, our solar and wind stifled beneath its wretched red suffocation. The net hasn't acknowledged anything for years, and we're running out of supplies in the shelter. The purifier no longer works despite everything Annalie tries, the very ground lashing out at us in mockery of Leanne's genetic manipulations, and the survivors are growing panicked. His notes might give us a solution. I hate the words coming out of my mouth, hate that I'm giving him any sort of permanence, hate that we have nothing left to try, but it's the last thread I can grasp. He broke everything, and I'm so sorry I brought him here. Maybe we can fix it. We spend the next decade studying Dante's ridiculous book, his endless scrawls drawing unfounded conclusions, rationing our very lives as everything warps and twists around us. Trying to keep hope alive as we decipher the ramblings of a sociopath, reverse engineering the fits of madness that brought us to the brink of extinction. Trying not to despair as water and land continue failing despite our best efforts. World. All of us are gathered outside the battered exterior of our parents' single-bedroom house, geodesic dome long since flown away into the gnashing sky of hate and madness. To stare too long at it is to invite insanity. We finally cracked his code. I bring the knife down on my forearm, inscribing the symbol for safety, and fix my gaze upwards, accepting that impossible vista, following in the footsteps of my worst lover, attempting to bargain with what he labeled a demon. Perception is everything. I tie my life to yours, and yours to ours, through bonds unbreakable by time. As above, so below, and as below, so above. We are your shield and your safety, accepting of everything that comes, trusting in everything that has happened. The pact is offered.
The pact is accepted.
The world shifts along axes Margaret doesn't have senses to comprehend, yet she feels them just the same. She hands the athame to the figure on her left. Annalie makes 3 quick swipes, then hands the athame back, her body already shivering in crouched supplication, skin shifting to bone-white bark, crimson leaves sprouting along dissolving hair. With the last breath in her lungs, she gasps out the words, "I offer life. I accept life and return it." Her mirror repeats the motion, Leanne using the same bloodied blade to offer the same pain. The transformation engulfs her, eyes downcast, hands clasped in front of her stomach. "I offer health.
I accept health and return it."
A roar of pain bursts from behind the 3. Buford steps in front of Margaret, bushy beard bristling, tears at the corners of his eyes, wicked blade already scarring his flesh, interrupting her before she can claim herself as the 3rd sacrifice. "Me. Take me too. I won't leave Leanne to that fate alone. I accept love and return it." His form pauses mid-stride, palms outstretched, ossification freezing him into a forever statue, the knife dissolving into dust. Margaret stifles the unbearable ache radiating through her chest, so much more than she imagined. Buford, gentle soul, was supposed to utter the final words, but the ritual must be finished. "I offer sanctuary."
I accept sanctuary and return it, with knowledge earned.
Ians take Margaret in their grasp, offering the briefest fragment of who she communes with. They dance among nebulae, dine on supernovas, sing frequencies that vibrate galaxies. They walk amongst the saplings, loving each other in ways indescribable, and slowly, oh so slowly, the tiny shoots grow. Immortal bones fall into sprout in mortal soil until their canopy shades an entire forest, waiting for time to lay claim to its denizens once more. They live, they love, and words fail to encompass what they feel. An endless second later, the sliver of eternity is gone, wrenched away by outside forces. Remember, what was, what might be,
Our hope.
Margaret hunches over her desk, aged to senescence, caught up in temporality once more. Outside, she hears the bustle of a thriving village beneath the trees, a home carved out of the end of the world. It's not as perfect as they all imagined, but it's good enough. In front of her is a book, awaiting nothing more than a title. She remembers writing it over the past decades, or did she dance it among the stars? Maybe it was a waking dream. Was any part of it real? She remembers the embrace of sanctuary, and even if it was a dream, she knows it is a dream worth pursuing. No matter. The recollection must be named, a future made manifest. She reaches for her pen with shaking fingers, then laughs. I'm such an idiot. All of this, resting on a book. Still chuckling, she gives the book its name, 2 simple words that contain so much more. She puts the pen down and shakes out her cramped fingers, walking over to the window overlooking the village square. Children laugh beneath blood-red leaves, content villagers going about their lives, and that's how their life has always been. Protected, peaceful, alone. She places her hand on the pale trunk that forms the final wall of her study. One day, she whispers, there won't be any outsiders. She fancies the leaves rustling overhead whisper their thanks, and then she turns to leave, eager to join everyone else below. There's still daylight left, and there's so much living to do before she dies. The village will survive. Chapter 55, The Storm. I turn the last page, then close the book. It only took me a few hours to get through Surviving Outsiders. Book was an excellent writer, and her stories and homilies led naturally from one to another. Most were repetitions of lessons I learned growing up, empathizing with others, not assuming that just because something is different that it's necessarily hostile. understanding that actions can be perceived differently based on what the viewer believes. My favorite was the short sonnet about dancing amongst the stars, though I'm still not sure what the underlying lesson was on that one. It seemed more like a remembrance than an allegory. I transfer the slim tome to my non-causal storage, then stand up and stretch. The tree trunk was comfortable, curving almost perfectly to fit my spine, but there's something indulgent about feeling tight muscles loosen and pop. Broom's no longer in the room, but she turned the lights on at some point to counteract the fading afternoon glow drifting through the high windows. She greets me as I enter the archive lobby, feet propped on a desk, her hands busy scribbling something on a clipboard. There's a distinct smell of smoke in the air, and I wonder if one of the bakers forgot a meal in the oven. How are you feeling? Hungry. That was an interesting book. It is, isn't it? Broom replies. I've always wondered why Book didn't record anything about the before times, but maybe she did and it just got lost over the years. Maybe. Great-grandpa always warned me about information drift. Lots of stories in the memory shrine don't make much sense. Broom nods absently, still focused on whatever she's writing. What are you going to do now? I rub my hands across my stomach, feeling the tight flatness. Get dinner, then go check on MacWillie and Huckins. Okay. Try to let me know if something's wrong before you go running off. I blush. Okay. Don't forget the funeral tomorrow morning. I won't. She doesn't say anything more as I leave, and I make my way to the village square. It's half filled with people enjoying their meals in convivial groups, hanging lamps brightening against the gloaming dusk. I fix myself a plate of butter-poached river trout and roasted vegetables, steam rising from the freshly cooked platters the bakers keep bringing out. A midnight paw sneaks 3 of the fish into my shadow with quick grabs. Fishes. Just make sure you don't waste any food, Pete. I look around for someplace to sit and see Rifle and Door at a table with some of the other young adults our age. I head over, planning to sit with my friends, but as I get closer I can't help but notice the whispered mutters and sidelong glances. I try not to let my steps falter, but they slow anyways. As it becomes clear I mean to join the gathering, there's a burst of hasty clearing of plates, shoving final bites into bulging cheeks followed with half-hearted farewells. I drop my plate on the table with a clatter, trying not to let the hurt seep into my voice. What kind of crab roach shit was that? Rifle and Door look up at me with miserable expressions. It's the former who speaks. Sorry, Sky. You know how it is with idiots. They're afraid that being around you is going to be dangerous. I draw in breath to chew them out, berate them for not speaking up for me, and then a treacherous thought worms its way across my mind. When did I speak up for Wires? I slump onto the bench, fork listlessly picking at my food. It's fine. Thanks for staying. I take a bite, not tasting it. They're probably right. There's a chance we all might die tomorrow, and it'll be my fault. Their eyes widen, but it's a different voice that answers. And maybe we don't. Yes? Such is the nature of melty rocks. Dirt slides into the space next to me, placing his own meal on the table with a smile. Another plate bangs down on the other side. If you blow us up before I get this flamethrower working, I'm going to be pissed. Torch grumbles, her face peeling and eyebrows missing. I almost had it this time. You made Broom write up an incident report, Torchy, Dirt says around a mouthful of food. I haven't had an incident report in at least a month. Not since the glow beast thing. I can't help my snort of amusement. I don't think you're helping. I'm trying to convince Rifle and Door that I'm not a crazy person who's dangerous to be around. Dirt somehow sprays chunks of food out of his nose as Torch starts choking. I pound her on the back, eventually dislodging the chunk of fish she hacks up. All of us pretend we don't see Pete's tail snatching the scattered morsels and yanking them back into my shadow. You, Dirt gasps, are by far the most dangerous idiot the village has ever seen. Your melty rock is the entire world. You ran me into the ground with no training, Torch adds, still coughing, and then fought a horde of things Dirt still can't describe to me. I might as well be experimenting with candles compared to what you're doing. I flush in embarrassment. Well, when you put it that way, your cat is weird, Door adds quietly, eyes downcast. Mosswater is still trying to figure out what it did to the filtration pools. He looks up. She wants me to bring it back so she can study it. Our efficiency is the best it's ever been.
Satisfaction.
I ignore Pete. But we're still friends, right? You know I wouldn't put you in danger. I look back and forth between Rifle and Door. You know that, right? Rifle lifts her shoulders slightly, then lets them droop. I don't think you want to hurt us, Sky, but things have gotten strange ever since that starfly came down, and you're at the center of it all. The others have noticed. She gulps. I think you might hurt us without realizing you're doing it. That's what idiots do. All my rationales for avoiding wires, tossed right back at me. I don't know what my face looks like, but Rifle and Door are suddenly reaching across the table, alarm on their own. Whoa, hey Sky. We're still your friends, Rifle says quickly, patting my arm. Next to her, Door nods vigorously. It's just, I understand why the others are frightened. Being an idiot is scary. It is boring, Dirt interrupts, chewing another mouthful of fish. 99% of the time. The last 1% is awful. It really is, Torch agrees, smacking Pete's questing paw away from her plate. Although I think Sky's ratio has been skewing inversely. Somehow it's Torch, grumpy confrontational Torch of all people that makes me chuckle. It has been a shit couple of days since you all decided I was an idiot. Yeah, I think the last few hours was my 1% of boredom. Dirt nods solemnly. Broom said she would replace our livers with crabroach claws if we disturbed you. I stifle a snort. I'm not sure Book's book was that important. I learned pretty much everything it was talking about growing up. That's why we're tested every year, Torch says, shoveling some veggies into her mouth. To make sure the village stays that way. There are records in the archive of what happens when we fail. They're pretty grim. Dirt nods again. Torchy is right. I told you earlier, Sky. The village has moved before. Sometimes the water dries up, or the winds change. Other times, the people change, and the idiots notice too late. The survivors rebuild and replant, and try to remember for next time. But I didn't see anything about that in the memory shrine growing up. I protest. That's because you weren't a full memoriam, Torch replies. The memory shrine holds what we want to remember. The archive holds what we need to remember. Memoriams know both, and the difference between the two. See? Rifle declares stoutly, I told you, Sky. Idiots are scary. A new voice enters the conversation, her mountainous presence settling in next to Door. Idiots will tell you the weather's great for sunbathing as the oceans boil away. My heart leaps in my chest. Mac Willie, are you done with the incognito field? She shakes her head above the two plates in front of her. Huckins glowering at Pete's probing grabs towards his fish as he attempts to shield his meal without hitting Rifle's arm. Not yet, young Sky, but we've done as much as we can for now. The connections are solid and the array's drawing power. All we can do now is wait for the algorithms to cycle into a configuration that works, and then run final checks. Will it be ready in time? I try to keep the anxiety from my voice. It should. Another new voice answers, Violet nearly leaping into the space next to Dirt. He gives her a long look, but she ignores him, Corgia hopping into her lap and resting its chin on the table. The most recent fleet updates put them at 12 hours out, and the chief engineer's integrator has a max cycling estimate of 10 hours. She flips her hair. Thanks for setting up the transmitter, by the way. Appreciate it. Mac Willie stares daggers at her, and Violet pretends not to notice. And don't you make me regret it. Stay out of my head. I'm keeping an eye on you. Violet laughs airily. That's cute. Dirt nudges her with his elbow as he lifts his arms into a stretch. Me and Torchy had a good talk with Chief Outsider Engineer Mac Willie. Very illuminating. He brings his arms back down along with his voice. She's not keeping an eye on you. We are. Violet pouts, then grabs the remaining half of Dirt's fish. Well, good for you then. She takes a bite, nose wrinkling as she spits out the smaller bones. That's not why I'm here, though. She leans on the table, fixing me with a stare. I'm here because your idiot needs a plan. I told you. I have a plan. I spit back. I'm going to start running. To keep the people who want me in box away from the village. We'll be fine. Movement stills at the table. Pete's paw arrested, just outside touching distance from the half of fish gripped in Violet's hand. 7 pairs of eyes, 8 if I count my shadow, 9 if I count the dog, stare at me like I've lost my mind. What? A babble of voices erupts. That's Dash. Not even Dash. Worst idea Dash. Ever. Disapproval. Woof. My cheeks flame with heat.
Ok, fine.
You all have a better plan? The most important thing is to get you off planet. Violet immediately replies, Corgia barking in approval. If you want the Corpos to chase you, you have to accept they might catch you, which means you need to be off Earth. Otherwise, they're going to focus on why you were stuck here. And how are we going to make that happen? Mac Willie shoots back. The shuttle you arrived in is weeks from repairing, assuming we can salvage the necessary elements. That's easy, Violet sneers at her. I'll just requisition another one from the Blackbeard. In fact, it's on its way now. Yeah, but, Huckins pipes up, a hellhound doesn't have interstellar capabilities. It can get Sky off the planet, but what then? Violet rolls her eyes. If only someone at this table was in full control of a reality drive-equipped warship that said shuttle just came from. With how powerful this transmitter array is, I have zero latency feedback to at least the galactic core. She looks at me. The Blackbeard will take you wherever you need to go to draw them away from here. I promise. Rifle interjects quietly. What about food? Should we pack some lunches? And water.
Door Eds, Browse creased in concentration.
You're not going to be near the Saints. Is there water on other planets? Will it be safe to drink? The three outsiders gape at them, mouths falling open, but Torch and Dirt assume thoughtful expressions. That's right, Dirt says, will you need new weapons? What kind of cloaks should I pack? If I work through the night, I'm sure I can figure out why the flamethrower keeps exploding. Torch adds seriously. You might need it. I look around the table, at everyone invested in my survival, and it's all I can do not to start weeping. I'm going to miss them so much. I manifest my limbs as quickly as possible to extract Dirt's armaments from my storage without causing distress to the non-outsiders. The cookery and rifle bounce in front of him, immaculately polished. I'll be okay. I manage. I have what I need. I think Violet's plan is good. Better than mine. I'll lead them all away tomorrow. After we're sure the incognito field is working. I pause, taking a gulping breath. After Great-Grandpa's funeral, a flash of light illuminates the village square, followed by a rumble of thunder. Soft pattering rattles across the forest canopy, fat droplets of water splatting down in dust-raising impacts. Exclamations of alarm rise all around, as always happens during a sudden summer squall. Dirt quickly secures the weapons I return to him, then places a hand on my shoulder. Truly? You won't regret your choices? I wouldn't be much of an idiot if I did, right? I give him a watery smile, the rain starting to fall around us in earnest. It's fine, Dirt. I have Box with me. As long as the village is safe, we'll be okay. Lightning flashes again, accompanied by the drums upon high, and we race for shelter from the torrential downpour. The storm has arrived. Chapter 56, When the Stars Threw Down Their Spears. I wake the next morning before my alarm, false dawn light barely illuminating the mechanical hands of my parents' clock. I slept restlessly, dreams filled with half-remembered conflict, and I'm not sure if waking is better than dreaming. A soft drizzle whispers outside, the last remnants of the previous night's storm. You know I can adjust your body's chemistry to wake you up after a specific amount of time, right? I stumble groggily to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. I didn't know that. You never told me. Well, now you know. I pat my face and hands dry, then pause as a thought occurs to me. Box? Yes, Sky? Why haven't I needed to use the bathroom in the past 4 days? Wasting resources is inefficient. Why do you want to? I shake my head and sigh. Looks like it's going to be one of those days. I return to my room and get dressed, then walk down the hallway to rouse the others. Broom said the funeral would be at dawn, so we'll need to leave soon. We're going to lay Great-Grandpa to rest in the clearing, alongside the tree I planted in memory of Wires. In hundreds of years, they'll help heal the wound in the forest I created, assuming everything we've planned for today works. The other three wake in various states of surliness, Huckins the most difficult to raise. Dark circles underline his drooping eyelids, and he won't stop yawning. Eventually, I get him up and moving, and he joins Macwillie and Violet downstairs for a quick breakfast of cold cereal. After everyone finishes, I clean the dishes in the sink, taking a long look around the kitchen, trying to etch everything in my mind. This might be the last time I ever see it again. I distribute waxed raincoats to everyone, Macwillie's comically small on her giant frame, and then we leave the house. Broom is waiting outside, long coat held tight against the pre-dawn chill and damp, hood up around her face. Wordlessly, we follow her across the village and into the surrounding forest, solemn groups of people joining as we go. By the time we reach the clearing, it feels like nearly the entire community surrounds me, soft conversations no louder than the whispering leaves overhead and the last wispy sheets of rain. The wreckage of the Hellhound dominates the open space, but that's not what catches my eye. Butterfly Builder and the two builders from the other night are standing next to an excavated trench, shovels jutting from the pile of muddy dirt alongside it, steam wafting from their heads and shoulders. A white shrouded form lies on the opposite side, unmoving, a small wooden box atop its chest. People file around me into the clearing, forming a ring around the tree planting site, but I can't move. Can't tear my eyes from that too small shape, the gaping emptiness next to it that matches the chasm in my heart. Great-grandpa. A lifetime passes before me, waves of memory crashing against the shores of my mind. All I want to do is watch them tumble and roll, an endless ocean of love and pain and hurt and hope. Broom nudges my arm gently, and I realize the clearing has fallen silent, everyone waiting for me to begin the tree planting ceremony. There's no judgment in their expressions, no impatience, and it gives me the strength to take the first step forward, then the next, wet grass licking at my feet. An eternity later, I'm standing over great-grandpa's empty shell, the gaping trench revealed from this angle to be no more than 2 scrumbles deep, some thin puddles at the bottom. I pick up the box containing the heartseed nursery and cradle it to my chest. Window Doctor steps up beside me, then kneels over the shrouded body. With a practiced hand, he slices through the crabroach silk directly over the body's heart, revealing an already prepared hollow. My fingers barely trembling, I open the box and extract the heartseed from within, laying it softly in the gap. Window stitches the cloth neatly back in place, then steps away. I lift from the shoulder area, Butterfly from the feet, and together we drop the too-light form into its final resting place. A tree's new birthplace. Butterfly and the two builders begin rhythmically shoveling wet dirt back into the trench as I step away, and I look around at all the gathered faces. I take a breath, and then I let myself remember. I speak the life of the person I loved. The way he helped me grow from a barely capable toddler to a mildly functional young adult. His love for our shared and shattered history, the desires that brought us together, the demons that drove us apart. His unwavering commitment to teaching so that those same mistakes were always remembered and hopefully avoided. I speak about the small things. His irrepressible delight when one of the little ones made a breakthrough in their lessons. His fondness for stove circles and shimmer fruit-topped glow beast. His idle hours spent whittling at discarded branches, bringing forth fantastic shapes from gnarled wood until his hands grew too weak to move the blade. I speak about the pain. The times I would catch him staring blankly into the fire, a picture of my parents in his hands. The frustration as his body slowly failed, taking away his mobility and motivations piece by piece. The sharp words when it became too much to bear, the sincere apologies that followed. I speak his life as I experienced it until there is nothing left to say, and then I step away from the now-covered grave, the cradle that will birth new life, the clouds clearing overhead. Broom steps up to take my place, and begins speaking his life once more. I fade back into the crowd, numb and exhausted. Bodies shift around me, and then a solid presence is at my side. Macwillie sniffs, brushing a tear away from her eye. That was a beautiful eulogy, young Sky. I reckon a person couldn't wish for more. Sorry, Huckins mutters behind her, eyes downcast and boot kicking absently at the sticky dirt. Hope you're okay. Yeah, it's a drag, Violet agrees, Corgia panting in her arms. How long is this gonna take? Until great-grandpa's tree sprouts. He was very old, so it will be at least a few hours. Violet huffs but doesn't say anything more, and we settle in to listen to the speakers. Butterfly Builder takes Broom's place once she's finished, followed by Water Breeder, then the other village elders. As Needle Crafter is recounting a favorite memory, Mac Willie and Violet both stiffen, followed a second later by Huckins. What's going on? I whisper. The incognito field is finished cycling, Mac Willie whispers back. All we have to do now is activate it. Some of the numbness leaves me. It's going to work? The chief engineer shrugs. Only one way to find out. Her mouth twists, like she's trying not to break down. If I don't make it through this, it's been a right honor, young Sky. I'm sorry the lad and I were ever part of bringing you the pain of losing a friend, and I hope you can find it in you to forgive us. My momentary excitement shifts just as quickly into dismay. What? Wait, Mac Willie, there has to be a way to dash. Her focus goes distant in that way I've come to recognize is her and Huckins accessing the infonet parts of their integrators that I can't yet resolve. I tense, not knowing what's going to transpire, but nothing happens other than a slight breeze shifting the leaves around the clearing. Mac Willie slowly opens her eyes, a relieved expression spreading across her face, then expels a huge breath. Will bugger me sideways. Looks like that wasn't quite enough to hit the big 00. I fling myself into a hug around her waist, Huckins unexpectedly doing the same from the other side. There are some questioning looks from the villagers around us, but their attention quickly returns to the vigil. After squeezing her for longer than probably necessary, I push away and look up. It worked? I'm almost afraid to say the words, but Mac Willie just smiles and nods. One great big fuck-off incognito field twisting itself nice and neat around this entire forest. All indicators are stable, and the engine's handling the load without breaking a sweat. I look up at the sky, light pinks and reds slowly illuminating the indigos and blues of lingering night. I don't see anything different. That's the whole point, Violet replies absently. When you're in the field, it doesn't affect you. Her focus returns to me. You should get going. I check the Blackbeard sensors. They're not registering the forest. The field's working. I draw in a deep breath. This is it. The village will be safe, as long as I can do my part. And we have time? Before the fleets arrive? According to the last communications I was able to access, yeah? She chews nervously on her lower lip, right hand stroking the spine of her dog in what looks like an unthinking habit. I lean closer. Is there something wrong? It's probably nothing. Just the transmitter acting up. Okay. I turn to leave them, scanning the crowd for Broom, when Violet suddenly speaks again. And Sky. Thank you. Her words are halting, and she doesn't look at me. For caring. I've never had anyone in my life that did. Be safe, Violet. The village will take care of you too. I wave a quick goodbye to Huckins and leave the three of them behind, making my way along the edges of the crowd. It takes me a few minutes to find Broom, but she quickly joins me when she notices my beckoning gestures. The field is working, I tell her, not wasting any time. I'm leaving now to draw the outsiders away from the village. She clasps my shoulders with her hands. Don't forget us, Sky. Don't forget to come back. I could never forget. I mumble, stepping closer and squeezing her into a hug. Thank you for teaching me how to be an idiot. I wish I understood earlier. She pats my back. You'll be fine. She separates our embrace, gazing seriously into my eyes. Teach us what you can. Remember what I find, I reply, my voice catching on the last word. I turn and go before the tears can start falling. Tell everyone I love them. I will, she promises, and then I'm running, losing myself amongst the trees one last time. I don't want to speed up. I want to take in their towering majesty for as long as I can, but I need to do my part to keep the village safe. The new shuttle is 5 kilometers that way. A waypoint appears in my vision, and I angle towards it. You know, she might be betraying you. You could be delivering us right into a trap, all wrapped up and easy to catch. Trust has to start somewhere, Box. I would argue it is ultimately self-defeating to place your fate in someone else's hands, yet I cannot argue with the empirical evidence of our continued existence. Love you too, Box. I sprint out of the forest into the blazing rays of the rising sun, a fiery disk crawling upwards from the horizon, a thick mass of puffy clouds receding into the distance. Cool wind streams past my face, hair whipping around my ears, and I can't help but smile. If this is the last time I see my home, at least I'm leaving with a beautiful view. The shuttle, an almost exact replica of the downed one in the clearing, is perched in the middle of the scrubby brush and wildflowers like some overlarge beetle, ramp already extended towards the ground. I rush up and into the cockpit, not wanting to waste even a single second. Straps wind around me as the hellhound rumbles into life. This is going to be quick and dirty, Sky. The Blackbeard's picking up some incoming signatures that aren't supposed to be here yet. Violet? A giant's fist tries to crush me against the seat as the hellhound leaps into the air, its low rumble expanding into a bellowing roar. The ground shrinks beneath me, forest canopy quickly lost to sight. A blue pane, similar to Box, appears on the shuttle view screen, a blinking green, surrounded by nebulous yellow clouds, translucent enough I can still see past it to the morning sky above. What's that? Combat plot. Green dot is the Blackbeard. Yellow zones are projected emergence areas of whatever's coming in. More gold blooms around the isolated emerald, spreading like spring wildflowers after a heavy rain. Orange dots sprout in mushroom clusters among the clouds closest to the Blackbeard, pulsating dangerously. Fuck. Those are. Smaller orange specks detach in a pollen haze, darting towards the green dot. Beyond the combat plot, the sky fades from blue to indigo to black, and then I realize there's no sky anymore. Hard pinpricks of light bore in from everywhere, glittering jewels on midnight cloth. Violet? The large green dot matches the action, releasing a swarm of its own, and the two intermingle in a swirling melee. Icons start vanishing, bursting apart in quick puffs that continue spreading in gray vectors, and new stars flare and fade in the view beyond. The green specks break away in darting lunges for the larger orange shapes, disappearing in scores, but one eventually reaches its target. The orange wavers, then shifts to green. And that's when the combat plot explodes into wild chaos that makes the previous encounter seem like a measured dance. The silent darkness erupts in distant color. Every orange shape flips to a vibrant red, hundreds of additional smaller lines streaking out in rippling salvos. They're split between the two separated green dots, converging on both in a matter of seconds. Viridian lines blast out in return, wiping away whatever they touch, but they're a fraction of what they're responding to. Simultaneously, the hellhound flips over to face back the way it came, sending my stomach tumbling and hiding my view of the blooming lights. Violet, what's happening? Pin, you fucking bitch. The madness continues on the combat plot, green and red disappearing in those silent explosions, more red constantly appearing from the yellow clouds. An occasional icon flipping green when one of the smaller specks reaches it and immediately inciting another riot of action. We leave the black behind. A large blue and green circle I realize must be Earth growing larger beneath us. Sky. Violet sent a summary. The fleets were warned there was a possible net integrator, and they have taken precautions. How'd they discover Violet was here? I shout as the shuttle starts shaking. Warnings begin howling in shrill tones. But what they're warning me of I don't know. They didn't. Documentation from my creator about my capabilities was disseminated to every corpo. I think back to a brief conversation between Macwillie, Huckins, and Box. My modifications do not include Infonet capabilities. Would you like them to? They think we're the net integrator? Regardless of the conclusion they arrived at, the outcome is the same. They were forewarned, and thus, forearmed. Established protocol when faced with a net integrator is to remove net access hardware and wetware from both material and personnel. Violet is attempting to physically infiltrate on a ship-by-ship basis by sending assault squads to access their local nets and bootstrapping in a system, but it is not a battle she can win. All she can do is buy time. The warnings in the cockpit shriek louder, sky growing shades of blue, and then an explosion shakes the hellhound like a leaf in a gale. More violent bursts of force toss me around, and then the back half of the shuttle peels away, sending the cockpit into a nauseating spin, wind howling throughout the cabin. Time to do what? The straps tighten around me even more, and then there's a jolting lurch. The lifeless front view screen flies away, followed shortly by the seat with me still attached. The seat whirls, then somehow stabilizes itself, leaving me facing up at the sky above. Explosions near and far continue rolling in and out of existence, whites and oranges and reds and yellows painting the air with bulging violence. I don't know, Sky. I don't know how to escape this. I scream as we fall, a wordless howl ripped away by the whistling gale. Tiny bits of darker air appear above me, clouds where none should exist, and Box focuses my vision on one. It's composed of egg-shaped pieces of gray metal, their bottoms cooling from cherry to soot black, and as my field of vision retracts, I realize that each cloud has to contain thousands of them. What are those? Lockmartin Mk-8 high-altitude assault pods, known as Angel Tears, rated 4. I don't need specifications right now, Box. Think. What should we do? Our fall continues in silence for several seconds, accompanied only by the ever-present tempest and the growing dirty haze above. I try to turn my head to see how close we are to the ground, but the straps keep me immobile. I briefly consider manifesting my limbs and cutting myself loose, but that seems like a bad idea. The seat showed signs of orienting itself deliberately earlier. I'll have to trust it knows what it's doing. I have run every calculation and permutation I can think of, Sky. There is no answer. The seat kicks against me, forcing a grunt from me as it violently slows. There's a banging crunch, then hardened foam suddenly expands all around as I feel the sensation of falling get replaced by the end-over-end upheaval of an uncontrolled roll. The disorienting movement stops as quickly as it began, the foam flaking away and the straps retracting back into the cockpit chair. I claw my way out of the dissolving chunks of foam, trying to get my bearings. Towering chunks of metal, like monoliths to some crazed technological being, rise all around. Their guts spew shattered deckplates, broken bulkheads, and tangles of twisted cable and wire. It's a trail of devastation and torn ground that extends in a straight line away from. No. Oh no. Why, Box? I nearly fall to my knees, my limbs the only things keeping me upright. Standard ejection seat safety protocol is to orient on the nearest signs of civilization within a 1,000-kilometer radius. It's the Starfly. I'm right outside the village, in the ruins of the Starfly. I force myself to look up. The clouds of assault pods nearly blot out the morning light. Larger shapes, vaster than the cruiser still impaled on fishhook following behind. Spears of piercing light stab through the thronging hordes, impaling the ground in lightning strike flashes that form a cage stretching from horizon to horizon. Landing zone sterilization. Standard protocol against an unknown strength combat variant is to... I don't want to know what standard protocol is, Box. I spin around in a circle, prey trapped in a hunter's closing net. How do we keep them away from the village? Assault pods start hitting the ground like ashen rain, far enough away that I can barely make out the tiny shapes scrambling out of their unfolding sides. They're everywhere. The ships above continue to grow in size, hanging against the sky in defiance of gravity, disgorging wave after wave of shuttles and strike craft. We cannot keep them away, Sky. If we don't move, then the troops on the far side of the village will breach the field as they close in. If we move away, they will breach it faster in order to keep the cordon intact. Fight. What if we fight? There are too many. When I am forced to implement my bug-out protocol on your death, I will lead them directly back to the clearing. Change it. I can't.
I'm sorry.
I want to scream again, to rage against the injustice of it all, but I'm just so tired now. All I wanted was to touch the sky. Live a happy life, safe with my family. Why must these outsiders bring nothing but pain? We could be friends if we just had a chance to get to know each other. Mac Willie, Huckins, even Violet proves that. I never wanted to kill any of them. I just wanted the village to live. I'm going home. The words tumble from my mouth like boulders, dull and heavy. I won't let my family die alone. I'm sorry. I force myself into a sprint, moving as fast as I can through the Starfly wreckage back towards the village. Red threat vectors spiral out around me, distant munitions launched from the towering craft blotting out the sun, but I avoid them with contemptuous ease, dashes fired off in rapid succession. Quicker than thought, I'm back beneath those familiar red leaves, weaving amongst pale bowls that have been the solid bedrock of my life. the forest, protecting us as we protect it. All too quickly, human life appears around me. The tree planting ceremony is still ongoing at the clearing, the villagers remaining despite the impossible-to-miss events happening overhead. Great-Grandpa Axe's tree still hasn't sprouted, and the current speaker, River Builder, Wire's uncle, stutters a bit when he sees me rush up, but continues his recollections. A small knot of people is gathered off to the side, torch and dirt among them, and I hurry over. As I get closer, I can see that they're surrounding a twitching figure on the ground, a growling dog pacing circles around her. I push my way through to the idiot's side, looking at Violet's whimpering frame. What happened? I asked Dirt. Don't know. She fell over and started convulsing. The dog thing won't let us get close. He looks at me in concern. Broom said you were leaving. Maybe for a long time. It didn't work. Our plan. There's outsiders all around the village. Are they friendly? I laugh. No. No, they aren't. They're going to kill us all. Dirt thinks about it for a second, then shrugs amiably. Sometimes the melty rock wins. Did you learn anything useful? Yes. You're all my family, and if we're going to die, I'd rather do it together with all of you than alone and afraid. He smiles that beaming grin that lights up his face. Then it wasn't a waste. A groan sounds from below us, and Corgia barks, abandoning her guard stance to frantically lick Violet's face. She sputters, weakly pushing the dog away, and I step forward to kneel at her side. Violet, are you okay? She spits out a wad of blood and wipes her eyes, smearing red away from the tear ducts. Ugh. No. Reality overload. I tried everything I could think of, but there were too many. I wasn't high enough level. I help her into a sitting position. It's okay, Violet. You tried to help the village, and that's all we can ask. Box says none of us could have stopped this. She hangs her head, hair shrouding her face. I was thinking of turning you over. Of having the Blackbeard tell them you were the net integrator. Try to buy my freedom. I pat her shoulder. But you didn't. That's what matters. I wish I could have grown up here. I drape her arm across my back and lift her to her feet, supporting her uneven weight. Corgia circles around us, chuffing uneasily.
Small.
Let's go find Macwillie and Huckins. She points a finger. They're over there. You know she's planning on blowing up the entire planet, right? And that there's almost 1 million troops about to walk in here? I know. We move in a staggering walk in the direction she indicates, Dirt helping me convince curious villagers to return to the tree planting ceremony. It doesn't take long to find the chief engineer and her apprentice. They're passing a jug of Bumpsnurfles back and forth beneath one of the forest elders, propped comfortably against the base of the trunk. Macwillie toasts me with the brown bottle, then takes a swig. Welcome back, young Sky. Come to join us in our preparations to meet the Never God? I'm sorry, Macwillie, I say as I lower Violet to a sitting position. We tried. Aye, that we did. At least I'll miss the big 00. Shame about your village. A lass could come to love a place like this. This sucks, Huckins mopes, reaching for the bottle, but Macwillie smacks his hand away. Young Master Huckins, she barks. Is that how a space dog acts when reality has him up against the wall and no way out of the engines? No, Chief. I didn't hear you, young Master Huckins. No, Chief. We grab the 1/4 inch and nut him straight into the ground. Macwillie laughs at the red-faced Huckins. Aye, that's right. She takes another swig, then passes the bottle to me. You just give the word, young Sky, and we'll show those bastards the price of freedom. I take my own gulp, wincing at the burn. As I try not to cough, a familiar inky-furred head nudges itself under my hand. Goodbye time? I scratch Pete idly as I hand the bottle to Violet. She sniffs it, takes a slug, then fans her mouth with her hand. That is wretched. You don't drink Bumpsnurfles for the taste, we chorus, and a tiny smile spreads across her tired face.
Yeah, no shit.
She takes another hefty swallow, Corgia moving to her lap. You know, I'm almost sad I won't get to see the size of the entity this is going to create. It's going to make the Ganymede incident look like a firecracker. I just wish my family was up there. Pete rubs against me for more pats, which I provide. I'm going to miss my cat. I grab the jug away from Violet and raise it to my lips. I wish the outsiders were as nice as Pete. My hand freezes, the jug slowly slipping from my nerveless fingers. I ignore the shouts of surprise from the other three, my mind trying to encompass the enormity of the thought. Guy, we have nothing left to try, Box. Don't try to talk me out of it. I was going to say, good luck. If anyone can do it, it's you. Violet cocks an eyebrow, MacWillie and Huckins still staring forlornly at the bumpsnurfles slowly trickling into the ground at my feet. You have a plan? Now? The corpos are going to be at the forest edge in 5 minutes, and on top of us 2 minutes after they get sensor coverage into the field. MacWillie, I snap, ignoring Violet. Your overload of the engines, can you direct it at a single point? Create the breach in reality exactly there? I might be able to, but that would be one tricky piece of timing. Can you get it set up in under 5 minutes? I want you to target where we just buried Great-Grandpa. Meet us there when you're ready. She rolls to her feet, then hauls Huckins up. I don't know what you're thinking it'll accomplish, young Sky, since a reality breach doesn't care much about where it starts, but the lad and I will see it done. We owe you that. On my name as a MacWillie. She sets off into the trees, Huckins in tow, and I return my attention to Violet, pulling her upright. You can interfere with what information an integrator is passing to someone's senses and vice versa, right? Sure, but it's not going to do much against those troops. They're cut off from me, and I mean that literally. They carved out the part of their brains that interacts with the infonet. She scowls. It's how they fought people like me in the information wars. I help her start moving back to the ceremony. If Box gave you permission, could you replace what you and MacWillie and Huckins are perceiving with what I'm perceiving? She gawks at me, wide-eyed. You would have to trust me completely to even think that. I could do anything I wanted to your mind with that kind of access. Can you do it? I might. Corgia, do you think? Woof. No, what if we? Woof bark whine. If you say so. Bark bark grin. Corgia says we can do it. The patch won't last long, though. I squeeze her shoulder in between steps. It'll be long enough. I hope. I want you to put it into place the instant MacWillie starts the breach. Okawaye. We return to the clearing, the great mass of villagers still gathered in a circle around the gentle mound in the clearing. I leave Violet against a tree with a quick assurance that I'll be right back, then dash over to where Dirt and Torch are standing with Broom, Jasper, and some other idiots I haven't been formally introduced to yet. Broom gives me a sad look. Sky, Dirt told me it didn't work.
I'm sorry.
No time, I interrupt her. Is there anyone in the village not here? She looks startled at my question, then furrows her brow in thought. Some of the bakers working on today's meals, 2 breeders keeping an eye on the crabroach pens, and a water at the shrine of St. Curie to watch the machinery. I do some quick distance calculations in my head. Okay, I need you to round up the bakers and breeders that are missing and bring them here. Be back in 4 minutes. I'll go get whoever's at the shrine. Sky-Broom starts, but I override her again. This is my melty rock, Broom, and it hasn't killed me yet. Trust me? Please. Her expression firms. You heard Sky, idiots. As fast as you can. We scatter from the clearing, drawing more confused stares, but I don't have time to worry about them. I'm not going to leave anything to chance. I'm not going to leave anyone behind. 2 minutes later, I'm at the entrance of the shrine of St. Curie, barreling through in a mess of arms and legs and limbs. The slight figure at the foyer desk flinches back, crutches toppling to the side in a clatter. What the? Sky? I grab door with one of my limbs, already spinning around to leave. Close your eyes and try not to puke. I race back to the gathering, dashing through obstacles along the way, then drop a quivering door next to Rifle, tucking my limbs away before anyone can notice. I ignore Rifle's brief surprise and race towards the incoming figures of Dirt and Torch. Did you get everyone? Last ones, Torch huffs, are right behind us. Sure enough, Stump and Saw Breeder come panting through the trees, herding leathers still dripping water, and I dash directly away from them, seeking the waypoint marker of MacWillie and Huckins. They enter the clearing seconds later, MacWillie nodding as she sees me. I reverse direction towards Violet, still slumped against her tree. Are you ready? She grins madly at me, blood staining her teeth. Distant shouts rise through the trees, shadows descending overhead. They're already in the forest. An impossible delta hovers above the clearing, kilometer-long hatches disgorging an endless stream of death. They're everywhere. Whatever you're going to do it quick. Thank you, I whisper back, and then I'm next to the low mound once more, taking the place of Onyx Minor, much to her surprise. Everyone, I shout, drawing what few eyes weren't already focused on me. I want you to think of Great-Grandpa Axe, of the village, and of what it means to you. I give the barest of nods to Macwillie, trusting Violet is observing through our integrators. I want you to think of our trees. What this forest means to us. Light blooms overhead, shining lances that wobble and slow as a green shoot pokes up through the soil. Macwillie's body arches back, mouth caught wide in a silent scream. Time stops. A voice like a great bell tolls through my body, the tiny bud of life stretching slowly upwards in utter violation of the stasis gripping everything.
The pact is upheld.
Green tendrils expand into alabaster trunk and crimson emerald leaves, reaching towards the sky with hungry claws. The sacrifice is met. Somehow I'm able to move in that frozen picture, my eyes swiveling towards Macwillie's contorted form, bone bark and vermilion leaves replacing her skin and hair, root tendrils crawling down her nose and mouth as she ossifies. It is beautiful. It is horrific. It isn't real. This perfect moment is mine, and I choose defiance. Not because I want it, but because it is the truth. Great-Grandpa would never choose this. No one in the village would. No. We protect the trees, and they protect us in return. They have never harmed us, and they never will. The expanding fractal pauses, emanating vegetal astonishment, interrogating strands caught in unseen nets. You dare? I look around at the other villagers. The Waters, the Breeders, the Bakers, the Builders, the Mines, the Idiots, and everyone else. All of us, working together to survive a world intent on destroying our tiny part of it. All of us, still here, still standing despite our losses. Every last one of my family nods in agreement, unshackled and free, confident in our bedrock. The center of our universe that has kept us alive all these years.
No.
We know. The breach in reality twists on itself, lesser infinities banished beneath the weight of greater vistas conceptualized by a united network of unattached minds. We care for each other. We accept that death happens. We shelter beneath the living bones of our ancestors. This tree is the same as any other tree. Its roots draw from what came before. Its branches fuel a new generation. The leaves shade us all. It cannot hurt us, because to do so would invalidate the world itself. A midnight cat lounges amongst the leaves, infinite tails curled around itself, and smiles at me as it disappears. The pact is concluded, and gladly. Oh, if only you could witness the glory of our children. Name us what we are. What we've always been. Raw power, a vibrating current of potential blasts through the fabric of reality in rippling aftereffects. I cannot look anywhere else. I cannot sense anything other than what is before me. And somehow I know it's the same for our entire universe. I feel everyone as they feel me. Anything capable of perception is focused on what we've birthed, but they're already too late. We've decided how to view our outsider. There's no going back. We offer you sanctuary, the same sanctuary provided for us. The sanctuary everyone deserves. Roots dig deep, twisting carelessly through the crust of the planet, investing more thoroughly through the mantle than drinking deep from the core. Simultaneously, a massive trunk extends out and through the bounds of physicality, carefully encapsulating the minute specks of matter that constitute soldiers, shuttles, ships, and space stations, cradling them in woven lattices. Leaves larger than planets extend immaterially across dimensions, laying claim to every infinity they touch with authority inescapable. The forest, our forest, the thousands of years we've given our lives to maintain, unfurls itself. At last, a place to rest. The seemingly infinite folds of reality stretching beyond the bounds of our tree compress themselves back into a discrete form, forever vistas cohering along three-dimensional laws. Hostile forces are withdrawn and current commitments of destruction are encapsulated into forever branches, their munitions echoing into an endless void. The recursive ladder of fate collapses in on itself, eventually clattering to a stop. I look around wildly, not quite sure what I just witnessed, not quite sure that I still exist. Box? I'm here. I fall silent as I take in the scene in front of me. Great-grandpa's tree is still a tiny shoot, barely breaking the surface of the soil, but at the same time it is an ivory wall embracing everything in sight, stretching up so high I can barely see the beginning of its crown. Villagers look around with amazed expressions, witnessing a paradox that comforts rather than condemns. Armored soldiers struggle to move, caught like flies in amber until they let their weapons fall and fade away. Their faceless helmets peel back, revealing a countless variety of features and forms, but all share that same wondering awe. Sanctuary cradles us with its gentle touch, offering respite from an unforgiving universe, and I feel a weight I'd never known I was carrying lift from my heart. I kneel down next to Wire's tree. I wish you could have seen this. My brief tears water its roots, and then I stand. The carved statue of a woman, tall and burly, scars crisscrossing her gnarled hands, walks up beside me, feeling at her wooden skin and red leaf hair. Her movements are fluid, impossible, sublime. She opens her mouth as if to say something, then shakes her head and smiles. A young man runs up next to her, hesitantly poking as if he can't believe that she's real. She gently cuffs him on the head, then sweeps him into a crushing hug. All around me, people gather. My friends, my family, both those I've known and those I wish to know. A dog wags its tail so hard it nearly levitates, licking the tears away from the face of a girl who sits on the forest floor, poleaxed by the first touch of serenity in her life. Her lips quirk upward almost against her will. A prisoner finally freed. A goofy grin that turns her into a work of art spreads and spreads, and she lets herself slump in relief. As the sacred moment fades, as the reverence dissolves into growing jubilation, I finally find the words I want to say. What happened? Perception is everything, Sky. In all the infinities of the multiverse, of all the shades of reality, your people could only imagine the one filled with love, an entity looking for peace. It's not what I would have chosen, that's for sure. Now I'm never going to get to make numbers go up. I laugh, then join the celebration. Our village is safe. We're not alone.
Fin.